I've posted a YouTube short almost every single day for an entire year. This video includes all of them, plus a few little notes along the side to tell you about little behind the scenes details or what was going on in my head when I made a particular short. A quick warning to anyone who hasn't seen my older content: if you hate the slow pacing, AI backgrounds, my original Wild Robot video, or any of those awful NFL ones, don't worry, it'll get better. Or just skip to the timestamp on screen to start where it gets better if you don't just happen to have 6 hours to spare. But anyways, these are just my thoughts in a giant multi-hour long package. Enjoy!
Superhero fatigue is not a thing. Let me explain. Every time a superhero movie bombs nowadays, people blame superhero fatigue. I hate that term because I think it's a massive oversimplification. The reason people loved Marvel films in the first place was because they told fun stories in a connected universe. End scenes teased new villains and plot threads we were excited to see pay off. Now, none of the superhero movies have any sort of connection. WandaVision Wanda and Multiverse of Madness Wanda were completely different characters. The Guardians' appearance in Thor was basically a cameo. End scenes are a joke now because we all know they're never gonna get anywhere, or we just don't care. DC and Sony's Venomverse have it way worse. All they do is tease things that will never be realized while telling horrible stories we've all heard 1,000 times. Instead of superhero fatigue, I think we've just lost brand trust. People have been burnt by cash grabs and horrible setup movies so often that they don't trust Marvel, DC, or Sony to tell a good story anymore. Studios, if you want us to watch superhero movies, just make good ones. Across the Spider-Verse and Guardians 3 proved that we will show up if the stories and characters are well written. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Alright, we need to talk. So, Frozen 3 isn't even out yet, and Disney's already started working on Frozen 4. My guess is they looked over at the two-part Mission Impossible and Spider-Verse films and thought, hey, we can do that! Yeah, it's a weird move, and kind of a desperate attempt for money in my opinion, but I can totally see why they're trying. Disney could really use a win. The question though, will it work? There are a lot of Disney sequels on the horizon. The first one up is Inside Out 2. I think the box office performance for that film will tell us a lot about Zootopia 2, Toy Story 5, and yes, the Frozen sequels. Maybe Disney will get lucky and make billions of dollars, or maybe they'll just crash and burn. I mean, look at the Marvels. As for Frozen 3's quality, have you seen Frozen 2? Dude, these movies are gonna be garbage. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Listen, if you follow Minecraft news like I do, then you know the response to this year's mob vote was crazy. People slammed Mojang for being lazy and demanded that either all 3 mods should be added or none of them should. I agree, the vote is handled horribly, but this is still a bit of an overreaction. Listen, something I think we all forget is that these updates are completely free. I'd love for them to add all 3, but acting like we deserve that doesn't really help things. I could see these complaints if every update costs money, but since they're free, just come on, guys. We already got the game we paid for. All this stuff is just extra. I agree, the way the mob vote is utilized stinks. Seeing all these cool concepts that get thrown into the trash bin isn't fun, and I think there are way better ways of doing it. The biome vote is a good framework if Mojang wants to improve things. Mojang themselves hinted that they might bring these mods to the game eventually. In the meantime, let's just calm down a bit. Hating on them for trying to give the community some control won't help anything, even if the way they tried to do it is pretty flawed. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. There's been a lot of bad movie marketing this year, but oh boy, it's hard to be worse than the Marvels. Disney was always gonna have a hard time marketing a movie that some have said features
someone who nobody knows, someone who nobody cares about, and someone that nobody particularly likes to star in a movie that absolutely nobody asked for.
But man, did they shoot themselves in the foot. The first real trailer featured some of the worst dialogue I've heard in a very long time.
You can absorb light. I can see it. Cold, no air. Space. You took everything from me.
I mean, could you be more bland if you even tried? Then, the final trailer came out filled with clips from Avengers Endgame as if to say, hey, remember when Marvel was good? Go watch the new movie that's not! The worst for me was that they, for some reason, decided that an 8-hour live stream of cats in a room was a great way to market their film. Yeah, Marvel, this is exactly what we want. This was always going to be a tough one to sell, but yeah, I don't really think it worked. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Most female superheroes stink. Let me explain before you comment. I swear I can explain this. The reason audiences loved Captain America, Thor, and Iron Man was because they all started out as flawed characters with challenges they had to overcome. All of the original Avengers and loads of future ones had demons in their past and were scarred by things they'd done. Now, most of the original ones have been ruined or replaced by new heroes that just stink. Captain Marvel, for example. Her biggest challenge to overcome was that nobody believed in her, so she proved them all wrong by being more powerful than anyone expected. Yay! There was no mountain for her to climb and no flaws to fix, which I think is a big reason she didn't land with audiences very well. She-Hulk was even worse. She had no challenges, no drive to help anyone, and she just bashed other people who were trying to help her. Female superheroes can be done right. Wonder Woman and a pre-Multiverse of Madness Scarlet Witch are great examples, but if Marvel refuses to give them flaws just to make them seem more powerful, it just drains them of any relatability or character growth. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. So the Marvel's director came out and slammed her audience for being sexist and racist for not liking her movie. This keeps happening again and again in Hollywood today. Listen, people didn't hate The Rings of Power because it featured women. They hated it because it felt like fanfiction that mishandled the property. People didn't hate Moses Ingram's character in Obi-Wan because she was black. They hated her character because she was poorly written. And people aren't hating the Marvels because it's a female superhero movie. They're hating it because, just like all recent Marvel movies, it's a sad last gasp of a universe that keeps proving why it should have ended after Endgame. Directors, if you're listening, you might want to stop hating your audience. We're the ones that watch your films, and we can choose to spend our money elsewhere. Also, if you enjoyed any of the things I mentioned, don't let my opinions change yours. Those are just my thoughts, so please tell me yours in the comments. The character selection in Mario Kart stinks. Sure, you've got your Marios, Bowsers, and Peaches, and Mario Kart 8 added some nice non-Mario characters, but then 8 of the 50 characters are Bowser Jr.'s. There's 3 versions of Mario, 4 if you count Baby Mario, and multiple horrible Peach variants. Meanwhile, Mario Kart Tour features 256 characters, many of which are just as bad as the Peach variants, but several are fun Mario enemies we've never seen in the mainline franchise. I think there's 2 ways Nintendo can fix this problem. One option, just call the next one Nintendo Kart and throw in a Smash Bros amount of characters from all kinds of franchises. Option 2 is a bit more interesting. Feature 40 to 60 characters, but make most of them Mario only, just because it feels weird to include Link without including Kirby and Captain Falcon. Then you could use the coins you collect while racing to buy different skins for each character. I personally think actually spending the coins sounds better than just unlocking car parts. And it would make Pink Gold Peach a skin instead of a waste of space clogging up the character select screen. Option 2 would add most of the characters and skins from Tour to the game, but option 1 adds Kirby. I'd like either personally, but what about you? Tell me in the comments. Why do I hate Disney? You'll notice I've slandered Disney a bit so far, and the reason I'm not a fan is because I just genuinely don't trust this company. And if the new report is true, my worst suspicions could in fact be confirmed. If you've been paying attention to the news recently, you've probably heard about Disney's current legal battle with Florida Governor DeSantis. Long story short, Disney World had special privileges the other parks didn't get, like tax benefits and the ability to ignore certain building codes, and DeSantis took those privileges away. The governor also installed a board to monitor Disney, and the board has seemingly found some pretty shady stuff. According to the new report, Disney used taxpayer money to give the last few groups of board members free passes and benefits to sway their opinions on certain legislation, which is definitely illegal. Listen, I take all news nowadays with a huge grain of salt, but if even half the stuff the report says is true, then Disney is in a lot of hot water. This is a pretty simple version of what happened. There's a lot of legal stuff I can't fit into one short, so I'll link some articles I used in the description. Check them out if you're interested. Just remember, if you're having a bad day, thank God you're not Bob Iger. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Here's 5 movies you didn't know were coming in 2024. El Muerto. Yet another Venomverse movie. This one stars Bad Bunny as a wrestler who gains superpowers. I wish I could make this stuff up. Apparently there's been some drama around this movie though, so don't be surprised if it gets delayed. A Quiet Place Day 1. This is a prequel to A Quiet Place, going over what happened the day the aliens arrived. The plot is currently kept under wraps, but it looks like the family from the original movies will not appear. Borderlands. Based on the Borderlands game series, this movie features Jack Black. He's got a good history of helping video game movies perform well, so we'll see how this goes. Lord of the Rings, War of the Rohirrim. A prequel to the Lord of the Rings, explaining the untold story of Helm's Deep. This is apparently going to be animated, so depending on the artwork, it could be pretty interesting. Mufasa the Lion King. A prequel to the Lion King remake about Simba's dad. There's so many prequels on this list, but this one is the worst. We've gotten to the point where they've started making prequels of remakes. Nobody asked for this. Anyways, those are the upcoming movies that caught my eye. What are you excited for in 2024? Tell me in the comments. Suggested passwords are the dumbest thing ever invented. You know what I'm talking about. Every single website today requires you to have an account, and each account needs its own password. In recent years, whenever you're trying to come up with a password, the website will usually suggest one for you, and they're garbage. TH7/NX and -X and V8YT4. This isn't a word, this is absolute nonsense. How on earth are you supposed to remember this? Are we robots? Have we degraded so much as society that we can't even speak human language anymore? As dumb as they are, they're still not as bad as the password requirements websites have nowadays. Having to include an uppercase letter, number, and some random kind of symbol doesn't help your password to be more unique. It means all passcodes fit in the same box. Admit it, when they told you to add punctuation, you just added a question mark to your usual password and then got mad a month later when the website wouldn't let you in. I know this is kind of a nitpick, but I only cover the essentials on this channel. I'm canceling the passcode union. Does any of this bother you as well? Tell me in the comments. There's two trends that have gripped Hollywood in recent years. One is the action Santa genre that gift wraps a new bloodfest for us each holiday season, but the other one is the current trend of turning a childhood character into a murderous fiend. This child icon horror genre, as I call it, was birthed by Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, quickly followed by the Mean One, and now there's a flood of kid favorite killers on the market. Is this a good thing? I thought Blood and Honey was a fun, creative take on an old character, but this might all be a bit too much. The scripts to these films are all very similar and pretty boring by horror film standards. They're just bland horror movies wrapped with a character we all know just to make it sell a bit better. I think if these movies used their characters as more than just a marketing ploy, maybe we'd get some decent movies. Just refine the plot a little bit and add in a few special scares and you've got yourself a really fun film. Instead, when you inevitably see Tarzan the Tormentor and Dumbo Pain and Suffering come out, expect a movie you've already seen wrapped in the dead skin of a character you loved as a child. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. I've been a bit negative recently, so here's one good thing about every Phase 4 Marvel film. Black Widow. Her family was consistently funny. I genuinely believe Yelena is the greatest character we've gotten since Endgame. Shang-Chi. I loved Sean's powers, story, and dynamic with his father. He's a character I'm truly excited to see officially join the Avengers. Eternals. Feels like the Avengers cared as much about this movie as we did, seeing as none of them showed up to stop a world-ending Titan. I mean, seriously, you're telling me Doctor Strange didn't know a Celestial was crawling out of the Earth? Spider-Man. The fact that we got all 3 generations of Spider-Man together in one movie is still mind-blowing. Probably the best thing that came out of Phase 4. Doctor Strange. The John Krasinski cameo was a really fun nod to the fans, showing that somebody at Marvel cares, if you ignore the rest of the movie. Thor. The scene where Jane was dying of cancer and Thor told her not to sacrifice herself was a surprisingly touching moment. Shame it meant nothing. Black Panther. The opening Marvel logo was a beautiful tribute to Chadwick. It honestly gave me chills. Also, I haven't laughed this much in ages. Those are my thoughts though. What did you like about Phase 4? Tell me in the comments. I don't loop shorts. If you've been watching YouTube shorts for a while now, you've definitely run across looped shorts. That term is used when a shorts creator makes their video end in a way where it seems like the video is still going, but really it's just started from the beginning all over again. It's a tactic to trick people into watching just a bit longer than they usually would, and I think it's horrible. I don't want to trick people into watching more of my video than they want to. If someone's gonna watch my content, I want it to be because they like the content, not because I use cheap tricks. Besides, most loops are just cheesy. I think there are some shorts creators that do it well. Dano Draws loops never annoy me for some reason, but other people just miss the mark. I'm sorry, Matt Pat, your theories are amazing, but your loops need work. I've genuinely unsubscribed from people after a badly used loop because it annoys me so much. Yes, I am that petty. Anyways, those are my thoughts. Does this annoy you too? Tell me in the comments, now that you know why I don't loop shorts. If you've been watching YouTube shorts for a while now, you've definitely... Starry Soda is so funny to me. In case you missed it, Sierra Mist, which is basically Pepsi's version of Sprite, was rebranded to Starry over the course of the last year. The name's decent, the color scheme is a step up from Sierra Mist's, but a bit too close to Walmart's version of Sprite in my opinion. The funny part though was their marketing campaign. The slogan for Pepsi's amazing, stellar new soda contender was, "It hits different." What does that even mean? If that's supposed to mean it tastes radically different from the rest of the lemon lime sodas, I'm sorry to say it, but they all taste pretty darn similar. I don't even think they changed the Sierra Mist formula, so hits different is completely meaningless. Hot take, the aforementioned Twist Up from Walmart is better than Sprite and Starry anyways. Again though, those are just my thoughts. Do you prefer Starry or Sprite? Tell me in the comments. What's gonna happen to Max in Stranger Things? Last we saw her, Max's heart was restarted by 11, but it seems like her brain or soul might not have recovered. So what happens next? I've got 2 theories. Vecna said that every person that the Upside Down has killed has become a part of him, and Max has sadly joined that group. Lucky for her though, she's the only one that still happens to have a living body. 11 has already proven that she can jump into Vecna's mind, so I imagine a heart-wrenching scene where he shows her the souls of all his victims, and 11 uses her powers to wrench Max's soul from his grasp and return her to her body. Obviously her body's beaten up, I'm pretty sure she'd be blind and possibly in a wheelchair, but she'd still be alive. My second theory is much darker. They kick off season 5 by pulling the plug on Max's life support, which would be followed by her funeral. Too many shows bring dead people back, so a scene this dark would send a statement that not everybody's gonna make it out this time. Theory 1 seems more likely, but theory 2 would hit harder. Anyways, that's just a theory. What do you think is gonna happen in season 5? Tell me in the comments. Who's most likely gonna die in Stranger Things season 5? The Duffer Brothers have said that season 5 is the finale, and I expect there shall be many character deaths. But who has the highest chance of dying? I think Mike, Nancy, Robin, Jonathan, and Dustin are all probably gonna be okay. Lucas, though, I think he won't die unless there's some kind of soul trade where he sacrifices himself for Max. Hopper fake died already, so I'd say they're not gonna kill him again. He and Joyce will probably be fine. I don't think Will's gonna make it though. He might end up being sort of a Horcrux for Vecna, where he has to die for Vecna to be killed. 11 also seems poised to make a huge sacrifice. It would be poetic for her and Vecna to die fighting each other. I firmly believe though, the character that's most likely to die is Steve. The Duffer Brothers have a talent for murdering fan favorites, and I don't think they could resist the opportunity to try and outdo Eddie's death. Yes, I genuinely think the shock value alone is enough for them to pull the trigger on everybody's favorite babysitter. I'm already stealing myself for the inevitable. Anyways, those are my thoughts. Who do you think is gonna die in Stranger Things Season 5? Tell me in the comments. Why aren't lightsaber fights cool anymore? With the abundance of Star Wars shows and movies on the market today, we've gotten more lightsaber fights in the past few years than we'd ever had before. Since The Last Jedi though, fans have been growing less and less satisfied every time we get an on-screen duel. Are fans making a big deal out of nothing, or have the quality of lightsaber fights actually diminished? I think the fans are right. The fights are structured to make the main characters look flashy and cool, but if you look at anybody else in the scene, it all falls apart. The Red Guard scene is one of my favorite scenes in The Last Jedi, but it's admittedly horribly directed. The guards flail around for no reason, and one of them kneels down to be beheaded. Ahsoka has some bad duels as well. There's a scene where she destroys TIE fighters, which looks cool until you realize the ships had no reason to fly down except to die. The reason these fights stink now is because characters make choices that only make sense when you realize, oh, they wrote it that way to make it look cool. There's still some good fights here and there. The spear versus lightsaber duel in Mando Season 2 was exhilarating. But on the whole, lightsaber duels have indeed declined in quality. It doesn't help that lightsaber impalement isn't fatal anymore. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Santa is basically American mythology. When Greece and Rome fell, their civilizations crumbled, but their stories and tales lived on to the point where Zeus and Neptune are still prevalent characters that everybody knows. 1,000 years from now, what stories would America be known for? I've heard people point out that Batman and Superman are our versions of the Greek gods, and while I think those stories would pass through generations, the fictional character that plays the biggest role in our culture is Santa. Every child knows that Santa lives in the North Pole, climbs down chimneys, and gives kids presents. Everybody knows the stories of Rudolph and Frosty. Heck, even just A Christmas Carol and The Grinch have been told so many times that I'm sure they would transcend the generations. We've pretty much got our own pantheon of Christmas characters by now. I realize that Santa's not a purely American invention, but America does seem to shine the biggest light on him every year, so the stories of a fat, red-suited man would definitely outlive our country. So yeah, while he's not really the first character you think of when you think America, he's easily one of the biggest parts of our culture. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What Grinch movie is the greatest? The story of the Grinch has been adapted into 3 different movies, 4 if you count the mean one, and they all have good arguments for and against why they're the best Grinch movie. The original cartoon from the 60s is the most classic and was worked on by Dr. Seuss himself, meaning it's the closest to the source material. The downside is it's easily the shortest, barely even qualifying as a movie. Jim Carrey's take on the character is beloved for its irreverent comedy, incredible costume design, and extremely quotable dialogue, but it's definitely the adaptation that follows the original story the worst. Illumination's animated take on the Grinch modernizes the tale well, has a clean art style, and tweaks the story just enough that it feels fresh without losing what makes the Grinch special in the first place. Sadly, it's criticized for having a watered-down Grinch that doesn't feel mean enough, and the plot plays it pretty safe. So which one's the best? I enjoy the Jim Carrey one the most, but I think the original cartoon tells the story best. In other words, they're all good for different reasons, so there's no bad Grinch movie so far. Except the mean one. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Die Hard is totally a Christmas film. People constantly argue about whether Die Hard should count as a Christmas film or not. It's just an action movie that takes place on Christmas, they all say. I see what they're saying, but they're all wrong. Let's compare 2 films, Home Alone and Die Hard. Both take place around the Christmas season. Both films set up scenarios that wouldn't have happened if it weren't Christmas time. Family leaving on vacation, party at business. Both have themes about family and fixing broken or wounded relationships. And yet one is a Christmas movie, but the other isn't? Well, Santa has to be in it for it to be considered a Christmas movie? Then what about A Christmas Carol? Extremely Christmassy story, 0 Santa involvement. Okay, well, Die Hard is only considered a Christmas movie because it happens to happen on Christmas. Well then, if that's the criteria, It's a Wonderful Life shouldn't be a Christmas movie. They don't even mention Christmas until way late in the film. I also just rewatched Die Hard and counted exactly 34 references to Christmas, so if you're still not convinced, I can't help you. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Is Marvel done with Kang? Jonathan Majors, the actor for Kang the Conqueror in the MCU, has had multiple allegations thrown at him recently, and he was just convicted and will be serving jail time. Disney has since officially fired him from the MCU. What does that mean for Marvel? Kang has been heralded as the next Avengers-level threat. The next Avengers film is even named after him. So there's 2 ways they can go. They can pull a Fantastic Beasts and recast recast him, which would be weird but could be explained, or pull a Rise of Skywalker and course correct so hard that we all get whiplash. Rumors have been leaking for a bit that they've been considering replacing Kang with Doctor Doom as the next big bad, but would that work after they've spent so much time on Kang? Me personally, I don't think anything's gonna work. Kang was never even close to a Thanos level threat. He's been defeated twice by minor characters, whereas it took half the Avengers to even touch Thanos.
All that for a drop of blood.
I checked out on the MCU a long time ago, so whether they recast or replace him, I still think Avengers 5 will be garbage. Either way, Disney handled the situation better than DC would have. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Godzilla -1 just destroyed Hollywood. I watched Japan's newest Godzilla movie recently, and it was everything American cinema wants to be. The plot was well-paced, the characters were fleshed out, and it had a deep, well-written theme about sacrifice and the value of life, while still delivering absolutely stunning set-piece moments full of carnage. I saw Godzilla vs. Kong in theaters too, and liked it for its action and explosions, but the plot and characters were just vessels to make things blow up. -1 proves you can have incredible set pieces without sacrificing storytelling and themes. What delivers the knockout blow to Hollywood though? The budget. This movie cost $15 million to make. 15 million! Hollywood blockbusters today typically cost 10 to 20 times that number and look horrible. Meanwhile, this movie looks just fine. Hollywood, whatever you're doing, stop it. You can't keep making movies like this when we can have 10 -1s for the same price. If American cinema dies, this will be the reason. Inflated budgets, inflated egos, and relying on IP over story to sell your garbage movies. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. And go watch Godzilla if you want a reminder of what these movies could be. What's the most underrated Christmas movie? Everyone's got their list of Christmas favorites they rewatch every year, but what amazing movies don't get near enough credit? Barely anybody ever mentions Arthur's Christmas, Aardman's only non-claymation film. It's heartwarming, surprising, and way funnier than it deserves to be. Honestly, it's not just the best Aardman movie, it's the best Santa movie ever made. Another favorite in my household is Home Alone 2. Yeah, it's the exact same plot from the original, but taken further in every single category, and it's hilarious. You can't watch the Angels with Filthier Souls scene and not wish we'd gotten more Kevin McAllister movies. I actually enjoy watching Home Alone 2 more than 1 at this point. Also, it's got Trump, so take that as you will. The most underrated Christmas movie, though? It's A Wonderful Life. It's the most well-liked of the films I've mentioned so far, but doesn't get near enough praise today. It's rare to see a movie so powerful and so timeless. Movies just don't get made like this one anymore. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What Christmas movies do you think are underrated? Tell me in the comments. What's the best version of A Christmas Carol? I've complained that there's too many Grinch films before, but The Grinch has nothing on A Christmas Carol. Charles Dickens' beloved classic has been adapted into not 1, not 2, but 24 different movies. That includes the Bugs Bunny version, the Flintstones version, the Mickey version, and that one with Nicolas Cage as Marley. The first Christmas Carol movie came out in 1901 and was called Marley's Ghost. It was then followed by several black and white versions, each doing their own slight spin on the tale, but nothing too crazy. Now we live in a world where everyone from Patrick Stewart to Bill Murray has played Scrooge. Heck, even the Grinch himself got his moment to play old Ebenezer. Why does Jim Carrey always get to play the most horrifying looking Christmas characters? Which one's the best? My personal favorite will always be the Muppet version, where Michael Caine plays Scrooge and Gonzo narrates as Dickens. It's funny, heartfelt, and has some genuinely great music. The Christmas Carol adaptations aren't slowing down either, since we got both Spirited and Netflix's Scrooge last year. It's already the most adapted story of all time and shows no sign of stopping anytime soon. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. Do you have a favorite version? Tell me in the comments. Has our culture lost the spirit of Christmas? Violence is the current trend in Christmas films. Marketing tells you Christmas can't be fun unless you've got the new iPhone or the new Lexus. Have we forgotten what Christmas is really about? Older Christmas movies made sure to remind us about the importance of family, not the importance of stuff, like the new tasteless Grinch commercial Walmart made this year. Except that's not even the true meaning of Christmas. I was watching Illumination's Grinch movie the other day and was kinda surprised when they included the song God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen, especially the line, Remember Christ our Savior was born on Christmas Day. It's not cool anymore to talk about Jesus or how him being born is the reason we celebrate Christmas in the first place. Movies are totally okay to set Santa up as a godlike being, but we aren't allowed to focus on the Son of God himself. It's slightly frustrating to see characters like the Grinch and Scrooge get so close to figuring out the true meaning of Christmas, and yet they miss out on it. I'm not trying to say Illumination's Grinch is a full-on Christian movie, but the inclusion of that song surprised me in a very good way. In the hubbub and craziness of this Christmas season, just try to remember the reason we celebrate in the first place. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. And have a Merry Christmas.
Why did so many movies flop in 2023? While we had our share of blockbusters, most films that expected to rake in cash flopped horrendously. Aside from 2 standouts, superhero movies performed terribly this year. That can mostly be attributed to Marvel movies being garbage and DC outright
by telling audiences, hey guys, movies this year don't count. Other movies were barely even marketed. Did you remember that we got a full-on DreamWorks movie this summer? Me neither. And of course, anything attached to Disney was bound to fail, partially due to audiences becoming more cynical of the company, and partially because none of their movies were worth watching. But why did some movies do so well while others died horrible deaths? I think it mainly comes down to the price of tickets. Movies are targeted towards families because the bigger the group, the more tickets you can sell. And since tickets are becoming more and more expensive, people are choosing to only watch the biggest movie of the month. That's why D&D, Mission Impossible, and Fast and Furious failed. They went up against Barbie and Mario and were obliterated. Although that wouldn't even be much of a problem if these movies could get their budgets in order. It's hard to make money on your movie when you need $500 million to break even, and with less people going to theaters, $500 million is a lot to ask. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Is Skibidi Toilet dead? In case you missed it, earlier this year, YouTube got taken over by these weird and slightly horrifying videos about singing heads coming out of toilets. The videos started out as memes, but quickly progressed into a violent war between the Skibidis, the sentient toilets named for the songs they sang, and the camera people. To say that these videos broke YouTube is an understatement. The channel that created them gained subscribers at a faster rate than MrBeast, and each video got hundreds of millions of views. The internet is a harsh mistress though, so has the legend of Skibidi Toilet died off? While the videos aren't hitting the 100 million view mark much anymore, Skibidi Toilet is anything but dead. Each video regularly gains between 5 to 50 million views, and many other creators have started making their own Skibidi content to jump on the trend. Skibidi Toilet has also been inducted into the pantheon of horrifying YouTube Kids characters. A dubious honor, but an honor nonetheless. I think the views have waned slightly because the videos stretch into multi-part sagas now, and because no trend lasts forever, but Skibidi is, for now at least, here to stay. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What's gonna be the best movie of 2024? 2023 had some incredible movies. Guardians, Spider-Verse, Mission Impossible, D&D, and Mario were all definitely worth a watch. Is there anything on the 2024 schedule that looks as good? I looked at the upcoming slate of movies, and I gotta say, I'm not feeling it. The next parts of the Mission Impossible and Spider-Verse series have been pushed into 2025 or further. Heck, the strikes delayed most of the movies that were going to come out next year. Add in the incredible amount of remakes and needless sequels, and I'm just not excited for anything. Except there's one movie that has the potential to be amazing. I mentioned the Lord of the Rings animated movie a few shorts ago, but let me present two scenarios for this movie. Option 1, it's an animated movie with a Spider-Verse-ish art style, gritty characters, and incredible battle sequences. It's supposed to be based on the history of Helm's Deep, so if they kick the battles and animation style up to 11, this could be the greatest Lord of the Rings project in decades. Option 2 is it's as bad as the Rings of Power. That does seem more likely, but remember, the same studio that made Spider-Verse gave us Morbius. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What movies are you excited for? Tell me in the comments. Is MrBeast just Cocomelon for an older audience? I had a very interesting conversation with my mother recently. I was talking about how MrBeast engineers his videos to keep the maximum amount of view retention possible, and she pointed out that I'd been complaining about Cocomelon doing the exact same thing. It's true. I think Cocomelon fills its videos with so many cuts and bright colors that it overstimulates kids and keeps them in a trance-like addictive state. Similarly, MrBeast's videos have hundreds of cuts and effects so that there's always something new to look at. So does that mean MrBeast is just a teen's equivalent to Cocomelon? Not quite. MrBeast videos are the fast food of content. You're not learning something cool or hearing an opinion like you would in a Mark Rober or Game Theory video, but his content is fun in the same way as a game show or American Ninja Warrior episode. I think Cocomelon, and anything else on YouTube Kids, only attributes to brain rot. At the end of the day, MrBeast is definitely superior to Cocomelon, but watching loads of either one is a bad idea. They're engineered to make you keep watching, so instead of giving in to the impulse to watch just one more video, go outside or read a book. There's a lot more to the world than just YouTube. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. PopCap's death is one of the saddest in gaming history. Whether you're a gamer or not, you've almost certainly seen a PopCap game at some point. They created Peggle, Zuma, Plants vs. Zombies, and of course, Bejeweled. The studio consistently pumped out unique, engaging games that could easily be played and enjoyed by everyone. So what happened to them? EA. Electronic Arts, one of the biggest gaming publishers, saw how successful PopCap had become and offered to buy the studio. Back when PopCap was making unique games, microtransactions weren't really a thing, but oh boy, EA changed that pretty fast. Plants vs. Zombies 2 has several different in-game currencies you can use to buy more plants, all of which can be bought with real money. The game also has grind-heavy side modes and, on an unrelated note, a vastly inferior art style. The EA-regulated PopCap has also made card-based and third-person shooter variations of Plants vs. Zombies, but the spark that made them special is nowhere to be seen. It's so sad to watch one of the most inventive and creative companies get bought out and become so corporate. The only remainder of what once was is the licenses EA has squeezed every drop of money from. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Across the Spider-Verse handled cameos better than No Way Home. I think it's safe to say Spider-Man No Way Home was less of a movie and more of an event. Seeing all three generations of Spider-Man together in one movie was one of the greatest fan moments of all time. Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire then appeared in cameo roles in Across the Spider-Verse, which was also amazing. But how was it better? As much as I love No Way Home, the plot kinda stinks. Things roll along
long only to make the cameo characters show up to do their thing. In fact, let's remove the cameos. What do we have left? Imagine two random multiversal spider dudes show up as Spider-Man instead of Andrew and Tobey. Sure, the memory spell at the end is a touching scene, and Peter dealing with Aunt May's death still hits hard, but I think we can all agree that without the older generations of Spidey, this movie would be the weakest of the three. On the other hand, if you replace Tobey and Andrew's cameos in Spider-Verse with, I don't know, a claymation Spider-Man or something, you don't lose anything. Don't get me wrong, No Way Home is still my favorite Phase 4 movie, but you have to watch tons of other movies to get the most out of it. Whereas Spider-Verse stands on its own as a deep and touching story. That's why it handles cameos better. They're fun additions to the story, not a core component. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Should we be worried about Spider-Man 4? People love Tom Holland's Home trilogy, and for a good reason. They're fun movies. For every fan though, the Home trilogy does have its detractors, and some of them have a pretty good point. So far, Tom Holland's Spider-Man has kinda stayed in the shadows of those around him instead of having completely standalone stories. Homecoming was about him trying to show Iron Man he could take on the big challenges on his own. Iron Man's shadow got even bigger in Far From Home, where Spidey had to prove he was worthy of being the next Iron Man-like figure. And No Way Home should be pretty obvious. Most people watch that for the cameos instead of watching it for Tom Holland himself. You could argue that, yeah, as a kid, Tom Holland's Spider-Man has been learning the ropes, and now after the events of No Way Home, he'll finally be on his own, and we can get a fully Spider-Man reliant story. Except, all the rumors are saying that the MCU's Spider-Man 4 will be about Spider-Man and Daredevil teaming up to defeat Kingpin. Me personally, I don't really care if this means Tom Holland won't get a fully standalone Spidey movie anytime soon. If Charlie Cox's Daredevil is even half as cool as he was in the show, Spider-Man 4 is gonna be a great movie. Anyways, as usual, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Please tell me in the comments. What did the DCEU get right? The DC Cinematic Universe is dead. I could go on and on and on and on and on about how DC did everything horribly, but we'd be here all day. So instead, let's be positive, shall we? Certain casting choices were incredible. Gal Gadot's Wonder Woman was spot on, Jason Momoa's take on Aquaman rocked, and Henry Cavill made a good, if slightly boring Superman. The DCEU also produced some pretty fun movies. I'm a huge fan of Shazam, and I loved both the original Wonder Woman and Aquaman movies too. Heck, even The Flash is a fun film, if you ignore the horror stories that come with it. Zack Snyder's Justice League opened the door for more alternate takes on bad movies, even though I don't like either version of the film. But in the end, I think what the DCEU will be remembered best for was how fun it was to watch the whole thing collapse. I don't know about you, but I'll kind of miss watching this studio flounder around trying to replicate the Marvel magic without understanding why people liked those movies in the first place. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What were the worst parts of the DCEU? DC gave us 15 movies of varying quality before throwing in the towel and rebooting, and we got loads of garbage before they gave up. But what were the worst stories? Where do I even begin? They waited only 5 years before rebooting Suicide Squad, leaving us in a world where we have to clarify which one we're talking about. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson decided Black Adam was too important to fight Shazam, demanding that DC should set up a battle between him and Superman, which significantly impacted Shazam 2. Flash's actor Ezra Miller went on a violent rampage, and Warner Brothers defended him, even considering making a Flash sequel. Henry Cavill's Superman was fired, rehired, and then fired again. Johnny Depp got fired from Fantastic Beasts, but Amber Heard kept her role in Aquaman, even though the courts ruled against her. Shazam's actor Zachary Levi had a meltdown on Twitter, demanding that people go watch his failing Shazam sequel. And Justice League was so bad they gave it a facelift a few years after people stopped caring. Really, I don't think DC could have done a worse job, although Sony is trying. So will their rebooted universe succeed? I don't think so. DC's mess of a universe has left such a bad taste in everyone's mouths, I'll be surprised if they can even kickstart a second. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. DC has a huge problem that could kill their new universe before it even begins. I've already gone over why DC's cinematic universe failed, but I didn't mention one of the biggest reasons nobody cared about it. You wanna guess how many Batman there have been in the last 12 years alone? 6. That includes the Dark Knight version, the DCEU version, Michael Keaton's cameo in The Flash, Robert Pattinson's version, the Gotham version, and even the Lego one. And aside from Michael Keaton, none are connected to any other Batman. DC has so many universes and unconnected movies running alongside their main universe that most audiences are just confused. Are Joaquin Phoenix's Joker and Robert Pattinson's Batman ever gonna meet? Of course not. So which one's related to Margot Robbie's Harley Quinn? Neither, of course. Okay, but which one was in Suicide Squad? Which Suicide Squad? Marvel has a few universes happening at once, but that's because different properties are owned by different studios. DC did this to themselves. It stinks when I ask people their favorite DC Universe movie and they answer The Dark Knight. The worst part, DC has not learned their lesson. Their new rebooted universe is keeping some characters but moving on from others. DC, listen, either throw everything away or just don't reboot at all. Audiences are confused enough as it is. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Does Disney have any faith in Echo? If you had no idea a new Marvel show comes out in 4 days, you wouldn't be alone. Disney's done barely anything to promote it, and I think they're bracing for it to fail. So far, each Marvel show has either focused on a character people like or a new character they're introducing. Echo is neither. It's about Echo, the deaf indigenous woman with a prosthetic leg from Hawkeye. Why would Disney pick a character nobody really remembered or cared about to have their own show?
I think I just answered that question.
Who is this show for? Not comic lovers, because the director decided her powers in the comics were lame and replaced them with something we'll see once the show comes out. Oh wait, Kingpin and Daredevil are in it. This is what screams desperation desperation to me the most. They know nobody cares about Echo, so to get people watching, they bait them with watered-down variations of incredible Netflix characters. Oh, and instead of releasing weekly installments as they usually do, Disney's dropping the whole series on the same day on both Disney Plus and Hulu. If that's not desperation, I don't know what is. Could it be good? Yeah, there's always a chance. I've got nothing against the character, I just don't have any reason to care about her at all yet. But with all these choices Disney's made, it feels like they're trying to sweep the show under the rug. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Having a good pilot episode matters. Ask anyone, and they'll probably tell you that the third season of The Mandalorian stinks. The dialogue was horrid, good characters were butchered, Baby Yoda had no real reason to return, and Mando became a side character in his own show. I could tell something was off with the show by the first episode for one main reason. The pilot was horrible. Pilots are important. They set the stage for the whole season, and their job is to show people why they should care and keep watching. Mando Season 1 did an incredible job. Remember, Rise of Skywalker had just happened, and Star Wars was at its lowest point it had been in years, so Disney had a lot riding on the show, and it delivered. Episode 1 featured incredible fight scenes, a compelling main character, Baby Yoda's appearance, and just felt like Star Wars. I was totally hooked. Season 2's pilot had the sandworm battle and revealed that Boba Fett was still alive, both incredible things that kept people invested. Season 3, on the other hand, had Mando fix his ship and fight a few boring pirates. The way Mando seasons are structured, you always have a few low points, but kicking the season off with a dud set the bar low, and the rest of the show sadly followed suit. Scriptwriters, pilots matter. I never finished Andor because the pilot stank, even though people say it gets good later on. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. Do pilots matter to you too? Tell me in the comments. Is the new Star Wars movie actually going to happen? Disney recently announced the director for the next Star Wars movie, and she's exactly the opposite of what they need right now. The movie's going to be about Rey, everybody's favorite character, and the director has been very clear that she doesn't like men and wants them to know it.
I like to make men uncomfortable. I enjoy making men uncomfortable.
And we're in 2024 now, and it's about time that we have a woman come forward to shape a story in a galaxy far, far away.
Needless to say, when you tell half of your audience that you hate them, they probably won't show up. Just look at the Marvels. And then she can pull out the "you're all sexist bigots" card Hollywood loves using. Disney really needs a win after the flop fest of 2023, but a Star Wars movie led by a controversial character and a spiteful director proves they don't care if people hate them. Disney will keep choosing people that align with their worldview even if it kills them. But will this movie actually happen? There have been several directors chosen for potential Star Wars movies, and none of those came to fruition. If Disney's got any brains left, they'll axe this movie, but Marvel and Star Wars recent outputs prove that brains are in short supply. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Why are there 6 Ice Age movies? Somehow Ice Age is the animation series with the most theatrical sequels. Give it a year or so though, Toy Story's getting there. And these movies are the definition of bland. They're the Madagascar or over the hedge of prehistory, meandering around accomplishing nothing. So why did they make 6 then? I think the heart and soul of the series, the one element they got right, was Scrat. Scrat, the ugly squirrel who just really wants his acorn, is a perfect example of simple humor done right. He's wildly exaggerated, makes strange noises, and is never allowed to complete his goal of getting his acorn back.
And he's hilarious.
And Blue Sky knows it too. He was ingrained in their logo, much like the Minions are for Illumination. While the quality of Ice Age movies greatly deteriorated as the series went on, Scrat's misadventures only got better. Disney, if you're listening, you own the Ice Age license. Make Scrat shorts for Disney Plus. You already did? Then give us more. Or bring Scrat back for pre-movie shorts like you did for The Simpsons that one time. Scrat's the only reason Ice Age lasted so long, so please give us more of the poor little guy. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. The new Percy Jackson book is actually really good. I've been disappointed by many books that try to add to completed series recently, so when I heard there was a new Percy Jackson book, my expectations were set pretty low. Thankfully though, Chalice of the Gods is exactly what a new Percy Jackson book needed to be. It's just about Percy going on a quest with his 2 best friends and all the hijinks that ensue. He wants to get into college, but because he's not even supposed to exist, being Poseidon's son and all, the gods don't want to let him into god school, so he needs letters of recommendation from a few different gods. I love it because it's so low stakes. Instead of setting up this huge world-ending crisis or sowing unnecessary tension, it just spends time to build on characters you already know and love. I never read the sequel series and I didn't need to. Chalice of the Gods is pretty much just about the core characters from the original books, and that's one of its strong suits. It's clever, well-paced, and almost cozy. It captures the essence of the original so well, it didn't even feel like years had passed. If you grew up with the Percy Jackson books, I'd totally suggest giving this one a try. It's a lot of fun. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. Is the new Percy Jackson show any good? I haven't seen it yet. Please, tell me in the comments. Coke freestyle machines are a human rights violation. You remember back in the day when we had beautiful, simple soda fountains, 6 to 10 drinks in an ice machine, all on tap to enjoy? Well, Coke had a different idea and sidelined traditional fountains for the newfangled Coke freestyle, a device that sounds great on paper but was mangled in execution. 30 plus drinks, each with 8 plus flavor varieties, all from one machine. I mean, who wouldn't want that? The problem is they just don't taste good. Having 100 different drinks all come from the same singular faucet means the more powerful flavors linger, ruining the experience for everyone. I can't tell you how many times I've gotten Sprite that just tastes like root beer or grape flavor. Even without the flavor overlap, the general quality of every drink goes way down. Trust me, you'd probably taste the difference between a fountain Coke and a freestyle Coke in a few seconds. And since the machine has to include a bunch of different flavors, it runs out of certain sodas more than your typical soda fountain would. Yes, some freestyles are better than others. Your Five Guys will always have a better machine than Zaxby's or Wendy's, but a good freestyle is still a freestyle. At the end of the day, I'd rather have 8 good sodas than 100 bad ones. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Are skins in games getting too expensive? People are mad at Apex Legends right now for adding a cosmetic item that costs $300, which they say is way overpriced. Many complain that the typical $160 price tag these events usually carry would fit much better. I'll do you one better. All skins in games are overpriced. Spending money on digital cosmetics is, at the end of the day, a waste of money. Take the Apex event, for example. I absolutely love some of the Final Fantasy themed skins, and I hope I unlock a few. But are any worth real money? No! All they are a bunch of pixels on a screen that don't have any gameplay value. Spending money on flashing lights to play dress up is insane, and yet millions of people do it every day. Let me give you a tip. If you care enough about these pretty pixels, you can get a good amount of them for free. I've played Apex for years, and I've gotten several battle passes, an heirloom, one of those $160 items I mentioned, and high-level skins for every gun and character in the game without spending a single dime. I think as a reward for playing or grinding or completing challenges, skins are pretty amazing. But the second you feel tempted to pay even $1 for one, just move on. They're not worth that, and they're certainly not worth $300. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Another new Star Wars movie has been announced, which will follow The Mandalorian and Baby Yoda. It will release after Mando Season 4, Ahsoka Season 2, and the new Skeleton Crew show. But is it too late? Back when I heard the Mandoverse, all Star Wars shows that connect to The Mandalorian, was going to end with the movie, I was pretty hyped. Doing an Avengers with Star Wars characters sounded like a great move. Since then though, Mando Season 3 was garbage, Ahsoka was boring as crud, and the New Republic show starring Gina Carano was cancelled. So I'll be honest, my excitement has cooled considerably. And I'm not alone. Apparently there was an 80 to 93% drop off in viewership from Mando Season 2 to Season 3, and Ahsoka's viewership suffered as well. Furthermore, the Avengers-style universe idea has flopped hard since The Mandalorian's release in 2019, with the MCU, DCU, SMCU, and most other connected universes falling flat. So while I think the idea was a good one initially, I think it could end up being the Achilles heel of the film. Yeah, your hardcore Star Wars fans still love Ahsoka and will watch all the other shows, but the average moviegoer who maybe watched Mando and probably watched most of the numbered movies will skip on this one because it requires too much homework, and that doesn't even address if the movie will be any good. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Disney killed Mickey Mouse. No, I'm not talking about the new Mickey Mouse horror movies that are being made now that Steamboat Willie's in the public domain. I'm talking about the amazing Mickey Mouse shorts we got on Disney Plus that Disney decided to stop making. If you somehow missed the wonderful world of Mickey Mouse, you've got some homework to do. They took Mickey Mouse and his friends and gave them all steroids. The voice acting in the show is insane. Each of the characters do things with their voice boxes I didn't even think were possible. And the episode concepts were demented. Episode 5 was a Mickey horror film before Disney lost the license. Both Mickey Mouse and Friends and The Wonderful World of Mickey Mouse ran for a while before Disney decided, hey, let's move on. But why? This was the funniest, most energetic, and most amazing Mickey's ever been, and they're just done with him?
Is that you, Walt?
If you ever wonder why I don't like Disney, it's that they can their best projects while greenlighting garbage. If you want to see how great Mickey was, check out Potato Land and House of Tomorrow. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments.
Pluto? Pluto!
You go.
My dog, Pluto.
Is Pixar dying? What was once the greatest animation studio in the world has faltered in recent years. People blame it on their projects being put on Disney Plus instead of into theaters, or their competition getting better. But I think really, their movies have just gotten worse. I'm probably one of the few people that would defend Onward as a great Pixar movie, but it did feel a bit less like a classic than hits like Inside Out and Coco. They followed that with the mediocre films Soul and Luca, and the controversial Turning Red, all dumped onto streaming. Their big, we're back in theaters, guys, movie was unfortunately Lightyear, which was Disney's most hollow and uninteresting movie ever, until Wish, that is. Elemental slowly burned its way into being profitable, but it too was a horribly made movie. Next up is Inside Out 2, their first sequel attempt since the Dark Age began. Will it save them? I don't think so. Like Disney, Pixar is more devoted to sending a message than making good quality films, so I think that the magic that made them so successful for so long seems to have left. They're also unwilling to change their art style. Movies like Spider-Verse and Mutant Mayhem prove what animation can be, but Pixar keeps using its clean but boring style. I'd love to see Pixar come back, but I think their golden age is over. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Am I too negative? If you watch my shorts, you know I criticize Marvel, DC, and Star Wars quite often. Heck, most of my shorts seem to be either critical or just negative. I don't want it to seem like my only goal in life is to laugh as things fail, so let me set something straight. The reason I'm so critical of all these companies is because I know what they can be. Each of these companies have made absolutely incredible products. I love The Mandalorian, which is why watching Season 3 hurt my soul. Wonder Woman and Shazam proved DC could really compete with Marvel, which is why Shazam 2 and Black Adam's failure was so disappointing. And Marvel's the best example. Anything pre-Endgame was a masterpiece, or at least least worth watching, whereas anything now is just sad. Criticism doesn't make you a hater. You usually wouldn't critique something if you weren't a fan of it in the first place. The only way we as an audience can change Hollywood is by our feedback. We have to tell them when they mess up, but also when they get something right. Loads of my shorts have been negative, but when a good movie gets made, I make sure to give it the credit that it deserves. So remember, if I'm being negative, it's because I know things can be better, and I hope my feedback can, in some small way, help things get back on track. Does that mean they'll listen? No, but I can try, you know? Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Are there any critiques you would give modern Hollywood? Tell me in the comments. EA killed the best Battlefield. My dad's favorite shooter of all time is this rinky-dink old Xbox 360 game called Battlefield 1943. It's glitchy, has antiquated graphics, and only has 3 maps, but it's genuinely one of the greatest little shooters of all time. It takes you back to a simpler age of shooter. There's no bullet drop, no fancy grappling hooks or insane upgrades, and no battle pass. Each of the 3 maps have been completely ingrained in my memory. Whether it's the long skinny Guadalcanal or the boomerang-shaped Wake Island, I watched my dad employ every single strategy in the books to capture the flags and win. And yeah, it's janky, but that's part of its charm. This game was incredible, but as with all online shooters, EA finally pulled the plug on it and killed the servers earlier this year. Watching my dad play this game was one of the tentpoles of my childhood, and I don't think I'd have the appreciation for shooters that I have now without this game. So please, let's have a moment of silence for one of the dumbest, jankiest, and most amazing games ever invented. Will the finals kill Apex Legends? Apex's views on YouTube are the lowest they've been in ages, and most creators have switched to the finals, a similarly movement-focused shooter, so is Apex about to die? I don't think the finals will kill Apex yet. First off, Apex and the finals are fundamentally different games. Apex is a battle royale, and the finals is more of a heist game. The only real connection is the fluid movement mechanics. Secondly, Apex's biggest flaw is that it's not updated enough. The finals is made by a smaller company than Respawn, and while they could totally pump out more updates, it is unlikely. And finally, 2 similar games can coexist. Apex was thought to be a Fortnite killer, and yet neither game has killed the other. For those reasons, I think Apex is safe for now. But we'll know more in 3 months. Apex's anniversary season is next, and it's always the biggest of the year, so if it's gonna pick up again soon, now's the time. Similarly, we should be able to tell if the finals will be around for good, or if it will join Hyperscape as a fun but quickly abandoned shooter. Check back in April. But those are just my thoughts. Please tell me yours in the comments. What's the worst time-wasting game ever made? Sometimes games are huge, sprawling adventures or deep, well-written stories. Not all games are like that, though. There's a large amount that are just simple, and find ways to get players to repeat the same tasks over and over and over again. Some do it well. Vampire Survivors is basically just a walk-in-circle simulator, but it manages to make that fun by making you feel absolutely unstoppable. Tetris is another good example. You're literally just dropping blocks, but even 40 years later, it's still fun. There are time-wasting games that have a much worse reputation, though. Subway Surfer is a game that most kids today are familiar with, where you just run infinitely while being chased by a cop. I'd say something bad about it, but I'd rather make you feel old by telling you the game came out 12 years ago. Flappy Bird is way worse. You're just a stupid bird infinitely flying through a world of totally not Mario pipes. The dumbest time-wasting game, though, the worst of the worst, is Cookie Clicker. You click on a cookie to earn cookies, you spend those cookies to buy things to make more cookies, and then you repeat infinitely. The developers literally just found a way to make counting addictive. For the record, though, I've played this game for weeks. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What simple games have you spent too much time on? Tell me in the comments.
Hey, didn't have time to record today, so here's a short I never posted. Tell me if you can see why. Gaming slang is so weird out of context. Take Apex Legends, for example. If you said, "I'm popping a bat" in any other situation, I'd feel bad for the poor animal you just combusted. But no, in Apex, that just means you're using a shield battery to recharge your shields. Throwing a sky nade means you chucked a frag grenade into the sky and hoped it'll randomly hit someone. While go for the res means you're trying to revive or resurrect your teammate after they've been knocked down. Thirsting someone means you go out of your way to kill someone after they've been knocked down to stop them from being rezzed. The most incoherent statement, though, has to be, "I just dropped a 4K 20 bomb with the R9 and PK," which is slang for, "I just dealt 4,000 damage and killed 20 people in one game using the R99 SMG and the Peacekeeper shotgun," which is a superhuman feat, by the way. You'd be surprised how many variations of that phrase pop up in Apex gameplay videos. Yeah, not a big fan of that one. I feel like the idea was there, but the delivery wasn't great. Was I right for canceling it? Tell me in the comments. And sorry, I'll try to have a real video tomorrow. What's the best superhero movie? We live in the era of constant superhero movies, and while some are pretty bad, we've gotten loads of good ones. Which one's the best, though? The MCU had a spree of masterpieces, ranging from the comedic Thor Ragnarok to the adrenaline-pumping Captain America Winter Soldier. I think the best Marvel films, though, have to be Iron Man, the classic that kicked off the whole universe in the first place, and Avengers Infinity War, the best team-up movie we will ever get. Quote me on that. But would you believe me when I say the best superhero superhero movie isn't from Marvel. Obviously things like The Incredibles, some of the X-Men films, and even a few DCU movies compete for the top, but none win the award. Heck, both Spider-Verse movies get so close, but even they can't compete with the number one. The greatest superhero movie ever made is still The Dark Knight. It's grounded, full of twists, incredibly well directed, and has the greatest villain in any movie, period. In a world full of CGI and green screen, The Dark Knight's practical effects and human characters hit an emotional note no other superhero movie even comes close to. It's still my favorite movie ever made. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. Do you have a favorite superhero movie? Tell me in the comments.
I hate the Kansas City Chiefs. I love the NFL. I'm a Steelers fan, but they usually don't do spectacularly, so I typically just root for a good, surprising Super Bowl. The opposite of a surprise is a Super Bowl with the Chiefs. Normally, I wouldn't be mad at a good team just being good, but the Chiefs are just mean. Patrick Mahomes is a jerk in my books. I judge quarterbacks by how they treat their teammates, and he's not nice. During their worst games this year, Patrick yelled at his teammates in frustration, which is just not cool. If Trevor Lawrence or Josh Allen had been in that situation, they would have patted their teammates on the back and encouraged them. That's what a good leader should do. The rest of the team is just as bad though. Bills fans have watched their team, who has never won a Super Bowl, get kicked out of the playoffs for years by the same Chiefs team. So what do the Chiefs players do when they beat the Bills in the Bills Stadium? Laugh and wave at the heartbroken fans. The Detroit Lions, for reference, haven't been to the NFC Championship since the 90s, and they celebrated amongst themselves instead of laughing at Tampa when they won. When you add in the Taylor Swift obsession and the questionable amount of referee calls that go their way, the Chiefs are a bunch of talented players that act like spoiled brats. I will be rooting for the Ravens next week. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. I don't like Endgame. It's been 5 years since Avengers Endgame came out, so is it okay to admit that it wasn't great? I've got a personal vendetta against it. All of my friends got to watch it before me and loads of details were spoiled, but my hype for it remained, and it was just disappointing. Kicking off the movie by killing Thanos was daring, yeah, but that made it so the movie had no antagonist. So they brought in an alternate universe Thanos who had no history with the Avengers to replace him, which just kinda stank. Also, I love time travel, but the way to use it well is to either use it sparingly or build it into the story from the beginning. Adding it in to fix all the problems of a universe feels unsatisfying. I felt like certain characters were also ruined. Professor Hulk was so lame, and the final battle was pretty poorly executed, especially when you compare it to Infinity War's finale. At the end of the day though, I think it's not Endgame itself that most people like, it was the Endgame experience. Watching the conclusion of an incredible saga while surrounded by legions of other fans certainly helps the movie live on as a cultural milestone. I'm not saying the movie is horrible, it handles the main characters well, and it concludes the series expertly. It's just the way it got there that I wasn't a huge fan of. Infinity War will always be my personal favorite. Compared to modern Marvel films though, Endgame was amazing. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Anyone else seen Silo? It was actually really good. When I started Silo, I was unimpressed. It felt like a show I'd seen before. There's a bunch of people living in an underground silo where they're not allowed to leave, and the characters discover things are not what they seem and learn about the world that existed before the silo. It just kind of felt like if District 13 from the Hunger Games got a show. After finishing it though, I can safely say Silo was surprisingly good and pretty different. One of the things that caught me off guard was how good all the characters are. They're all well developed, and even the villains feel human. The villains are particularly delightful. I swear this guy looks like Uncle Aaron from Spider-Verse, and let me tell you, he's creepy. The show also takes some big risks. The main character isn't even really part of the first episode, and the show's not afraid to kill off big characters. I also misjudged how good the main actor is. I figured she'd be the typical tough girl we see all the time, but she ended up having depth and personality. Oh, and the mysterious vibes are great throughout. If you're tired of the Star Wars and Marvel drivel, or just like good shows, I'd definitely suggest Silo. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What have you been watching? Tell me in the comments. Pixar just failed again. People say one of the biggest reasons Pixar has failed in recent years was because Disney stuck their movies on Disney Plus instead of putting them into theaters. Disney heard these complaints and made plans for Soul, Turning Red, and Luca to all get theatrical debuts in 2024. The problem is, it's way too late at this point. Listen, I didn't like any of these movies, but they obviously have fans. When they came out, they each got praise for something and ended up having some kind of fan base. Let me ask you this though, would you spend $10 to watch a movie you've already seen that you can just watch at home? No. Pixar completely missed their window and the box office is showing it. Soul released 2 weeks ago, bet you probably didn't hear about that, and earned $911,000. It hasn't even made $1 million. Re-releases can work. I've seen 2 Lord of the Rings movies in theaters and enjoyed them both. The problem is they're usually movies people love, like Back to the Future or Jurassic Park. The general public loves Pixar, but none of these movies are their classics, and that's why I think the other 2 will fail as well. If Disney was expecting big numbers, or even just a couple million, I'm afraid they missed their shot. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What re-releases would you watch in theaters? Tell me in the comments. Marvel is dying, and this is why. I watched a presentation recently by one of the Native Americans that helped Marvel design Kahora, the new Native American hero from What If. His statement was that he was so excited to use Marvel to inspire change, which I think is the problem. Marvel has always made fun movies with a connected cast of characters. Since the beginning, they've greenlit stories they knew would fit the MCU even when they seemed weird. That fundamental philosophy has completely changed. Instead of saying, let's make an entertaining movie that fits with our other movies, their goal is to stuff the MCU full of every mythology and community possible, no matter how much it hurts the continuity. The guy they asked to make Kahora couldn't care less about Marvel. He said during his speech it was time for someone new to come along to replace the tired Thors and Hulks of the world, which, may I remind you, are the characters that made people fall in love with the MCU in the first place. This is the problem with modern Marvel. They're hiring people who treat the MCU as a megaphone for worldviews instead of of people who want to create entertaining movies, even when it means tearing down the characters people love. I had already known this for a while. It was just interesting hearing someone at Marvel confirm it. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Disney's Zombies is way better than High School Musical. I'm a guy, so while the girls of my generation were busy watching High School Musical, I was off watching Phineas and Ferb and Clone Wars, meaning this movie was never a childhood classic for me. That also means that now that I've seen it years later, I'm an impartial judge and therefore objectively right. And I have to say, Zombies is better in every way. It's more colorful, the leads have so much more chemistry, and it's actually funny. The defeated football coach will never not be funny to me. The main category it wins in, though, will be fighting words to you Gen Z and millennial girls. As if I have many of them watching my content in the first place. The music in Zombies is infinitely better. High School Musical soundtrack is okay, I guess. We're All in This Together is definitely the highlight, but it's nothing special. Zombies music is just so much more energetic and catchy, and since the leads have chemistry, the love song is actually decent. The main thing that makes Zombies better, though, is Bucky, the male cheerleader who jumps through a poster of his own face. Truly iconic. Zombies wins in every category, unless we're talking about the High School Musical bad lip reading, which was at least half of my childhood.
Do you like oxygen? I have to have it. I know, right?
Anyways, those are just my thoughts. Do you have a favorite Disney Channel musical? Tell me in the comments. YouTube makes no sense. Making YouTube shorts is fascinating. It's interesting seeing what works and what doesn't, but I gotta say, even after doing this for 2 months, this algorithm makes no sense. I always aim for my shorts to have a good swipe rate, the amount of people that watch the short compared to the people who swiped away, and preferably good retention, but I don't even think that matters. My recent short about how bad Coke freestyles are had an abysmal swipe rate, but my short about Mickey cartoons had a pretty great swipe rate, and they ended up getting a similar amount of views. Heck, pretty much all my shorts get 2,000 views, and it's pretty funny seeing how they do it. Some crawl to that 2,000, while others hit that mark in just an hour. The weirdest thing to me, though, was my What Did DC Get Right video, which was decent by my standards, and got 98 views. The swipe rate is fine, the retention's fine, but it just never got picked up. My DC video 2 days later then got about 14,000. The best analogy I can think of is that making a YouTube short is like making a kite. You throw it in the air and hope the wind catches it. You can pour in a lot of effort or barely any effort, but at the end of the day, it's gonna do what it's gonna do. Anyways, I just wanted to show a bit of what goes on behind the scenes here. Thanks again for watching, and thanks for 700 subscribers in 2 months. This is way more than I ever could have asked for. Well, Super Bowl's gonna be boring. The Kansas City Chiefs will be facing the San Francisco 49ers in the Super Bowl 2 weeks from now, proving those color conspiracy theorists wrong. And it's sad how much I just don't care. I love the NFL for how crazy and random it can be sometimes, and how the little teams can overcome crazy odds and prevail, but this year's crop of winners is horrid. I can't root for the Chiefs because they're the spawn of Satan, and rooting for the 49ers hurts my inner Steelers fan because the 6 Super Bowl mountain already feels crowded with the Patriots up here. Literally either of the other teams would have been better. The Ravens are my brother's team, and it would have made his year if his team had made it. It would have made the Lions fans' century because their team has never even been to the Super Bowl before. Both teams are gutsy and different, but of course, we get a repeat of the last most boring Super Bowl. At least Brock Purdy is cool. It's sad to see a season with so many cool teams and storylines end in the most predictable way possible. Good job, Swifties. You got what you wanted. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. Who did you want to see in the Super Bowl? Tell me in the comments. Can a DreamWorks live-action remake work? DreamWorks has sat on the sidelines watching Disney make easy money for long enough, and they've officially announced a How to Train Your Dragon live-action remake, which will release in 2025. I don't have high expectations for it. Remakes never excite me, and I feel like a CGI Toothless will lose all of his charm. But let's assume for a moment that it does well. What DreamWorks movie would be up next? Shrek is their most popular license, but that would take loads of CGI or some incredible makeup to make it work. Kung Fu Panda, Madagascar, and Trolls are all big products, but they're based on animals or toys and should stick to being animated. When you look at the rest of their catalog, the more human-focused movies like The Croods or Boss Baby could technically work, but literally nobody would want them. The only movie that I think could actually work would be The Prince of Egypt. It's their most Disney-feeling product, it's got some pretty decent music, and the visuals and scale could be breathtaking in live action. At the end of the day, though, I still think remakes are stupid, and I'd rather they focus their time and effort on literally anything else. Unless you're talking a B-movie remake, in which case I'm in. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What's your take on live-action remakes? Tell me in the comments. Should Nintendo be worried about Palworld? A new game has completely taken over Steam with the simple premise of Pokemon, but with guns. If you're wondering how that's legal, feel free to join the waiting line of people wondering how long we have until Nintendo kills it. Despite that, I don't think Palworld should be as afraid of Nintendo as Nintendo should be of Palworld. Nintendo has 1 billion popular franchises, and Pokemon is certainly one of the jewels in its crown. The one thing that separates it, though, aside from being owned by a separate company, is ironically how little the series has evolved in the past 28 years. Professor Tree of some kind gives you 3 Pokemon choices before you go out into the world to fight other trainers and catch them all. It's one thing to not mess with what works, but the series has been nearly completely stagnant since its inception. Aside from graphical quality, nothing's changed. A rare offshoot here and there introduces a few new cool ideas, but it's been a while since the core franchise has been shaken up, and Palworld proves people are ready for that. I'm not saying Nintendo should add guns to Pokemon, but Palworld's base building, open world, and inventory management are all interesting systems the Pokemon franchise could look into. There's a reason it's the #2 game on Steam. So Nintendo, don't take down Palworld, take notes. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Why didn't Megamind succeed? Megamind is easily one of DreamWorks' most hilarious, well-written, and quotable movies of all time, but it's looked at as a bit of a cult classic nowadays. Why isn't wasn't it as big an icon as How to Train Your Dragon or Kung Fu Panda. Let's go back to the ancient year of 2010 when Megamind was released. It gained a respectable $300 million at the box office, but nothing groundbreaking. You could chalk that up to poor marketing or something equally incorrect, but at the end of the day, it was competition that killed this masterpiece. Only a few months earlier, a little movie called Despicable Me released, which not only put a new animation studio on the market, but gained a pretty decent $500 million at the box office. The movies were strikingly similar. They both focused on a villain being villainous, but learning about how to be a good guy. Despicable Me also ruined the word minion before Megamind could leave its mark. The 2010 movie slate was also packed with huge animated movies. Aside from Megamind, we got Tangled, Toy Story 3, How to Train Your Dragon, and Shrek 4, which seems dumb in retrospect, but was the 5th highest grossing movie of the year. I think Megamind just got overlooked. Either way, it stands as one of DreamWorks' most enjoyable movies all these years later. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Diversity is killing Hollywood. There's a million YouTubers out there saying that, so let me give you an example of exactly what I mean. In the 90s, pretty much every show had a drugs are bad episode, which are memed to death nowadays because of how ham-fisted and cheesy they were. And people agree that drugs are bad. It's just that the idea was blindly inserted into a product instead of being a natural part of the story. It's the same today with diversity. We can all agree that differing cultures are cool, but instead of crafting interesting stories, Hollywood takes big properties and injects diverse messaging into it, whether it helps or not. It's obvious that Echo got her own show, not because she's a likable character, but because they really wanted that deaf indigenous checkbox in the MCU. My message to Hollywood is this: instead of, let's make Superman black, focus on developing interesting stories that feature different cultures naturally. Coco, Encanto, Godzilla -1, and Black Panther all showcase diverse cultures, but people love them because of how amazing their stories are. When story comes first, you can still deliver good points. Take The Queen's Gambit, for example. It's about a chess prodigy that battles drug addictions as they destroy her life, and it's very entertaining and powerful. Certainly more so than anything from the 90s. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Why'd I make shorts compilation videos? Simple reason, actually. I'm an idiot. My goal for this channel has been to get monetized. Not because I love or desperately need money, but just so this can be a worthwhile side hustle one day. To get monetized, I need 1,000 subscribers, which I'm way closer to than I should be. Thank you guys so much. And either 10 million views or 4,000 watch hours. 10 million views ain't happening anytime soon, but 4,000 watch hours is a pretty attainable goal. So far, I've almost gotten 2,000 in the few months I've been around. So what does that have to do with the shorts collection videos? Well, turns out shorts watch hours don't count, which I didn't notice until about a month ago. Always read the fine print, kids. Anyways, as a sad last attempt at views, I slapped together a few shorts and posted them as a full video and got 2 whole watch hours. One was myself, I'm pretty sure. Turns out these collection videos mostly get suggested to people who already watch my content, and since it's stuff they've mostly already seen, there's no reason for them to watch it. So yeah, if you're a subscriber and your feed is being clogged with annoying collection videos, I apologize. I'll have some real long-form content one day, but for now, these collections are all I have. Anyways, as usual, thank you so much for watching. And don't worry, I'll have a real opinion tomorrow. Megamind 2 is real? Yeah, and I wish it wasn't. It's been rumored for a while that a Megamind show would be coming to the streaming service Peacock at some point, and while I had low expectations for it, it is so much worse than I could have imagined. Megamind vs. the Doom Syndicate is a movie that will be followed by the Megamind Rules show. The animation is way worse than the original 2010 movie, none of the voice actors are back, and the replacements sound horrible.
Here's a souvenir. It's either a paperweight or a flash grenade, so careful with that.
It's very clearly made for the lowest common denominator.
But it's a kid's show, it doesn't have to be great.
Yeah, but the How to Train Your Dragon spin-off series on Netflix managed to keep all the voice actors and have a decent story and pretty amazing villains. Of course, I was also a kid when I watched it, but we'll look past that. When you put effort into a product, it might end up being worthwhile. Megamind and the Doom Syndicate, though, just pretend it doesn't exist. We'll all be better off that way. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Cars 4 is confirmed? No, it's actually not. If you're like me and you get movie news from the channel Daz Reviews, you may have watched his recent video on the Cars 4 announcement, but it's kind of clickbait because it's actually not confirmed. The actual quote from Pixar is, "There are more Cars things brewing. I can't say much more yet. Cars has got a life that will keep going. I'm working on some real fun projects right now that you will see in a couple of years. It takes us a while to make them." Daz does mention the quote in his video, but he takes it to mean Cars 4 is confirmed. As much as a Cars 4 could be a legitimate movie Pixar was referring to, they could just as easily be talking about shorts or other smaller projects. If there was a Cars 4 they wanted us to know about, why not tell us about it like they did for Toy Story 5, Zootopia 2, and Frozen 3 and 4? I feel like they would have just confirmed it if it were actually happening. Cars 3 ended the saga beautifully, and 4 just seems unlikely. Of course, Toy Story 5 doesn't need to happen either, but that's another conversation. Long story short, do your own research. I could be missing something vital. To my knowledge, though, Cars 4 is not confirmed. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. When did the MCU die? Pretty much everyone can admit Marvel's movies went downhill after Endgame, but what was the point of no return? For me personally, Falcon and the Winter Soldier was the first project that felt off. The villains were horribly written, the characters weren't very good, they spent so much time on boring side tasks that went nowhere, that stupid boat will haunt my dreams, and it tried throwing its hat into the political sphere but had nothing to say.
You've got to do better, Senator.
Also, his whole "a black man wearing stars and stripes is crazy" thing gets completely destroyed when you remember Iron Patriot, which just adds to the fact that Marvel can't keep its own universe straight. But it was okay, okay, it was just a show, those don't count much anyways. No, it wasn't until Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness that I felt the MCU was truly broken. Doctor Strange 1 was one of my favorite MCU movies, so to say that I was disappointed is an understatement. The dreams are just memories of your multiversal self thing was horrendously stupid, America Chavez was terribly written, and Wanda's character was absolutely ruined. By the time I got to the music battle, I knew the MCU was dead. Thor 4 quickly confirmed that, in case I had any doubt left. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. Was there a moment that killed the MCU for you? Tell me in the comments. Cobra Kai should end already. Cobra Kai, the sequel series to the Karate Kid franchise, has had 5 seasons and should not have a 6th. Seasons 1 and 2 are some of the best TV in the past few years, successfully revitalizing a franchise that hadn't had life since the 80s. Making Johnny, the villain from the original series, into a mentor hero character was a genius move, and Miguel was an extremely likable new character. Season 3 was a step down from the first 2, and seasons 4 and 5 only got worse as characters repeated the same arcs over and over while they kept bringing back lamer and lamer characters from the original movies. Season 5's finale, though, it was incredible. All the character arcs came to a head, the action and violence got kicked up to the max, and it felt like a perfect send-off to a show that needed to end. But we're getting a season 6? My brother made a great observation about why the show feels fundamentally different from season 1. It started as Johnny's show, where he was the main character, but slowly morphed into the story of Daniel LaRusso, the hero from the original, while Johnny becomes more of a side character, which stinks because Danny is annoying as crud. I might skip on season 6 and pretend 5 was the end. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Moana 2 is happening? In a surprise out of the blue announcement, Disney revealed that not only is a sequel to Moana in the works, it's coming out this November. Sure, it fits their trend of greenlighting sequels to popular movies, but I find it interesting that Moana 2 comes out before Frozen 3 or Zootopia 2, even though we knew about them a while ago. It's obvious Disney needs a win, they haven't had a hit movie in years, and their last one didn't succeed till it hit Disney+. If anything's gonna dig Disney out of its current hole, it's Moana 2. But what happens if this film doesn't work? Strange World and Wish were both terrible movies, and while their demise was pretty shocking, Disney can sweep their failure under the rug pretty easily. A full-on Moana sequel bombing though? I think it would prove that they legitimately cannot win, and even the home-run Frozen sequels would be at risk. Listen, Disney, if you want a rulebook for an easy win, make good music, have a decent story, and don't go woke. Follow those rules and it's got a shot. Also, did anyone else notice how Moana's live-action remake comes out only a year after its sequel? We live in such strange times. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Leo was so close to being one of the best films of 2023. In case you missed it, Leo was the animated Adam Sandler movie, where he plays an aging class pet that realizes he's only got a year or so left to live, so he uses his agedly knowledge to help each kid solve their problems before he dies. It's a pretty clever idea for a movie. Feels like something old school Pixar may have come up with, and it delivers. Every kid is pretty much a stereotype. You've got your bratty rich kid, your bully, and your class clown, and Leo helps each one with their biggest issues. The movie handles tough topics like divorce surprisingly well, and is way more heartfelt than it deserves to be. Adam Sandler also does a great job as the main character. What surprised me the most though was how consistently funny the movie is. It's not afraid to make jokes you don't expect, and while some of them are a bit crude for my taste, the overprotective parent one was so funny. Also, the preschoolers were the best part of the movie. So what holds this film back from greatness? The music. Characters break out into song almost every scene, and the tunes are horrible and add nothing to the movie. It's still definitely worth a watch, but be prepared for a bad soundtrack. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. I broke my one rule? When I first made this channel, I wrote out a list of things most YouTubers do that annoy me and vowed to steer clear of them. And the number one item on that list? Don't ask for subscribers. I don't really like when people beg for subscribers. If you make good content, I will subscribe, but not because you asked me to. It's kind of meaningless at this point, because if you watch the channel, then their videos are gonna pop up anyways. I've got a select crew of YouTubers I deemed worthy of my subscription, and there's countless channels I've unsubscribed from for various reasons. As much as I hate begging for subs though, I did it once, and I regret it. In my suggested password stink video, it ends with a text blurb saying, do the scribe thing. But let me explain why I even considered adding it. I used the song Bone Trousel as background music, and the song was about 0.5 seconds longer than the audio I'd recorded. I really wanted that perfect loop, so instead of re-recording, or even worse, having a weird awkward pause, I decided, what the hey, let me ask for subs and see what happens. It was my only idea, and was it worth it? I didn't get any extra subscribers if that's what you're wondering, and I felt bad for breaking my one rule. So if you're listening, thank you guys so much for 1,000, and I'll try not to ask again in the future. Also ignore my channel banner, it's meaningless to the conversation. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What's your view on subscribing? Tell me in the comments. I know how to save Pixar. I've discussed many times how Pixar has failed in recent years, and no matter what they do, they can't seem to win. Inside Out 2 could save them, but I'd say it's a long shot. So here's a better idea that could give them a guaranteed money boost. Toy Story 1 full remake. No, not one of the Disney remakes that sucks the joy and color out of the experience. I mean, Pixar should grab their best animators and throw a $200 million budget behind a complete animated overhaul of the original Toy Story movie. Don't change anything, just use the original audio and reanimate the original film scene for scene. Disney's remakes never surpass the original's quality because they're fundamentally different, but a full Toy Story remake would be the definitive version. Toy Story's 30th anniversary is next year. I think a full remake would be the perfect way to show some love to their legacy while raking in tons of cash. And the best part is, if they want to remake more, there's a limit. Disney's got a billion movies they want to remake. Whether they should or not is a different question. But there's only so many Pixar movies that could use a bit of sprucing up in the animation department, meaning they can't milk them near as much. I
personally love Monsters Incorporated, Incredibles, and Finding Nemo remasters. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Was this the most boring Super Bowl ever? In a display that surprised absolutely nobody, the Kansas City Chiefs beat the San Francisco 49ers, winning back-to-back Super Bowls. And I gotta say, I completely called it. A week or two ago, I made a short about how this year's Super Bowl would be the most boring in years, and it delivered. Kansas City, down by the end of the first half, but they slowly reignite during the second half to snag a last-second finish. Who's heard that one before? I'm not gonna clown on the Chiefs for winning or the refs for letting them. Everybody played a fair game. I'm just disappointed that you could call the ending hours before the game started. If you want your Super Bowl to be interesting but still follow the playbook, maybe take a page out of Tom Brady's book. He did that exact same thing against the Falcons, but in a historic way we'll never forget. The announcers kept hyping yesterday's game up as if it was some spectacular showdown, but aside from a fumble here, an interception there, the game was pretty much a snooze fest. See y'all for the same show next year. Anyways, sorry I sound more depressed than usual. Probably shouldn't be making these videos at 1 in the morning. Regardless, what were your thoughts on the Super Bowl? Tell me in the comments. What's the best Wii game? The Wii was my childhood. I can't tell you how many hours I spent making the most hideous Miis possible or trying to bowl the perfect game. And while some games haven't aged well, what game stands out as the greatest Wii game ever made? Wii Sports Resort is close. I spent years fighting in every sword fight area or finding all the icons in Island Flyover, but as nostalgic as it is, it wouldn't be my number one. Super Smash Bros. Brawl also holds insane value in my heart. Me and my brothers have a whole list of characters we banned just because we played it so much. Mario Kart Wii is also pretty near to the number one. I've basically memorized all the shortcuts and tricks, and the music is burnt deep into my brain. As amazing as all of those, and several others are, the number one Wii game ever made has to be Kirby's Epic Yarn. It's so fun, so easy to understand, the environments are wonderfully creative, and the tunes are infectious. A large amount of my shorts use music from this game because of how darn good the soundtrack is. All of the other games I mentioned have had better iterations later on, or were just a glorified bowling sim, but no Kirby game has ever surpassed the charm and enjoyability of Epic Yarn. Nintendo, if you're listening, it might be about time for a sequel. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What was your favorite part of the Wii? Tell me in the comments. A bunch of movie trailers released in the last week, so let's make a tier list. Deadpool 3, pretty much Marvel's last shot at keeping the MCU alive, and it looks decent. I haven't seen any other Deadpool movies, not a fan of how R-rated they are, but I like how Central Wolverine looks to the film. A tier, surprised me Marvel. Kung Fu Panda 4, 1 and 2 were great, 3 was mid, and 4 looks midder. C tier, I'll probably skip it. Twisters, looks like Sharknado, but with no sharks. B tier, dumb, but could be fun. Planet of the Apes, monkey movie, but without Andy Serkis. I don't think anybody asked for this. D tier, looks boring and barely predictable. Moana 2, less trailer and more teaser, but decent. Would have been nice to get some small plot details a la Cars 3 teaser, but a surprise announcement will do for now. B tier, Wicked, musical prequel to Wizard of Oz, looks about as good as Wonka. Take that to mean what you will. I'll stick it in C tier. Inside Out 2, after Elemental, I have pretty much zero faith in Pixar. I'm still annoyed they added more emotions when they were pretty clear the parents still had 5. C tier, could be good, but not getting my hopes up. Quiet Place Day 1, surprisingly good. Looks like more big budget action than horror, but I like that it'll be different. S tier, so far the only movie of the year that I might actually spend money to see. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are you most excited for? Tell me in the comments. Can Deadpool 3 save the MCU? It's obvious a lot is riding on Marvel's next movie. Sales are down, their shows are garbage, and there's a general feeling of monotony associated with the MCU. Deadpool 3 aims to change that as Disney brings the two best non-MCU characters into the fold. Ryan Reynolds' popular take on Deadpool and Hugh Jackman's iconic Wolverine. As incredible as this moment could be, I'm not sure it'll work for a few reasons. Even if this movie is a 10 out of 10 film, the Deadpool series is rated a hard R, which typically loses out on the family audience and therefore leads to lower ticket sales. Furthermore, Logan already ended Wolverine's story perfectly, so they're gonna have to give some pretty darn good reasons for why he's back. And finally, even if the movie is good, I don't think it can save the Marvel Universe. Captain America 4, Blade, Thunderbolts, and Daredevil's Disney Plus series have gone through extensive reshoots or rewrites, which is not a good sign. And that's not even considering the Jonathan Majors situation, so if you watch Deadpool and Wolverine, don't hope for it to save the MCU. We're long past that. Could be a fun movie though if you're into his kind of humor. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Tears of the Kingdom's quality defies all logic. When Breath of the Wild came out, it was easily the greatest open world game ever. The world was so open and beautiful, the gameplay was inventive, and the sense of wonder and exploration was second to none. Then Nintendo announced a sequel, and I was optimistic, but I knew they couldn't reach the same highs as the original. It was gonna have the same world, which ruined the exploratory nature. Then I got it, and my gosh, I was wrong. Tears of the Kingdom is the most perfect sequel Nintendo could have made. The building mechanics make exploring so much more enjoyable. It might be the same environment as the first game, but you look at it differently with your new powers. And as for exploration, how did Nintendo manage to keep the depths a secret? There's literally a second map hiding under the first, and they didn't show it in any trailer. Add in tons of caves, a handful of floating islands, and a different enough base world, and Nintendo once again nailed the magical feeling of exploring Hyrule. Another Nintendo W. They announced that Tears of the Kingdom won't get DLC because they included everything they wanted to into the main game. In a games industry that nickels and dimes its player base, it's so nice to know someone still gets it. Thanks, Nintendo. You blew my mind again. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. Have you played Tears of the Kingdom? Tell me in the comments. Orion in the Dark is such a missed opportunity. If you skipped on the new DreamWorks movie on Netflix, or just haven't heard of it, you missed nothing. I tried it and I couldn't even finish it. It follows a kid named Orion who's afraid of everything but mostly the dark. Then, the dark shows up as a character and takes Orion
Orion around the world showing off his job and that there's nothing to be afraid of. Interesting concept? Yeah. Is it well executed? No. The Dark has no charm or personality, Orion is the most annoying, unlikable character I've seen in a while, and the plot is so boring. There's a bunch of other night entities like sleep and dreams, to name a few, and Dark shows off their jobs, but the same thing happens every time. You see how the job works, Orion says it's bad and intervenes, and then the night entity gets frustrated. The movie does this 5 times! It's so formulaic and uninspired. Is the movie funny? No, every time it tries to make a joke, it feels like it's pulling its punches to not offend people, but just ends up making the jokes fall flat. And the movie is surprisingly nihilistic. Orion talks about how nothing matters, and we're all gonna die and disappear, so what's even the point? I didn't even stick around to see if the movie answers that question. I couldn't stand another minute of this kid. Orion in the Dark isn't even fun to make fun of. You can skip on this one. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Is Inside Out 2 necessary? I rewatched the original Inside Out last night and absolutely loved it. The way Riley's brain is visualized is genius, and each emotion plays its role perfectly. Inside Out 2 hits theaters this summer, and so far, based off what I've seen, I'm not fully convinced it'll fit alongside the original. The puberty beacon has been lit, and new emotion anxiety is here, alongside a few more pals to kick things up a notch. We can see the other confirmed emotions on this poster, and interviews reveal them to be embarrassment, envy, and ennui, which is a fancy word for emptiness. And while experiencing new emotions as a teenager does make sense for the plot, it doesn't make sense that no one else has them. In the first movie, we see inside other people's heads, and adults have the same 5 emotions as Riley. So does that mean these emotions only stick around for a few years? Do they die? Or is Pixar saying that Gen Z, or whatever Riley's supposed to be, is just more emotionally complex than any other? If so, that's a lie. I just kind of feel like these new emotions aren't necessary. They just feel like extensions of the ones we already have. And apparently, fear and disgust have new voice actors. R.I.P. Bill Hader. Pixar, you've got a lot of explaining to do if you want to live up to the original Inside Out. Please, convince me. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Why didn't the Hobbit movies work? The Lord of the Rings movies are some of the greatest films ever created, so it was only a matter of time before we got a theatrical version of The Hobbit. It's been years since the Hobbit movies came out though, and they're not remembered quite as fondly. So why is that? The CGI definitely played a role in crippling these movies. Instead of relying on practical effects like The Lord of the Rings, CGI was used everywhere for everything, and it hasn't aged well. Splitting one book into 3 movies didn't help either. The Hobbit book is so cozy, yet epic, but the movies try to build the stakes higher than The Lord of the Rings, and it didn't work. The worst thing The Hobbit did though was not follow the books. Gandalf's side quest, Radagast the Brown, and Legolas had no right to be there, and they didn't add anything to the movie. It felt like Peter Jackson was trying to outdo the scale and drama of The Lord of the Rings, but in doing so missed out on the homey, comforting feeling the Hobbit book has. Except for the Shire, it's still perfect. And it's a shame, because the Hobbit films get so much right. The casting is impeccable, the music is wondrous, and Gollum's scene in the cave rivals the best Lord of the Rings moments. It's just a shame they couldn't let the story play out the way fans wanted it to. Compared to the Rings of Power though, it's a masterpiece. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. The Incredibles DVD had an incredible secret. If you bought the collector's edition of The Incredibles, you were treated to the traditional deleted scenes, developer commentary, and a few other juicy tidbits. But hidden deep within the bowels of the disc lies what could be one of Pixar's greatest shorts ever. The Adventures of Mr. Incredible and Mr. Skipperdoodle. It's a short with cheap, old-timey animation made to look horrible, and it succeeds. It's dumb, but the fact that it exists is hilarious. On its own, it's not worth making a short about, but there's more. Mr. Incredible and Frozone also have a commentary on the short where they make fun of how bad it is and how it doesn't get facts right. Just hearing these two riff off each other about something this dumb is comedic gold. If you want to watch either version, I'll have them linked in the description. I'd suggest watching the original before the commentary just so you can get the full experience. It's just amazing to me that Pixar made these in the first place. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What's the weirdest thing you've ever found on a DVD? Tell me in the comments.
Are those human lips? Whose lips are those?
I was told it was a new process.
Oh, new process.
A breakthrough.
And what would that new process be, Mr. I? Cheap-orama?
I'm a horrible artist? When I was a kid, I was an awful artist. My older brother had this incredible gift with cartoonistry, and my younger brother had this signature demented art style. Me though, my artistry was about as scratchy and illegible as my handwriting. So instead of trying to draw humans, I created my own cast of unique characters that fit my artistic abilities. There were the Screamies and the Blobfish caught in a never-ending war. There was the Princess, one of the ugliest, yet most amazing creatures I've ever made. And of course, there was Bacon Guy. When I started this channel, I chose Bacon Guy to be the mascot because of how expressionate he could be. I had no idea this channel would explode to 1,500 subscribers in only 3 months. Apparently, only 8% of all YouTube channels have over 1,000 subscribers, and you guys helped me to be one of them? Seriously, I can't thank you enough. But trust me, if I can do this, anyone can. Don't keep yourself from trying something new because you think you're not good at it. The only way to get good is to put in the effort and try. All my videos are made with cheap apps and limited experience. YouTube is great because anyone can do well if they try. Even a shorts animation channel run by a dude with middling art skills. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. Thanks again for the 1,500 subscribers. We don't get movies like School of Rock anymore. School of Rock is an incredible movie. It's Jack Black at his prime, jamming out to ludicrous songs and an even more ludicrous plot. He pretends to be his roommate so he can be a substitute teacher and uses his position to recruit all the kids into a band so he can win the Battle of the Bands. Jack Black's humor is hilarious, his performance is heartfelt, and the movie is way better than it deserves to be. But watching it, I just felt like we don't get movies like this anymore. There's very few actors in Hollywood today that have the same priceless, movie-defining qualities as Jack, where they can take a good idea and make it a masterpiece. There's also very few mid-budget, low-stakes stakes movies anymore. Everything's either a cheap horror movie or a world-ending blockbuster. Most mid-budget movies are streaming films, and they either feel half-baked or have this weird, too perfect, almost CGI feeling for even normal settings. Sure, it's unfair to compare everything to a film as iconic as School of Rock, but could anyone see this movie coming out today? It feels too relatable, too down-to-earth, and too enjoyable to come from today's Hollywood system. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. Am I being overly dramatic, or do you think Hollywood's missing out on what makes movies special? Tell me in the comments. What makes a race swap work? There's few things that start an internet brawl like Disney race swapping a princess. But when we get things like Hamilton or David Copperfield that clearly race swap the characters, everything's okay. So what makes this bad and this fine? I think it comes down to the attitude behind it. Disney sees itself as too white and is trying to fix that by making its iconic characters more diverse. Heck, with most race swaps that infuriate people, it's this attitude of, we need to fix this license and race swapping will do it. But why fix it if people liked it in the first place? I don't remember where I heard the quote, but someone said, you should respect the source material before being able to add to it. And I think respect for source material is gone today. Just look at Snow White or Rings of Power. Audiences can tell when the actors have appreciation for the source material or enjoy the story. They can also tell when actors use the story to sell worldviews or just insert themselves where they don't belong. A good way to tell if a race swap will work is if no one acknowledges it. The bigger deal they make about race, the less they care about the actual product. Which is why I think this works and this doesn't. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What's your take on race swapping? Can you think of any that you liked or disliked? Tell me in the comments. Did Arak fake his challenge? Arak, a YouTuber with millions of subscribers, recently held a challenge that has divided the internet. He promised to travel around the world, uploading a video every day for 30 days during December, and if he failed, Mr. Beast would delete his channel. However, fans figured out that his videos were not filmed in December, so shouldn't he have failed the challenge? There's two sides to the argument. One side claims Arak only promised to upload a video every day, and he did just that, so he succeeded. The other side claims he framed this as a big challenge that could kill his channel, but there was never any actual danger, so it was a lie. Me personally, I agree with the second opinion. His first 6 videos were I traveled around Europe in a straight line, and I took his promise to be the start of a travel around the earth in a straight line challenge, which sounded amazing. Then his videos devolved into normal content. I think he should have just been more specific about the rules of the challenge so everyone could understand what was going on. Don't give us these big stakes if you're pre-recording everything. Compared to Ryan Trahan's Penny series, which had easy to understand rules and donated to charity, Arak's confusing challenge full of plugs for his merch just feels like a bad publicity stunt at best, and a pretty revealing series at worst. I'm personally done watching his content. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Was the Marvels treated unfairly? I found an article defending the Marvels, so let's see if it makes any good points. First off, it tries to make the Marvels historic for featuring women of color. Y'all know my opinion. The finished product matters more than the race of those involved, and the Marvels was not a good project. The article then blames the Marvels' failure on how the strikes made it so actors couldn't promote the film, but I think anybody that wanted to watch the movie already knew about it from its horrible trailers. Oh, here we are. They use the M-word. Listen, just because men hate your bad movies that feature women doesn't make them misogynists. Guys loved Wonder Woman and hated Ant-Man 3 the same way most girls did. You can't use the fact that your movie stars women to keep your film from being criticized, and calling anyone that disagrees with you a sexist is just weak. The article finishes by stating, the Marvels didn't need to save Marvel, but it kinda did. Marvel has been on the decline recently, so a lot was riding on the Marvels to right the ship. It failed, and now there's even more pressure on Deadpool 3 to fix everything. Y'all know I hate this movie for being a mockery of everything Marvel used to stand for, and this article didn't change my mind. Also, the amount of times it reminds you the movie was directed by a black director makes me think the author is either AI or someone that doesn't understand what makes movies good. Focus on quality, not color. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Borderlands is in trouble? The trailer for the new Borderlands movie came out recently, and it looks pretty bad. I like the colors, but so far I'm just getting Guardians of the Galaxy vibes, but minus the charm. I expected the general opinion around this movie to be pretty decent though, since it's a property Hollywood hasn't milked to death yet, but the comments are wild! My house burned down recently, and watching this was still the saddest part of my month. This is like someone told an AI to make a Borderlands movie for people who like the Cheesecake Borderlands turned into a scene in your living someone to imitate. It's actually kind of impressive. Who is this movie pretty good? Usually movies that I think look bad have a pretty okay reception, but Borderlands is not faring well at all. I think it comes down to Hollywood not respecting video games and their fan bases. Most of the comments point out the Borderlands movie just looks like a collection of big actors that aren't playing the characters people love, they're just playing themselves. You'd think the failure and success of Mario would tell Hollywood that audiences like video game movies that treat the games with respect. Hollywood doesn't really respect anything other than itself though, so this totally tracks. I, like most of the internet, will probably skip on Borderlands. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Why do people hate cars? I constantly read rank lists to see what other people think about movies I love, and there's some running trends I've noticed in Pixar rank lists that kind of disturb me. First off, Brave is always down near Cars 2 and The Good Dinosaur. What? Yeah, I think the bear plot is a bit unnecessary and ruins the momentum of the story, but the world building is impeccable. Merida and her family are incredible, and Mordu is horrifying. Secondly, Monsters Monsters University is always way lower than it deserves to be. It's so funny and colorful, and trust me, it's way more heartfelt than you remember. I like it better than most Pixar classics. But the #1 trend in these lists is a hatred for all things Cars. People hate it because it's not as deep as other Pixar movies, which is wrong, the film always hits home, or because Disney makes billions on Cars toys, but they do that with Star Wars 2 and nobody hates them for it. Yeah, Cars 2 is the worst Pixar project until Turning Red, but don't let one awful film ruin your opinions of a masterpiece and a decent sequel. Cars 1 is fantastic, and Cars 3 is a heartfelt follow-up that may be a bit boring at times, but doesn't deserve good dinosaur status. Long story short, everyone's wrong. I should probably make a Pixar ranked video now that I think of it. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What Pixar films do you find underrated? Tell me in the comments. Is this useless? Have you ever clicked on this link right here, the one that'll take you to another video? I'm not just talking on my channel, I mean on any short you've ever watched. Unless you watch YouTube shorts on a TV, you monster. My statistics say that 0.0% of all people that watch my channel click this button, and I laughed that off as probably wrong, but then I thought, have I ever clicked on one? And no, the answer is no. I think this is probably the most useless feature YouTube has. When you're watching shorts, you don't want to click on anything, you just want to swipe to the next one. What's funny is this is a feature YouTube gatekeeps. When you start your YouTube channel, there's some things you're not allowed to do until they verify you, which you can either do by sending them a picture of your face or something like a phone number. YouTube doesn't get the pleasure of seeing how zit encrusted my face is, and while I was going to go with option 3, wait a while and it'll just happen, I gave up and submitted my phone number. There's some important stuff hidden behind verification like thumbnails and posts, and this thing. Yeah, I sold myself for nothing. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. Do you see any point to this? Tell me in the comments. Are we getting a Spider-Verse take on Batman? A few months ago, a movie called Batman Beyond was pitched to Warner Brothers, and the concept art looks fantastic. Batman Beyond was a show that ran a while ago that was basically futuristic Batman doing his best Miguel O'Hara impression, and making a movie could be pretty cool. And no, just because this project was pitched doesn't mean we're ever actually getting it, but a mature animated Batman makes perfect sense. He's the only character that can compete with Spider-Man in terms of relevance. I'll do you one better though. I think DC should scrap its next cinematic universe and focus purely on animation. CGI only gets more expensive and looks worse, DC can't cast inoffensive actors to save its life, and Spider-Verse proved that people will show up for animated superhero stories. I think they should give us animated Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Flash, and Cyborg movies before uniting them just like the Avengers. It seems like a bold move, but the MCU was bold back when it started, and all the copycats have just done a horrible job. Animating it would solve all the old problems, and would help people tell the old DCU from the new one. But will we get that? No, because Hollywood is convinced rehashing the past but worse is better than trying something starkly different that just might work. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. The next Smash Bros. Game has a big problem Nintendo needs to solve. There's no telling when the next Nintendo console will release, but when it does, you can be sure that Super Smash Bros. Won't be far behind. But after Smash Ultimate, Nintendo is in a bit of a pickle. Ultimate is easily the greatest Smash Bros. Game ever, bringing back every single forgotten character and throwing in a gauntlet of amazing new fighters. It was so good that I'm not sure how Nintendo could top it. Yeah, Ultimate only had 89 characters, so the selling point of the next one could just be, hey, we've got 100 plus now. But instead of focusing on new guys, I think they should fix some of their older, more outdated characters. Donkey Kong's up special is garbage. Link is way outpaced by newer sword characters. Mario should have Cappy instead of stupid Flood. And why on earth is Ganondorf a ripoff of Captain Falcon? Some of the older characters just need a bit of work. And to keep the fans happy, Dr. Mario and Young Link or any other Echoes can keep the old movesets while their main counterparts get the updates. I still think the next Smash should add new characters. Please add Earthworm Jim. But Nintendo, don't forget to spruce up on your more outdated ones. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Smash Bros. Has the best marketing of any game ever. When Super Smash Bros. Started, it was just a fun fighting game featuring Nintendo's biggest characters. Later on, Nintendo opened the doors for non-Nintendo characters to join, and since then, it has evolved into a world-ending event. And you might be saying, yeah, but Fortnite has huge collabs all the time, so isn't that pretty close? No, not even. Fortnite adds literally anything that stands still long enough, and oftentimes it seems like new additions are just marketing for big IP. But Smash Bros? Smash has become the equivalent of the Gaming Hall of Fame, a club with limited space that once you're a part of, you're in for life. You know you've made it when your character is a part of Smash. The entire internet holds its breath whenever a Smash trailer is announced because you never know who it's gonna be. And the trailers are fantastic, giving just enough hints so the super fans know who the new fighter is seconds before the reveal. There is no hype train in the gaming world even half as crazy as a good Super Smash Bros. Announcement. Heck, when Steve from Minecraft joined, Twitter completely broke. People that don't like fighting games or even Nintendo still care about Smash. Super Smash Bros. Isn't a game anymore, it's an experience, an event. And that's why it is the best marketed game ever. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Why did Ruby Gillman fail so horribly? We had a lot of high-profile failures last year, but one of the biggest is a movie everyone's already forgotten about. Ruby Gillman, Teenage Kraken. It was a full-on DreamWorks summer hit that didn't hit much of anything. Ruby Gillman is a Kraken, much like the title implies, whose only goal is to fit in and go unnoticed. But when a mermaid, the Kraken's nemesis, shows up at her school, her entire life is turned upside down. It's a simple enough plot, and it was obviously supposed to be DreamWorks taking a swipe at Disney's Little Mermaid, but it failed horrendously. The marketing was a huge factor. The first trailer came out but didn't really make a splash, and anyone that watched it had the final battle completely spoiled. Why watch a movie if the entire plot is shown in the trailer? Finally, when it did come out, it just wasn't that good. It was a pretty formulaic coming-of-age movie that that didn't have any special attributes at all. Ruby Gillman only made $5.5 million in its opening weekend, which is the worst of any DreamWorks film ever. Even Spirit Untamed, which released during the lockdowns. Gillman crawled its way to a measly $46 million at the box office before disappearing off into the abyss. So much for that DreamWorks Golden Age people kept talking about. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. Had you even heard of this movie? Tell me in the comments. The Megamind show isn't horrible? I watched the Megamind straight to streaming movie and it was every bit as bad as everyone said it was. But out of morbid curiosity, I also watched the last episode of the new Megamind show and it was a massive improvement. Yeah, the animation is still bad, but the lighting is way better. And unlike the movie, the pacing is decent and the writing is passable. The movie is a crime against humanity for destroying an amazing character and showing off Megamind's toes. And while the show doesn't fix that, it's passably decent, even though this fruity man does his best Kefka Farquaad impression. I could see a small child enjoying it in a this ain't canon kind of way, kind of like I enjoyed Dragon's Race to the Edge. It's no worse than some of the Netflix sequel shows. I think the reason the entire internet revolted was because of how Megamind 2 was marketed. It was sold as this amazing return for Megamind, when in actuality it just spat in the faces of the fans who wanted a real sequel. They should have cut the horribly paced movie and released this mediocre but passable show with zero marketing whatsoever, and it still would have been rightfully hated, but it wouldn't have been as badly received. I think I only liked it because Megamind 2 set the bar so low, but the show is definitely not as bad as the movie. The last episode anyway. Either that or the movie did irreversible damage to my brain. But those are just my thoughts. Please tell me yours in the comments. Willy Wonka's getting a horror movie? In case you missed it, there was recently a Willy Wonka event held in Glasgow, UK that was a horrific scam. The art for the event was AI generated, and the actual event looked like garbage and cost $40 a ticket. Scariest of all was this horrific thingy that was called The Unknown, a monster that lives in the walls of the chocolate factory? Very odd if you ask me. Well, apparently the event inspired a Willy Wonka themed horror film. Do these studios have nothing better to do? Listen, I think a Wonka movie where the kids figure out Wonka's a murderer and it's all actually a trap could be a lot of fun. But no, it's about the unknown. That's why I hate these cheap horror movies. They pass over the fun ideas for low effort cash grabs that hold no special value to anyone. I mean, just imagine the Oompa Loompas doing their best Shining impression. There's so many horrific directions they could go. But no, unknown. Ah, well, maybe the Bambi horror movie will be better. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Was Aquaman 2 the worst movie of 2023? I've heard people hate on The Flash, The Marvels, and Wish, but I haven't heard too many people clown on what could be the worst superhero movie I've ever seen. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. This film was garbage. The plot makes no sense. The characters feel like bricks. Things happen just because things happen, and the film won't shut up about climate change. Listen, if I want to be preached to, I'll watch Bill Nye. Those are all attributes other superhero movies possess, though. What makes Aquaman 2 rise above the other garbage is how it fails at simply being a movie. Movies are an audio-visual experience. Aquaman 2 fails at the audio and visuals. The film has worse sound mixing than Tenet. We had our TV on max volume and words were still too hard to make out, while the fights were too loud even at half volume. And I don't think I've ever seen a worse looking movie in my life. The Flash and Ant-Man 3 both looked horrendous, but at least some scenes were shot in normal settings or the characters' faces looked okay. Aquaman's effects are so bad and so prevalent that you can't get that horrible CGI taste out of your mouth. I think the only reason people aren't hating on it more is because it's the end of the DC universe and people are relieved. I haven't seen the Marvels, but even that can't be worse than Aquaman 2. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. DreamWorks' new robot movie looks so bland. We just got our first look at the Wild Robot DreamWorks fall release, and I'm not convinced it'll be any good. On the positive, the animation is stunning. They took what worked about Puss in Boots and ran with it. It's also not afraid to take risks. Barely any dialogue is in the trailer, and if the movie has almost none, that's a wild move. But nice art can only get you so far, because I don't know what this movie's supposed to be about. The trailer is 2 minutes and 30 seconds of a robot becoming friends with animals and reconnecting with nature. Yeah, that sounds like a decent Pixar Spark short, but as a full-on theater release? Are you crazy? That sounds so boring. And before you remind me, it's based on a children's book. Of course it looks devoid of substance. Let me remind you that Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs is based on a 32-page kids book and has plenty of plot. Maybe the next trailer will showcase some kind of plotline or hook, because Cool Robot Hugs Wildlife is not near enough. The art is fantastic though, I can't deny that. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What's the worst short I've ever made? This is my 100th short, and instead of celebrating my many great accomplishments, let's take this time to rank the worst shorts that I've ever released. At number 3, we've got Disney vs. DeSantis. Listen, I still stand by everything I said in the short, but I don't like talking politics, even when it relates to Disney. I also mentioned some articles for viewers to read, which is a no-no. If I can't fit what I'm trying to say into a short, I shouldn't say it, and I certainly shouldn't give homework. My second worst short has to be the one about Frozen 3 and 4 being announced. Listen, it was the first one I ever made, so the editing style is completely different from my newer stuff, and I cringe at it every time. The worst short I've ever made, though, has to be the last one I made about the Super Bowl. I was tired, mad that the Chiefs had won, and I made it purely to cash in on them juicy Super Bowl views. My script was horrible. I complained about it not being fun enough, as if there was some way they could have magically made it better, even though it was the second overtime Super Bowl ever. It just felt like a spiteful loser sneering at anyone that actually enjoyed the Super Bowl, the exact opposite of my goal on this channel. It's pretty much the only short I wish I hadn't made. All of those were mistakes I shall try not to make again. By the way, if you want my favorite, go watch my video on Battlefield. I love that one. Also, this was gonna be my 2,000 subscriber special, but we're basically already there. 100th video made more sense. But those are just my thoughts. Thanks for helping me make it to 100. I am excited for Inside Out 2. A trailer for the Inside Out sequel recently dropped, and it answered most of the questions I'd been asking. In my last short about it, I asked why Riley has these new emotions when her parents clearly don't have them? Well, apparently the new emotions are the bad guys, and I'm guessing the parents don't have them because they fought them off. Riley's inner struggle against these new emotions will be the core of the movie. The new emotions are also well designed. I originally thought they were all kind of dumb, but they've all grown on me. I'm actually really excited for Inside Out 2 now. It looks like a clever and innovative follow-up to the first. Exactly what Pixar needs right now. But there's one question that could end up hurting the movie. Is Riley gay? Sure, this film might just go over the girl wants to be part of the cool gang trope, which would work perfectly, but I could easily see this movie going further. I'm not a fan of LGBT content in kids' movies. I personally believe that's the kind of thing parents should teach their kids about, not billion-dollar corporations. And Disney's tried LGBT stories in the past, and it didn't end well financially. If they go that direction, it could hurt the film. But either way, Inside Out 2 skyrocketed from a bottom feeder movie to the most promising film of the year with just a single trailer. Please, Pixar, don't let me down. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Hey, Matt Pat. Thanks. Matt Pat, the creator and host of Game Theory, Film Theory, Style Theory, and my personal favorite, Food Theory, has officially retired and will be handing each channel off to a new host. I gotta say, his retirement announcement earlier this year was a shock to me because he's always felt like one of the most stable pillars of the YouTube community. It makes perfect sense though. He just wants to spend more time with his wife and kid, which I 100% support. I've heard others point this out though. The way Matt Pat exited YouTube is pretty much the greatest way any YouTuber ever could. Most leave YouTube out of controversy or tragedy, but not Matt Pat. He went out on top on his terms when he wanted to. So Matt Pat, thank you for everything you did to YouTube. This platform and the internet as a whole is better simply because of your contributions. You are an inspiration to me and many other creators, the gold standard of what a YouTuber should be, and I'm excited to see what you do next. Maybe you'll even get to go on Hot Ones. Just please, don't pull a Tom Brady and throw away your retirement. I don't think anyone could mentally deal with that. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. Thanks again for 13 years of fantastic content.
Thanks for watching.
Do I judge trailers too harshly? I recently released a short about the trailer for DreamWorks' upcoming movie, The Wild Robot, and I said it looked kinda boring. The comments went absolutely wild, slamming me for not reading the book, being overly judgy of a first trailer, and telling me not to cook, which I'll take as them saying I'm a perfectly cooked piece of meat already. But the question still stands. Am I too harsh on movie trailers? In my mind, the goal of a movie trailer is to show in 1 or 2 minutes what your movie is about. Typically, that means you need to show the main characters and the conflict. If you're announcing a sequel to a franchise people like, then you don't need plot details immediately. But when it comes to original films or movies based off books, games, musicals, or other forms of media, you need to show what your movie is about. Simply based on the trailer, all we know is some nebulous bad thing happens. The comments told me the conflict is that the company that made the robot comes to get it back, and that sounds great. I just think they should have teased the company or the villain's motives so that we know what the conflict is. Because I would have just guessed evil capitalists or deforestation. Not everyone who sees the trailer read the book. Based purely off the first trailer, I'm not too hyped, but just like Inside Out 2, maybe the next trailer will excite me. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. Are you excited for the movie? And did you read the book? Apparently everyone aside from me has. Tell me in the comments. The Garfield movie looks like a missed opportunity. Chris Pratt's Garfield comes out in May, and I'm not convinced it'll be any good. The art style is fantastic, and Chris's Garfield is actually surprisingly decent so far, but it's the plot that looks off. Garfield's dad comes back, and they go on this wild adventure filled with several other kooky characters. The problem is, it doesn't feel like Garfield. An example of a comic movie done right would be the Peanuts movie. It had a thin plot about Charlie trying to get to know the red-haired girl, which allowed the film to utilize all the tropes from the comic while still having a good enough main plotline. The Garfield movie doesn't have that. It looks like a complete departure from the comics, relying on all new characters Garfield lovers aren't familiar with. If I was directing it, I'd have the main plotline be about John trying to get to know Liz the nurse and how that affects his and Garfield's relationship. That would make the movie feel like the comics and leave plenty of room for the tropes Garfield is known for while still having a decent hook. But no, instead we get this weird forced plot about Garfield's dad, which just gives me Strange World vibes, and not in a good way. Guess we'll just have to wait and see how it turns out. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What was the biggest flop ever? Every year we get huge blockbuster movies that make billions of dollars, but there's always a few movies that bomb horrendously. But what movie lost the most money? Surprisingly enough, the top 3 are all from Disney. At number 3, we've got Disney's Lone Ranger reboot, which I've never seen and I don't really want to. It looks like they grabbed Johnny Depp from the Pirate series and threw him into a boring, overly expensive mess no one asked for. The movie lost between $160 to $190 million. The second biggest flop of all time was actually 2022's Strange World, which lost Disney $197 million. And deservedly so. It's one of the worst films I've ever seen. And if you're wondering how they lost more money than the film's budget, you gotta remember the budget doesn't count marketing or that the movie theaters take half the profits, meaning films have to make about double the budget to make money. Strange World obviously did not. And the worst flop of all time? Disney's John Carter. You've probably forgotten this 2012 movie about a Civil War vet that finds himself on Mars even existed because nobody went to watch it. Disney lost $200 million on the film, making it the biggest box office disaster of all time. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. Do you think these movies deserved better or they deserved what they got? Tell me in the comments. What happened to the DreamWorks Golden Age? If you were watching YouTube videos about movies at the beginning of 2023, you undoubtedly ran across people heralding 2022 as the beginning of a new golden age for DreamWorks. We just got in The Bad Guys, a decent movie with a killer art style, and Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, the shoe-in for the best animated movie of the last 5 years, if Spider-Verse hadn't happened. On top of that, Disney and Pixar were floundering with films like Strange World and Lightyear, both of which died horrible deaths. DreamWorks looked poised to take the animation crown, so why did it never end up happening? I think Cartoonchi said it best. DreamWorks is consistently inconsistent. If you pick out any 5 movies from the resume, you'll find at least 1 masterpiece and 1 failure. They constantly experiment with new styles and new formats, and their last few movies, Ruby Gilman, Trolls 3, and Orion in the Dark, were all misfires. As long as DreamWorks is DreamWorks, there won't be a golden age. Just the highs and lows they always deliver. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. I have been cloned. AI has been all the rage recently, and my dad suggested I try to generate some pictures of Bacon Guy. I laughed because last I checked, AI images looked like this. Go generate Jimmy Fallon or How to Train Your Dragon and OG Stable Diffusion if you want to laugh. But I was not prepared for how good AI has gotten. When I put in Bacon Guy, I got this pretty decent image of a man with a bacon necktie alongside this cute bacon chef, which is so messed up if you think about it for more than a second. I wanted something more specific though, so I changed the prompt and got these. Much cuter, aside from that one that looks like the Noid. One final push of the button got me these. This guy is freaking adorable. Just look at him. But to be truly replaced by machines, I needed to change the prompt to align with my darker, meteor side. And I was not disappointed. What the heck? He looks like a murderer. And why is this guy so buff? And this guy has a cape? Why don't I have a cape? So yeah, AI is much more powerful than I remembered, and I need to go hide before this guy rips my eyes out. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What's your take on AI? Tell me in the comments. Monsters at Work was such a missed opportunity. Back when Disney Plus launched, there were rumors of a Monsters Incorporated show that would pick up after the events of the original movie, showing how Mike and Sully adjust to the new laughing protocols. The old voice actors were returning, and it sounded like a lot of fun, until it came out. Similar to Megamind 2, the animation looked worse than the original movie, and the pacing wasn't great. Even worse was the fact that Mike and Sully became side characters. Monsters at Work mostly centered around new generic-looking monsters with bland personalities. I'd hope Disney wouldn't keep up the straight-to-streaming is cheap thing companies do with IP, but Monsters at Work was the definition of mid. Season 2 just got announced, and the plot at least looks better. Generic Monster 1 isn't any good at comedy, so that bad guy from Monsters University hires him to what sounds like a Monsters Incorporated alternative that hasn't given up on the art of scaring yet. While I like the premise, the animation is still weak, and I don't have high hopes that it'll be any good. I wish they'd just focus on the characters people love, instead of these new guys we have no attachment to. Can't be any worse than Megamind 2 though, right? Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Are sponsorships morally wrong? Whether it's NordVPN, Opera GX, or the dreaded Raid Shadow Legends, you've seen your favorite creator talk about a sponsored product. But are sponsorships morally wrong? If it's an opinion that's been paid for, isn't it a lie? From a YouTuber's perspective, I can totally see why someone would accept a sponsorship. The YouTube algorithm is wildly unpredictable, so having some kind of stable money sounds like an easy choice. And as a subscriber, sponsorships allow for your favorite creators to keep making content for just the price of a 1-minute ad, or you just skip it like everyone else. But the flip side of this argument, are YouTubers that accept sponsorships just sellouts? 99 times out of 100, they don't actually use the product in everyday life. I guarantee Mr. Beast doesn't play Stumble Guys in his free time. And they're only recommending it because they were paid to say it. And loads of these products end up being scams or just mediocre. And you might say, maybe they're sponsored by a company they like. If so, that company wouldn't need to sponsor them. If YouTubers like a specific product, they'd tell you without being paid. So I ask you once more, are sponsored YouTubers lying to you for a quick buck, or are sponsorships a necessary evil for YouTubers to survive? I'm nowhere near being sponsored. I'm not even monetized. I'm just extremely curious about your perspectives on this. So please, tell me in the comments. Do sponsorships work? Yesterday I asked if sponsorships were morally okay, but today I ask a more important question. Do they even work? The only time I ever hear about Magic Spoon or Air Up is during sponsorships. I don't know anyone that actually uses the products you see all the YouTubers talk about. The only company that's a household name is Raid Shadow Legends, simply because nobody likes them. The one time I can remember a sponsored product actually becoming mainstream was with Genshin Impact. I saw a few creators make sponsored videos or talk about Genshin a few months before it blew up, and then it exploded and didn't need sponsorships anymore. Was it the sponsorships that made it blow up, or would it have taken over regardless? No idea, but it's the rare case of a sponsored product actually working. So my suggestion to you is this: don't listen to sponsorships unless you've heard about that product from somewhere other than a paid YouTuber. Most of these products come and go without leaving any impact aside from their 1-minute ads, which makes me think most are devoid of substance. But I ask you, have you ever bought a product because a sponsored YouTuber told you to? And was it any good? Please, tell me in the comments. What happened to the Lego movies? The original Lego movie came out 10 years ago, gosh, I'm old, and kickstarted a series of Lego films. But it's been 5 years since we got one, so what happened to them? The original Lego movie was a creative masterpiece with such a good story people forgot it was a toy commercial. And the Lego Batman movie was fun too. Will Arnett's Batman is fantastic, and this film was a bit weird, but ultimately a super fun time. But then the Lego Ninjago movie happened, and it wasn't great. The plot was bland and uninspired compared to the first few Lego films, and fans of the Ninjago show hated how different the film was. Pretty much everyone said meh and moved on, excited for the launch of the second mainline Lego movie, and it wasn't that good. The Lego movie, the second part, isn't a horrible movie. It parallels Apocalypse movies pretty well and has some fun moments, but it's largely missing the creative spark spark that made the first film so special. It was also pretty confusing. You couldn't tell what was supposed to be real and what was a kid's imagination. The Lego Movie 2 didn't do well at the box office, and plans for Lego Batman 2, a Lego-themed racing movie, and the third Lego movie were all quietly canceled. The Lego Movie license is now owned by Universal, so while we might get some Lego-themed movies eventually, the Lego movies we knew are pretty much over. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. Which Lego film was your favorite? Tell me in the comments. How does the Shorts algorithm work? I have posted videos every day since mid-November, so let me tell you what I've learned about posting YouTube Shorts. First off, when I post a short, I just have to hope YouTube shows it to people. The main way people watch them is through the Shorts feed, which YouTube handpicks for people. That means my views will all pretty much come at once, in what I'll call a spike. There's a 24-hour period in which that spike should hopefully come. I've had it come within minutes or near the end of the 24 hours or anywhere in between. Once the spike comes, YouTube will look at the ratio of people that chose to watch it compared to the ones that swiped away, the swipe rate, and determine if my video deserves a second spike. I aim for a 50% swipe rate or better, but I obviously don't hit that every time. My heavy hitters spike to 10,000 views and then get unceremoniously cut off, but trickle their way higher or way higher. Of course, I've had some videos randomly spike weeks after an upload. I've had videos with great swipe rates die, while others with bad swipe rates do pretty well. I've had some shorts that never even got a spike, and I've had successes directly followed by flops and vice versa. And honestly, most of my recent views have come from weeks or months old shorts that keep trucking onward. So no, I don't quite understand how it all works, but it's going pretty well so far. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Will Minecraft ever die? Minecraft has been around for a decade and a half and has cemented itself as basically the most popular game ever made. Sure, some games take over the world for a minute or for a while, but Minecraft has been a titan in the gaming landscape for most of my life. But there's been loads of videos recently about how Minecraft isn't fun anymore, the new updates stink, it's boring, or it's dying. So is Minecraft going to die? Minecraft is unlike any other game because it has an extremely specific audience. If you're an Apex creator, you might play Fortnite or the finals here and there, or vice versa. There's other similar games to jump into if you feel like you're burning out. But Minecraft, there are hundreds of Minecraft YouTubers, and there's really nowhere else for them to go if they feel burnout happening. Of course they feel bored or unsatisfied with the game. There's only so much you can do, and doing it for years will make it feel repetitive. So I think Minecraft YouTubers are just more sensitive about the health of the game because it's their lives and livelihoods, and there's really nowhere else they can go and retain their audience. I still love Minecraft here and there, but I couldn't play it for months or years on end. So no, I don't think Minecraft is dying or will ever really die. The YouTubers are just tired of it. Minecraft is the gaming equivalent of home. You get restless if you spend too much time there, but you always come back. If you want to enjoy it though, play in moderation. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Will Fortnite ever die? Fortnite has been an absolute global sensation since its launch in 2017, completely changing the gaming landscape. Arguably for the worst, but that's a conversation for another day. But while Fortnite was extremely popular from 2017 to 2020, it also kind of dwindled after the lockdowns. It still had a core fan base, but it wasn't the talk of the town anymore. And that's when Fortnite made its most brilliant move ever. It brought back the old map for Fortnite OG. Older players had felt like the game had evolved into an experience they didn't like as much, so bringing back the old map brought back old players and proved that Epic Games listens to its audience. And it worked perfectly, spiking Fortnite to its most popular season ever. And Fortnite capitalized on that, releasing its biggest season ever right after the OG season. We got Lego Fortnite alongside Rocket League and Rock Band ripoffs, essentially making this Fortnite 2 in all but the name. And with hundreds of user-created modes, Fortnite has evolved from a fun battle royale into a hub for experiences of all kinds. So no, Fortnite is far from dead, and it won't die until Epic stops reinventing and evolving what Fortnite is. I'm not an avid Fortnite player, but I respect how well Epic has handled the biggest game of the last 10 years. It's truly unlike any other experience out there. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Spider-Verse 2 is a complete anomaly. Listen, I know all the other YouTubers have yelled about how great Spider-Verse 2 was, but I want a turn. Most of the time, the second film in an animated series misses the mark or isn't as good, but Across the Spider-Verse is as good or better than the original. The amount of work that went into every facet of this film is insane. The animation blows every other movie ever out of the water, and the writing is nearly perfect. I can't think of too many other films that have fully written character arcs for people that only get 5 minutes of screen time. It's also the longest American animated film ever, and it doesn't feel like it's dragging at all. Gwen has a lot more of a focus this time around, but it doesn't feel like she's taking the spotlight off of Miles, who, by the way, is one of the greatest protagonists in years. And can we talk about the Spot? Not only is he a masterfully written villain, they made him the Bagel Guy, one of the greatest fan nods of all time. And the cliffhanger is so perfectly done. We get just enough info to not feel cheated out of an ending, but they held back enough that literally everyone will have to see Spider-Verse 3. Masterfully written, incredibly animated, dark and mature, while still being funny, Spider-Verse 2 is one of the greatest movies ever, and the best follow-up to an animated movie I've ever seen. Alright, I got that off my chest. Thanks for coming. And please, tell me your thoughts in the comments. Skull and Bones is everything wrong with modern gaming. Ubisoft's pirate combat game Skull and Bones recently came out, and even though they spent loads of money and time on it, it's not that fun. Instead of making an Assassin's Creed Black Flag type game like people wanted, it's a live service, easily monetizable mess nobody asked for. Skull and Bones is just the most recent example of a huge AAA gaming flop. Every company is aiming for that Fortnite or Genshin Impact level of live service status, retooling old IP or shoehorning always online where it doesn't fit, and players aren't having it. People can tell when you take a neat idea and microtransact the heck out of it, and so they don't play it. As long as companies look at games as moneymakers instead of fun experiences, they'll keep pumping out messes like Skull and Bones. Just look at this generation of games. We haven't had near the amount of big popular titles as the last few generations, and the few we have gotten aren't full of microtransactions. All of the big IP these companies rely on have been gutted and ruined to pave the way for more skins, more battle passes, and it's killing the gaming industry. So companies, if you're listening, just make games people want instead of games to squeeze cash out of people. We can tell the difference. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Is it finally time for Waluigi to join Smash? For years, fans have pined and hoped that everyone's favorite greasy, lanky boy Waluigi would get that precious invitation to Super Smash Bros. Ridley and King K. Rool got it, even though they seemed like long shots. But Waluigi was stuck as an assist trophy. So should he get added to the next Smash? My answer is not quite yet. Listen, every single character in Smash has been either the focus or side character of their own game. All of Mario's friends have games of their own, meaning once they joined Smash, they had easily accessible movesets. Two exceptions would be Daisy and Piranha Plant. Daisy's an Echo, so she was easy to add, and admit it, Waluigi deserves to be more than an Echo. And Piranha Plant filled the joke character spot they usually have. So my point is, before Waluigi joined Smash, he should get his own game. Right now, he's just kind of been one of those group characters. I want to see Nintendo flesh him out a bit before handing him a Smash invite. The only exception, the only way adding him would actually make perfect sense, is if Nintendo pulled a Splatoon on us and used Waluigi as the way to announce the next game. That might rival even the Steve reveal if they do it right. But then again, as long as Sakurai controls Smash, he might leave Waluigi out as his stance against the crazies that sent him death threats. As much as it hurts, I can't really blame him. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Has everyone already forgotten about Raya and the Last Dragon? If you ask people to name recent Disney princesses, Moana, Elsa, and possibly Mirabelle or Asha would be mentioned. But back in 2021, we got a full-on Disney princess movie called Raya and the Last Dragon, which feels like a film we've all forgotten about. There were several things that led to Raya fading from our collective memories. One was its release. It came out as both a theater and streaming film during the lockdowns, meaning not many people went to the theaters to watch it. Secondly, it's a Disney princess movie without music. Disney princess movies live and die based on their soundtrack, and without catchy songs like Encanto had, Raya left no cultural impact. And finally, it's not a great movie. Raya and the Last Dragon isn't a bad film, but the pacing is so breakneck and non-stop that you don't have time to soak anything in. Awkwafina also voices the dragon, and if you've seen her in one movie, you've seen her in all of them. I love the world building and apocalyptic feeling of Raya, but the execution is pretty lacking, leaving us with the most forgettable Disney movie in years. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Disney's Wish had one of the dumbest villains in Disney history. The classic Disney villain has been missing from most recent Disney movies, replaced by something like a twist villain or family dysfunction. But Wish was marketed as the return to the classic Disney villain, introducing King Magnifico as a power-hungry titan. And he was horrible. Magnifico got an awful song, and his evil plans kinda made sense, which made Asha the hero look like the villain. Concept art has since pointed out that originally Magnifico and his wife were supposed to be a villainous power couple, which would have been great. But Disney changed his wife's character, making her more compassionate. I think Disney just doesn't want to portray a girl as anything but always right anymore, which is why they're not making many female villains. Whenever we do get a girl villain, we're supposed to understand and empathize with them, which just goes against what makes a villain villainous. And historically, girls are the scariest ones! The Evil Queen, Mother Gothel, Cruella de Vil, Ursula, Yzma, and of course, Maleficent, the most Disney villain of all, were all girls. Disney girls make for incredible villains, so skipping out on a power couple or even the queen being evil was just a missed opportunity, just like the rest of the movie. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Pirates of the Caribbean is honestly underrated. Pirates of the Caribbean was one of those series that Fast and Furious itself to death, releasing a billion more movies than anybody asked for. But when was the last time you watched either of the first two movies? I rewatched them not long ago, and my gosh, they are fantastic. The first Pirates movie is so much fun. It's got an enjoyable plot, great characters, and hilariously quotable lines.
You are without doubt the worst pirate I've ever heard of. But you have heard of me.
But the action and choreography is just incredible. There's a fight in a barn that channels some of Jackie Chan's energy. But the second movie? Sure, the plot's a bit dumber, but the action and set piece moments are turned up to 11. And the CGI they use on Davy Jones? That movie's nearly 20 years old and current Marvel can't even compete. These two movies are some of the most fun films I've seen in a very long time. Listen, the series went off the deep end there near the end, but there was a reason they kept making Pirates films. The first two are masterpieces. If you want a fun, nostalgic movie night, you can do a lot worse than Pirates of the Caribbean. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What licenses deserve the Spider-Verse treatment? What do I mean by the Spider-Verse treatment? It's where you give a popular license an animated film with a very distinctive art style. You get bonus points for having a more mature plot than your average kids film. I've thought about 4 different IP that could benefit from having a flashy animated movie. 4. Pirates of the Caribbean. Or any Pirates license, really. How is it 2024 and we don't have a good animated pirate movie yet? 3. Narnia. Aside from How to Train Your Dragon, very few animated movies feel epic. An animated take on Narnia would fix that and revitalize one of the better licenses Hollywood hasn't completely ruined yet. 2. Batman. This one makes so much sense Warner Brothers is already considering it. Batman's the only hero that rivals Spidey in terms of popularity, so a darker animated take would be amazing. 1. Tron. Disney keeps trying, but they can't make a successful Tron movie no matter how hard they try. The Tron universe has such a distinct art style already, but an animated movie could turn it up to the max and finally save the series. I'm talking Tron Uprising, but without getting canceled. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. Is there a particular film you'd love to see get an animated take? Tell me in the comments. Was The Bad Guys a good movie? DreamWorks has had its share of misfires recently, but people were talking about a DreamWorks golden age only 2 years ago, and The Bad Guys was one of the reasons for it. Sporting a flashy, eye-catching art style, the bad guys followed a group of expert animal criminals that learn that being good isn't so bad. It's funny, has great characters, and a few pretty well-written twists. Overall, this is a really fun movie, with one rather large issue. The third act goes completely off the rails. The Crimson Paw twist and reveal didn't land very well with me. I know they'd been trying to set it up, but it felt way out of left field. And then the ending is absolutely bonkers. The bad guys, even though it centers around talking animals, is pretty grounded until the last 20 minutes where a mind-controlled army of rodents attacks the city. It's such a weird ending to such a normal film that I think could have been a bit better thought out. Listen, I still think this movie is highly enjoyable. The animation is stylish and stellar, the police officer lady is cartoonishly hilarious, and I think the actual ending is pretty good. It's just how they get there that feels a bit messy, and so to me at least, The Bad Guys is a solid film that could have been better. Either way though, I'm excited for the recently announced sequel. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What's the best part of Teen Titans Go? Teen Titans Go is one of those rare shows that manages to be underrated and overrated at the same time. People hate it because it's not as dark or grounded as the original Teen Titans show, but Go has a clever, off-the-wall sense of humor few other shows can match. Seasons 2, 3, and 4 have some of the funniest episodes of any show I've ever seen. But once you get to season 5, the quality falls significantly, and season 6 and 7, from what I've seen, aren't near as enjoyable as the earlier seasons. But one thing that hasn't deteriorated is the greatest Teen Titans Go character, the Easter Bunny. This thing is hideous, and the writers know it, constantly coming up with new ways to horrify people with this wondrously awful being of pure torment. Every year I look forward to the inevitable Easter Bunny episode, whether he's in a war with the similarly scary Tooth Fairy or infesting a space station. The Easter Bunny is one of the best parts of any show I've ever seen. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. And as my good friend would say,
Happy Easter, everyone!
I'm quitting YouTube? No, I'm not. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. I'm quitting YouTube? No, I'm not. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. I'm quitting YouTube? No, I'm not. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. I'm quitting YouTube? No, I'm not. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Has Batman gotten too dark? Batman is a character that started off goofy, but has slowly gotten darker and darker every time a new movie comes out. Except for that Batman and Robin movie we don't talk about. The most recent take on Batman, the Batman, not confusing at all, was the darkest one yet, with a highly macabre red and black style and a gritty, violent city. I have no problem with a dark Batman, but there's more to the Caped Crusader than just black. One of the best Batman movies ever was the Lego Batman movie. It poked fun at Batman's various tropes and misfires while building on Bruce Wayne's complicated character. It was a great movie because of how funny and self-referential it was, but it was a great Batman movie because of how well it respected the character of Batman. You can tell a great Batman story without being oppressively dark and brooding, which is why I hope the new DCU's Batman, the Brave and the Bold, has a bit more fun with the character. I'm still excited for the Batman 2. The first one set up some intriguing plot lines I'm interested in seeing fleshed out, and I love the haunting style of the movie. But there's more sides to Batman than that, and I hope we get to see them someday. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Why do people keep pretending to quit YouTube? Near the beginning of this year, YouTube legends like Captain Sparkles, Tom Scott, and MatPat announced their retirement from their typical upload schedules, ready to move on to the next phase of their life. It was genuinely sad to see these guys move on, but happy at the same time. And then the clickbait started. Loads of big YouTubers like Ryan Drahan, Good Mythical Morning, or Tommy Innit uploaded videos with titles like My Last Video, We're Done, or Bye Bye, leading viewers to think, wait, is this guy going too? No, Tommy Innit's just taking a break. Ryan was just advertising his new candy brand, and Good Mythical Morning is done asking others for permission for their projects. Not misleading at all. Listen, I thought Ryan's video specifically was kind of funny and obviously took loads of work, but these clickbait videos are getting so annoying. And the ones I mentioned are just a few examples. YouTubers, we as your audience care for your content. And if you've got some big announcement, please let us know. But if you make your videos seem like a retirement announcement and it's not, that breaks our trust a bit. Don't scare us like that for no reason or we might not come back.
Didn't you post a fake quitting video 2 days ago?
But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Why is Bluey so popular? I don't know if I've ever seen anything spike in popularity as fast as Bluey. Sure, kids shows have taken over before, but they're typically aimed at older kids. Bluey technically fits with the Paw Patrols and Thomas the Tank Engines of shows, yet people of all ages are addicted to it. So why the heck is it so popular? First off, it's about the most adorable show ever made. The animation is super cute, and the Australian acting just sends the cuteness factor into overload. And it's about a happy, standard family. Most popular shows have single parents, step parents, or zero parental involvement, but the family in Bluey is just a joyful, loving, nuclear family. But the biggest reason it's so popular is how mature the show is. It's obviously made for kids, but it delves into very adult topics like infertility or having a miscarriage, and handles those situations perfectly. Bluey also tackles things like disabilities with great care. Instead of saying, hey, we're so clever for including this minority, aren't we? Bluey handles the topics with a genuine love, simply explaining to kids why other kids might be a bit different from them. It's one of the most purely enjoyable and wildly adorable shows in years, and I can happily say Bluey deserves all the praise and popularity it gets. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments.
What's your favorite food?
Children.
What's the the worst part about being an opinion channel. I love my channel. Brainstorming, editing, and publishing a video every day is something I quite enjoy doing. But there's one thing about my channel that stinks a bit, and it stems from the opinions themselves. The problem about uploading an opinion every day is that eventually you're gonna disagree with me. Even if you agree with about 99% of the things I say, there will always be that 1% that you disagree with. I might slander your favorite character, make a point you don't like, or say one negative thing about your favorite book I have not forgotten, and then you'll inevitably disagree with me. All I ask is this: just remember, they're all opinions. Everything I've ever said on this channel is just my take on a specific topic, and they're usually not about anything serious. And if you disagree with me, as usual, tell me in the comments. I have my point of view, but I'd love to hear yours, even if I think you're completely wrong. So seriously, thank you guys so much for 6K subscribers. And if I say something you think is stupid, don't go anywhere. You might like tomorrow's take better. But if I say like 5 horrible things in a row, then yeah, maybe get the heck out of here. But as usual, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Was Dragons 3 a good movie? It's been 5 years since the How to Train Your Dragon trilogy officially ended. While How to Train Your Dragon is one of the best movies ever made, both of its sequels were letdowns for different reasons. Dragons 3 in particular missed the mark in several key categories. I hated how childish Hiccup seemed as the chief of Berk. He makes everyone leave home because of a story he heard as a kid, a story they've never mentioned until now. That just doesn't sit right with me. Most of the characters feel a bit dumbed down compared to the first 2 films, which is an unfortunate trend for animated sequels that I'd hoped Dragons would avoid. The villain was also meh, and the female Night Fury wasn't that cool. Gotta say though, this movie ends the series strong. Dragons leaving always hurts deeply, and watching Hiccup and Astrid get married is the perfect send-off to a great series. Oh, and the animation is absolutely stunning. So yes, Dragons 3 lacks in several areas, but it's still a pretty fun movie that does enough to finish the Dragons trilogy on a high note. And hey, if you want to hear my thoughts on Dragons 2, I just released my first long-form video diving into the highs and lows of that movie. If that interests you, please check it out, and please tell me if it's a decent video. It's my first, and I'm still figuring out exactly what I'm doing. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. YouTube copyright laws are insane. As a shorts creator, I can include movie clips and copyrighted music in my videos without having to worry about copyright laws. Frankly, I'm spoiled, because after making my first long-form video, I ran into some huge copyright issues I did not expect. I'd put a few moments from the movie in the video to add to the drama, but YouTube hit me with some huge copyright claims. I thought they just demonetized my video, which doesn't matter, I'm not monetized yet anyways. But including a few snippets from the films made it unpostable. I went through, deleting all the moments with audio or cleverly dodging the copyright gods, and posted it again, and it still wasn't postable. Apparently just having part of the movie play in the background is illegal. I made all background footage 10 seconds or shorter, and it was still denied. I mirrored the footage, I slowed some of it down, I cut and scrambled the movie footage again and again, hoping something would take. And after trying more than 10 times, it was finally accepted. Thank the Lord. I get why the copyright laws are there. They don't want people posting the entire B movie to YouTube. That's what Spotify's for. But I didn't realize just how hard movie reviews are to post. So please, if you're interested in my thoughts on Dragons 2, check out my video. And if the footage seems a bit scattered, at least you know why. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Mission Impossible 7 deserved better. Loads of movies flopped last year, but most of them were horrible or mediocre at best. Mission Impossible 7 was neither. The Mission Impossible movies are known for incredible set-piece moments, great action, and the patented Tom Cruise run. Mission Impossible 6 Fallout was the best performing movie in the series, meaning big things were expected from Dead Reckoning, but it underperformed, scraping its way to $500 million, which sounds great until you look at its massive budget. And that's a shame. I'm not gonna say it was the best Mission Impossible movie. The villain was cheesy and certain scenes dragged on longer than necessary, but it's one of the most fun theater experiences I've had in a while. The car chase in Rome is comedic gold, the action is incredibly directed as usual, and the new girl was easily the best female counterpart in the whole series. So that begs the question, why did it fail? One word: Barbenheimer. Whatever movie came out competing against the combined powers of Barbie and Oppenheimer was doomed no matter how good it was. The worst part, Dead Reckoning is a 2-parter, so even though the studio might not want to make another, they have to finish things. But you know what? I'm glad for it. I will happily watch the next Mission Impossible because it's one of the few long-running series that still has any kind of love put into it. Every film has at least one mind-blowing stunt, and I can't wait to see what Tom Cruise comes up with next. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Why did 2D animation die? Back in the day, all animated movies were made in a hand-drawn style, but nowadays even Disney films are computer animated. So where exactly did 2D go, and will it ever come back? Everything Disney did for ages was 2D animated, but when DreamWorks jumped over to 3D animation, Disney felt outclassed. Their movies like Treasure Planet and Brother Bear flopped hard, and after Shrek, 2D movies were considered kids content, not all audience events like DreamWorks movies. Pixar at this time could also do no wrong. Disney's next 2D movie, Home on the Range, might have sunk 2D as a whole. Its clean comic book style looked cheap compared to older Disney movies, and the film is pretty horrible. Disney then made 3D movies till Princess and the Frog. They were callback to classic Disney films. Tangled came out after that, proving that 3D Disney films could work, and so Disney abandoned 2D after making one final lackluster Winnie the Pooh movie. Nobody makes 2D animated movies anymore because, since they're drawn by hand, they're much more labor intensive, and the new generations of animators know how to do 3D, not 2D. It's kind of become a lost art in Hollywood. I think audiences would totally watch a good 2D film if it came out, but the new 2D Looney Tunes movie was canceled, meaning studios don't think it's worth their time. As great as a new 2D movie could be, I think chances are we're just not getting one for a while. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Can Moana 2 save Disney? It's no secret that Disney and Pixar are in free fall right now. Both have put out flop after flop, and it's been a while since either company made a good movie. Neither one has made a sequel since 2019 though, know, and they're changing that with Moana 2 and Inside Out 2, both releasing this year. So much is riding on these movies. Can they deliver? Disney movies typically succeed simply because they're Disney, but as I mentioned, that hasn't worked well recently. Nobody cares about Asha or Lightyear or the Clade family, but you'd be hard-pressed to find a young girl that isn't obsessed with Moana or Frozen. These characters sell, and Disney is banking hard on these sequels to right the ship. And if they're good, they can help save Disney. If Moana 2, Toy Story 5, and the new Frozens are fun, enjoyable movies, everyone will ignore Disney and Pixar's past failings. They'll be back on top, and this weird dark age will be forgotten. But if the quality of any of these movies isn't there, I don't know how Disney will get out of this hole. Marvel and Star Wars are in a similar place, banking on their next few projects to save their franchises. 2024 is a pivotal year for Disney. If these things all flop, I don't see any future for the company. Guess we'll know by November. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Inside is one of the greatest games ever made. I'm not really a horror game guy, but I respect when someone makes something eerie and unsettling. And I've never seen a game nail that feeling quite like Inside. Developed by Playdead, the same guys that made the dark and freaky Limbo, Inside follows a child running his way through a civilization gone wrong. The atmosphere is oppressive, the graphics are unsettling, and the world building tells 1,000 stories without muttering a single word. It's a 2D platformer, but Playdead's clever use of perspective makes it feel like a fully 3D environment. The puzzles aren't easy, but they make perfect sense and often use things that add to the creepy factor of the world. But again, it's the world building that makes everything so darn freaky. The buildings are massive, spanning endlessly into the distance. Freaky humanoids exist as evidence of horrible experiments gone wrong. The world obviously took technology too far, and surviving is the only goal. And without spoilers, I can confirm that Inside has one of the wildest endings of all time. I've rarely played a game so scary and so genius without being cheap or failing in some way. It's been 8 years since it came out, and no game has beaten its atmosphere or creep factor. Whatever Playdead cooks up next, you can be sure that I will play it, no questions asked. And if you haven't played Inside yet, I highly recommend it. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What's the dumbest movie ever made? Movies can be awesome, funny, and emotional, but some are just plain stupid. But which ones are the dumbest? Godzilla x Kong: The New Empire is probably in my top 3. Big Atomic Lizard and Big Monkey team up to punch other Big Monkey? Listen, you know going in what you're signing up for, and it delivers. A hollow Earth inside our planet doesn't make any sense, but you're not supposed to think too hard anyway. I laughed the whole movie at just how completely stupid the entire concept was. Gotta say though, Moonfall is dumber. I loved the idea of the moon crashing into the Earth. It seemed like the perfect disaster movie setup. But not only do they spend the whole film telling us that the moon is actually a giant hollow machine, what is it with dumb movies and hollow planets? It ends with the annoying nerd guy being absorbed into the machine brain of the moon. You're a part of the moon now, is an actual line in a real movie. But I still don't think I've seen a dumber movie than The Meg 2. Sure, fighting building-sized sharks is already stupid, but there's one scene that just makes everything absurd. In an underwater base miles deep, the main character blows all the air out of his sinuses and swims in the extreme pressure because, as they say, you don't see fish exploding, do you? The dumbest part is, a character died to the pressure like 5 minutes earlier. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What's the dumbest movie you've ever seen? Tell me in the comments. What went wrong with Toy Story 4? Toy Story 3 was the perfect ending to the Toy Story saga, with Andy going off to college and the toys living on as playthings for Bonnie. It couldn't have ended better. But then Pixar announced Toy Story 4, leaving audiences to wonder why. Then the movie came out, made $1 billion, and was pretty well received, but something still felt off. So what didn't work about Toy Story 4? First off, this is pretty much Woody's movie. The side characters barely exist, and Buzz is pretty much an idiot the whole time. We mostly meet new characters instead of spending time with the older ones, which makes sense since there's like 40 at this point, but it still stinks. Secondly, Bo Peep's return isn't great. In an effort to be more modern, they tried making her cool, but she just feels like the default Hollywood girl boss. And finally, Woody's character is pretty much ruined. The whole point of the Toy Story franchise is that they stick together no matter what, but Woody abandons his own mantra the second his girlfriend reappears. Toy Story 4 isn't great because it doesn't do justice to the characters we grew up with. It's not a bad movie. It's pretty funny, and the animation is stellar. It's just a bad Toy Story movie. But those are just my thoughts. Do you think Toy Story 5 will fix things or make things worse? Tell me in the comments. The Joker 2 looks weird. We just got our first look at the sequel to 2019's Joker, and it looks kinda crazy. The first film is one of the few superhero movies to win an Oscar and the only R-rated movie to ever crack $1 billion, meaning big things are expected from the next one. And it looks like it's continuing the legacy of the first movie, being more of an artistic and subtle film than the typical in-your-face superhero schlock we're used to by this point. The Joker 2, okay, yeah, I can't pronounce that, is apparently supposed to be a musical, which at first sounded like an out-of-context Babylon Bee article, but it's true. And even weirder, I think it might work. The movie will be about the Joker and Harley Quinn sharing the same delusions, which will be the musical sequences in the film. Listen, as I've said before, people aren't tired of seeing superhero movies, they're tired of seeing the same superhero movies again and again, and the Joker sequel is certainly something that hasn't been done before. Don't be surprised if this one does well. The cinematography is already brilliant. I just hate that the big superhero movies this year are all R-rated, but anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Phineas and Ferb are returning? After the Disney Plus movie Candace Against the Universe succeeded, Disney greenlit 2 more seasons of Phineas and Ferb, which will release on Disney Plus whenever they're done. But I'll be honest, I'm not sure new seasons of Phineas and Ferb will work, and let me tell you why. I watched the Candace Against the Universe movie, and while some of it was funny, the humor was different from the original show. Several funny scenes dragged on for way longer than necessary in a very Family Guy way, which didn't quite fit the style of humor I remember. The original run of Phineas and Ferb also ended at a great time. We got a definitive ending to their stories, loads of 2-part specials, and it kind of felt like they were running low on ideas. It went out on top, which means the next 2 seasons have to prove why they should exist. And finally, Disney has changed as a company since the show first ended. Their quality has gone way down, and their reputation is in the gutter. I don't know if the current Disney can bring back the Phineas and Ferb magic. The show could end up being a knockout of the park, but I'll be skeptical till then. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. I don't want to be a YouTuber. When I started this channel, I created it for a few reasons. To have something to do in my free time, to edit videos, and so I could talk about movies. I didn't make it solely to be big on YouTube, I just wanted a creative outlet. 6 months and 10,000 subscribers later, my goal is still the same. There's methods out there to grow my channel faster. I could make a Discord server, sell merch, or ask for subs, but at the end of the day, I'm not here to be a YouTuber. I watched a Mark Rober interview where he talked about how he still has a day job so that he can get excited to work on his YouTube channel in his free time, and I agree. I don't want to be a YouTuber, and then I don't want this to be my job. I've seen enough from other creators, and my own wild stats, to know how stressful a career this would be. All I want to do is edit videos and talk about movies, and I couldn't do that without you guys. So thanks. Thanks to the ones that have been here since the beginning, the ones that agree or disagree with me, and the people that keep coming back. Anyone who's ever watched one of my shorts has helped me more than you'll ever know. Most channels announce a big project when they hit this kind of milestone, but I think I'm good. I've got goals for this channel. I want to get monetized eventually, and I'll try to make a long form video every now and then. And I'm not counting these things out, they're just not my goal right now. I just want to keep posting, and anyone that feels like sticking around is welcome to. What you see is what you're gonna keep getting every day at 9 a.m. Eastern time. I couldn't do this if it weren't for you all, so thanks again for 10,000 subscribers. The Willoughbys is the most random movie I've ever seen. I've seen a few completely random movies in my time, but few can match the pure insanity of Netflix's The Willoughbys. The film follows a family of 4 kids whose parents absolutely love each other but can't stand their children, and so their kids decide to orphan themselves. As wild as the base plot is, the movie constantly shifts focus. There's not a single moment in the movie where you can correctly guess what'll happen in 10 minutes, and the overwhelming randomness is kind of amazing. The parents are some of the creepiest and most freaky characters I've seen in ages. I don't understand them, and I don't think I want to. The kids are also hilarious. I love the creepy twins, and the family dynamic is pretty well written. The Willoughbys also does a better job of delivering a message than I expected. I also love the animation style. It's very colorful and cottony, which makes more sense once you've seen it. And the Willoughbys gets humor right. There's always something crazy going on in the background, and the constant change of scenery is funny by itself. It's not a perfect movie. The girl singing is a bit annoying, and there's one main character that's a little too normal to fit the vibe of the film. But overall, I haven't had this much fun watching a film this berserk in years. The parents could give you nightmares. Watch at your own risk. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Was I inspired by BFDI? I get comments all the time comparing me to the BFDI YouTube channel. So is that where I drew the inspiration for my baconated avatar? While my character has the same circular hands, low effort art style, and characterization of an inanimate object as many of the BFDI characters, there's zero connection. As I've said before, I drew several fun and random characters as a child, and Baking Guy just so happened to be the most expressive and easy to translate to YouTube. I didn't know BFDI, or Battle for Dream Island for the uninitiated, even existed until my brother mentioned it to me a few months back. So no, Baking Guy's BFDI looking style is purely a coincidence. It's been funny to see the comments though. I even had a channel mention me for the first time a few days ago, and they mostly do BFDI edits. They also drew this cute fan art of Baking Guy, which I thought was both amazing and just crazy that Baking Guy has fan art. I've not watched BFDI, and I don't really plan on it. So Jackson to Gamer 1073, this is as close to that BFDI video as you'll ever get. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Transformers 1 looks weird. We just got our first look at an animated Transformers prequel that's releasing later this year, and I don't like what I've seen. Genuinely, I haven't seen an animated trailer this bad in ages. First off, the art style. It's pretty bad. I really disliked Elemental style for being less artistic and more realistic, but Transformers 1 goes harder for realism and looks pretty terrible. I think it's the faces I hate the most. There's smooth metal that moves like a human face, and the characters in general move like low-budget Netflix cartoons. And then the lighting and animation is grungy. Not a good stylized grungy like that Ninja Turtles movie, just a gross kind of grungy. I think a more colorful or hand-drawn look would have fit much better. And secondly, who is this made for? It looks like it's trying to be a low-effort animated comedy, so it's a kid's movie, right? I was gonna say so, but then they started cursing! Listen, I know loads of parents are fine with their kids watching movies with cursing, but I also know a lot of them aren't, so the cursing will definitely drive some parents away. And it doesn't look mature enough to draw in tons of adults like Puss in Boots or Spider-Verse did. So again, I don't know who's gonna watch this. Transformers as a license is one I've never liked much anyways, and Transformers 1 looks like it won't change my mind. I know there are some Transformers fans out there, and I hope you like this, but this movie's not made for me. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Tron Uprising is the greatest show you've never heard of. Disney's had lots of trouble with the Tron license. Neither film was a huge success, but the universe has potential, so Disney greenlit a Tron animated show for Disney XD, and it was freaking amazing. Starring heavy hitters like Elijah Wood, Mandy Moore, Aaron Paul, and Paul Rubens, Tron Uprising had a great art style, good characters, and pretty heavy stakes. The show follows Beck, an ordinary guy whose best friend is brutally murdered by the government, and so he disguises himself as Tron to start a revolution, only to realize the real Tron is still alive and ready to help the cause. It feels similar to the Clone Wars with its higher stakes and darker themes, never shying away from showing how brutal the overlords are. And the villains are amazing. The show finds a way to make each unique and effortlessly cool, and the fight scenes are epic. I never liked any of the Tron movies. They focus too much on the humans and not enough on the world building. Tron Uprising only focuses on the programs and does a great job getting you invested in the universe. So why haven't you heard of it? Well, Disney canceled it after a singular season, so the show ends on a cliffhanger. I would still absolutely suggest watching Tron Uprising. It's on Disney Plus and it's fantastic. Just be prepared for a letdown of an ending. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What's the most disappointing movie ever made? Do you ever have high expectations for a movie that just fails? I can think of a few movies I was insanely hyped for that just didn't deliver. Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness would be up there. The original Doctor Strange was one of my favorite movies, and the sequel is supposed to connect Strange to WandaVision and be a horror movie. The end result was a mess that ruined characters I loved, added characters nobody liked, and killed any hope I had for the MCU. I was infinitely disappointed, but not as disappointed as I was with Avengers Endgame. Listen, Endgame is still a decent movie with several hard-hitting scenes, but when the world tells you it's a 10 out of 10 and it turns out to be a 7, that's massively disappointing. To be honest though, I don't know how anything could have realistically delivered after Infinity War. I've talked about my disappointment with them in other shorts though. You wanna know a failure I haven't mentioned? Hotel Transylvania 3! Hotel Transylvania 2 is one of the most underrated movies I've ever seen, and the third movie underwhelms in every category. It ruins Drax's character, replaces the funny character moments with cheap, crude humor, and is so blatantly stupid that it feels like a glorified screensaver. There were a few movies I loathed quite as much as Hotel Transylvania 3. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What's the most disappointing movie you've ever seen? Tell me in the comments. What's the most surprising movie ever made? Have you ever walked into a theater with low expectations only to have them blown out of the water? I can name a few movies that demolished my expectations. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish would be up there. I've never been a fan of Shrek, but after people wouldn't shut up about this movie, I tried it and was blown away. The animation is fantastic, the villains are incredible, and the story hits way harder than I expected. This is genuinely one of DreamWorks' best movies. Godzilla Minus One was also way better than I expected. Monster movies typically don't have good characters, but Minus One's human story was exceptionally well written. The monster delivered too. They made Godzilla extremely terrifying, and I've never seen a better Godzilla moment than the explosion midway through the film. And Minus One's budget effects were superior to a lot of Hollywood's offerings. But the most surprising movie I've ever seen? Into the Spider-Verse. To me, it just looked like the same guys that made the Emoji Movie race-swapped Spider-Man. I wasn't super excited, but I was a bit hopeful. Turns out it's the greatest darn Spider-Man movie ever made, with mind-blowing visuals, a deep, well-written story, and some of the best characters I've seen in a long time. I've never been more wrong about a movie in my life. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What's the most surprising movie you've ever seen? Tell me in the comments. Do I take video suggestions? You may have noticed a few of my recent video topics were suggested by commenters, so does that mean I'll take your video suggestion? Well, that depends on a few things. First off, I'll probably only do it if it's something I'm interested in, or something I was probably gonna do anyways. More obscure topics that would require a good amount of research would take a lot of time, which is in limited supply some days, and things I just don't care about wouldn't translate to good shorts, so no offense, I'll probably skip them. Secondly, I read every single comment, so if you've got a great idea, you don't need to repeat it. Trust me, I'll see it. And finally, just as a way to make it easier for me, the smaller the comment is, the more likely I'll choose it. I want to give y'all credit if you have a good idea, but sticking a giant comment into the small confines of a short just doesn't work. I've still got tons of ideas. Coming up with plans and ideas for these shorts is one of my favorite parts of the process. But as much as I enjoy it, sometimes you guys come up with some pretty perfect ideas I never would have thought of. So if you've ever got a topic you'd be interested in hearing me discuss, you know the drill. Tell me in the comments. Onward deserved better. Releasing the same time as the worldwide lockdowns, Pixar's Onward followed Chris Pratt and Tom Holland as elf brothers adventuring their way through a modernized fantasy world to see their dead father again one more time. It seems like the perfect heartfelt Pixar plot with great star power, so why isn't it remembered as a classic? I'll be honest, I absolutely love this movie. The end hits way harder than I expected. It's easily one of Pixar's best hit you in the feels moments ever. And Onward is pretty darn funny too, utilizing that old Pixar humor I miss. The writing is also exceptionally good. Every little detail ends up being important in the finale, which is just so satisfying. It's got so much going for it, but it never caught on for a few reasons. First off, the lockdowns killed Onward's momentum, which definitely impacted its legacy. Secondly, Pixar's quality standards have greatly diminished recently, and Onward is unfairly lumped in with their more recent failures. And finally, the main complaint I hear about the film is that the premise of a modernized fantasy world isn't explored enough. And I get that, but I completely disagree. The world is great, but this movie is run by the exceptionally well-made characters. Onward isn't my favorite Pixar movie, but it's a great, heartfelt film that I personally consider as Pixar's last good movie. I highly recommend you give it a shot. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Was Godzilla x Kong a good movie? I saw the new MonsterVerse movie recently, and while I had some issues with it, I quite enjoyed it. Godzilla's side plot the entire movie is fantastic. He's so overpowered and I love it. I also like the villain way better than I expected. He's so skinny and lanky, which is a pretty freaky combo. And the baby Kong wasn't as bad as I expected. I cringed at him in the trailer, but he was fine during the actual movie. I do think Godzilla x Kong messed up on the scale of the monsters though. People come to these films to watch skyscraper-sized animals beat the tar out of each other, but most of the shots in this movie are close-ups, which makes it hard to feel the vastness of these titans. A giant chunk of the movie is also spent in Hollow Earth, which aside from being an incredibly stupid concept anyways, also diminishes how big the monsters feel. Since everything's big down there, the monsters just feel large instead of colossal. The parts in the human cities were the best. Oh, and there's a monster that appears for the ending that's just so darn dumb. But again, this was a great movie. I only bring up these complaints so that the next one can be even better. This is one of the few movie series I wouldn't mind going on another 20 years. Big Monkey Punch Big Lizard never gets old. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Is Don't Hug Me I'm Scared 2 worth your time? Don't Hug Me I'm Scared is one of the greatest internet shows of all time. It followed puppets in an Elmo-like world where items come to life to sing informative teaching songs about things like love and creativity, but the messages were all messed up and each song got darker and darker. It was brilliantly directed and has left quite an impact on the internet as a whole, although it is a bit bloody and freaky, so know that before you watch it. So when I heard a second season was coming out, I was quite excited. And yet after watching it, I don't like it as much. The original season was short and sweet, with each episode being about 6 minutes. The new season is 20-minute long episodes, which makes the pacing and tone completely different, and full of more filler. Oh, and the songs? Season 2 songs feel like more of an afterthought than the catchy and well-written songs from the first season. The worst part though, the first season's ending felt like closure, and asked a lot of questions that you could answer by rewatching the episodes. Season 2's ending feels like they purposefully ripped the answers away and laugh at anyone that thought the show had meaning. It's not all bad. Episode 4 is honestly hilarious, and there's a few gags and jokes that just hit home. But overall, Don't Hook Me I'm Scared second season feels like a different, more flawed show. There's fun to be had here, it's just not the same as season 1. But those are just my thoughts, what are yours? Tell me in the comments. Is 2024 a bad year for movies? We're nearly halfway into 2024, and the movie slate is pretty bad. We already knew this would be a weird year with DC and Marvel both taking a break, and the writer's strike kicked all the movies I was interested in into 2025. So here's the question, what's left? So far we've gotten Dune 2 and Kung Fu Panda 4, neither of which excited me, and a pretty decent Godzilla x Kong movie. But looking ahead, we've got a bunch of remakes and sequels that look soulless, and both big superhero movies are R-rated, which will excite some people, but I'm good. Kraven the Hunter might be fun to watch bomb though. On the animated front, The Wild Robot, Transformers 1, Despicable Me 4, and Moana 2 all exist, but aside from maybe The Wild Robot, you've almost convinced me. They all feel eh. Two movies with massive potential are Inside Out 2 and that animated Lord of the Rings movie, but both companies have a bad track record recently, so I can't confidently say either will be a win. A Quiet Place Day 1 looks good though. Hopefully it will be, because Godzilla x Kong doesn't deserve movie of the year. But those are just my thoughts. Are you excited for something this year or looking ahead to 2025? Tell me in the comments. Am I monetized? When I started this channel, I set the goal of making it to 10k subscribers at some point, and you guys absolutely smashed my expectations. This channel reached 10k after only 4 months. But even crazier, it's been like 2 weeks and I'm already at 15k. It's gotten to the point where I've realized great channels I've watched for a while have less or similar subscriber counts to me. It's wild someone can get here by just posting rinky-dink opinion shorts every day. But 15k subs and 4 million views later, how much money have I made? Well, funnily enough, I'm not monetized yet. Sure, any channel that gets 1k subscribers can apply for monetization if they meet the other requirements. You can either reach 4,000 watch hours, which only applies to long-form videos, or 10 million shorts views in 90 days. I originally started making long videos to get monetized faster, but the 10 million requirement actually seems feasible now. If my current daily view count holds, I'll be monetized midsummer. So seriously, thank you so much to anyone who's subscribed, or even someone that just watches occasionally. You guys have helped this little side project of mine grow way bigger than I'd ever imagined. I've got a new long-form video coming soon, and a whole stack of viewer suggestions I'll get around to at some point. But for now, thanks again. Pacific Rim is the coolest movie ever made. Releasing in 2013, Pacific Rim took place in a world ravaged by giant kaiju monsters, where humans had to create building-sized mechs to fight off an invasion. A lot of the time, when a movie has a premise this cool, it ends up disappointing or feeling half-hearted. Not Pacific Rim. This movie knows exactly what it is, and it delivers. It has over-the-top robot fight scenes, a well-developed world, and a killer main theme. There's also a GLaDOS cameo for my Portal fans out there. When it comes to movies in the big thing punch other big thing genre, none even come close to the original Pacific Rim. But we all know how Hollywood is. The second they get a good idea, we get nothing but that for the next 20 years. So why isn't Pacific Rim a juggernaut series? While the first movie is rightfully considered fantastic, the sequel is anything but. Pacific Rim Uprising released in 2018 and pretty much killed the franchise on impact. The story was bad, the characters were weak, and the robots felt like kids' toys instead of mechanized titans. It's remembered as one of the most disappointing sequels ever. So is the franchise dead? We got a Pacific Rim anime that was okay, but didn't really have the tone of the original, and there's been no word on a third cinematic entry. Honestly, I'm okay with that. Not everything needs to be a franchise, and I'm perfectly happy with the one masterpiece we got. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What's the best video game soundtrack? Some days you just need video game music, so here's my top picks. Minecraft will always be up there for me. I love how the old stuff and the new stuff fit the vibe of the game perfectly. Undertale is also fantastic, and proof that Toby Fox is a musical genius. And then Celeste! Lena Raine's song work is incredible. She gives each level such personality, and the finale song is brilliant. On the pixelated front, Shovel Knight's soundtrack is king. Each song has multiple versions at this point, and I couldn't be happier. Mega Man 2's music is also seriously underrated. When you just want to chill, again, Minecraft is amazing, but I also love To the Moon's piano tracks and Breath of the Wild's soothing background music. Those games just nail tone with their soundtracks. There's also one Apex Legends song that hits way harder than it needs to. But what game has the best soundtrack? Listen, I haven't even gotten to mention Plants vs. Zombies, Halo, Super Meat Boy, Stardew Valley, Earthbound, The Elder Scrolls, or Portal, but none of them take the crown. From a YouTuber standpoint, there's no better soundtrack than Kirby's Epic Yarn. The songs are classics, but more importantly, they're the exact tone and volume I need for the backgrounds of my videos. About 90% of my recent videos use songs from Epic Yarn, and that probably won't change anytime soon. Second place is probably Undertale for me though. Those songs just rock. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What's your favorite gaming soundtrack? Tell me in the comments. Mufasa might be the worst movie of the year. Disney just released the trailer for the prequel to the Lion King remake, and yes, it looks about as good as you'd expect a prequel to a CGI live-action remake to be. Mufasa, the Lion King, will tell the story of how the Lion King became the Lion King. I know exactly why they're making this movie. The Lion King remake made billions at the box office, and they want to capitalize off that in any way they can. But I personally don't see this working. Disney movies aren't as fail-safe as they used to be, Disney remakes are trending down, and literally nobody asked for this movie. There was a trend in the trailer's comment section. Most people felt apathetic about the film as a whole, but admitted they'd be excited if it was hand-drawn. hand-drawn, and I think that would be amazing. Hand-drawn animation can deliver so much more emotion than that stupid CGI they use. So even if the story was the same, the movie would be a million times better. Oh, and Lin-Manuel isn't working on Moana 2, but he is working on Mufasa. There's gonna be lots of money and talent put into this movie, but I feel like it's being wasted on a project nobody wants in this form. I'll stick it next to Kraven the Hunter, Borderlands, and Transformers 1 in the could be the worst movie of this year category, but honestly, even these probably can't take the crown from Madam Web. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Will indie animation kill Hollywood? Hollywood is currently in decline, pumping out more sequels and remakes than anyone can handle. Indie animation, on the other hand, is flourishing, with things like the pilot to The Amazing Digital Circus getting millions of views. So is indie animation gonna kill traditional Hollywood movies? I don't think so. I think people are blowing indie projects out of proportion. For me, Digital Circus was pretty okay, but I never really got into the other stuff. I look at indie the same way I look at anime. It's cool, does things Hollywood won't, and isn't really my thing. I'm not trying to attack or look down on indie animation. I think it's so cool that those animators get to tell the stories they want to tell. I just don't want to give into the whole indie will kill traditional mantra I've heard. It's just like the DreamWorks versus Disney thing all over again. Just because one side is down and the other is up doesn't mean the losing side will die off. Indie won't kill Hollywood, they'll just coexist. And yeah, Hollywood ain't doing too hot right now, but if it dies, it won't be indie that kills it. It'll be itself, for reasons like overinflated budgets, creative bankruptcy, and hating on the people that pay to watch their movies, among other things. I got a lot of comments suggesting this one, and this probably wasn't what you were hoping for, but commenters, while I might not always say what you want me to say, I'll always tell you exactly how I feel. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Is the Minecraft movie actually gonna be good? Everything I've heard about the Minecraft movie so far feels like a joke. Jack Black is playing Steve, Jason Momoa is a co-lead, and it's apparently going to be the origin story for Minecraft, whatever that means. But weirdest of all, it's gonna be live action. I don't know why on earth some Hollywood bigwig looked at this game and said, yeah, we need to do that in live action. I gotta say though, things keep being leaked, and what I've seen looks promising. When I heard live action, I assumed it would be the standard green screen mess we get all the time, but apparently they're pulling a Lord of the Rings and filming on location in New Zealand. But how about the game's blocky look, I hear you saying? Well, we've gotten some backstage photos leaked, and sets look to be a decent mix of blocky and live action. The trees look cool, the mushroom looks accurate, and this glimpse of a village looks pretty spot on. In-person sets are a rarity nowadays, so I'm glad someone's doing it, even if it's Minecraft of all licenses. Video game adaptations have only gotten better in recent years, so dang it, the live-action Minecraft movie has a genuine shot at being a good film. I'll try to hold my optimism till I see a trailer, but I love that they're putting actual effort into doing things right. April 2025 can't come soon enough. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Is Star Wars finally dead? I saw a trailer for a Clone Wars spin-off series a few days ago. They teased several characters I loved, and it looked like it had more of an evil vibe. And yet I realized I couldn't care less. I feel like Star Wars as a brand has fallen off recently. There's so much content, but none of it has a soul. I'm watching Fallout right now, and I really like it. It's made by people who really have a passion for the games, and their dedication shines through in every episode. And with Star Wars, the first 2 seasons of The Mandalorian felt the same. It was made by fans for fans, and the passion was easily felt. But it feels like we don't get exciting new Star Wars shows anymore. We get content. We get shows based off increasingly lamer characters that are being made solely because Star Wars is a big franchise, solely because they need to fill that slot in the Disney Plus schedule, and not because the people making them actually care. I don't like Star Wars because now it just feels soulless. Another reason I think Star Wars is dying is actually the female characters. And I know, that sounds horribly sexist of me to say, but I just released a long-form video diving into exactly what I mean. If you're interested, check it out and tell me what you think. I especially want to hear from the girls in the audience. Do you get what I mean, or am I a horrible person? Either way, I'm about done with Star Wars at this point, but those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Which Encanto gift would be the best in real life? The family Madrigal in Encanto had some pretty interesting powers, but some seemed more like curses than gifts. So which one would you actually want in normal life? Peppa has it the worst. Not only can everyone tell exactly how she's feeling, her bad moods directly affect everything around her. Bruno and Dolores' powers are also definitely curses. While they might be cool at first, Bruno got expelled from life for just telling what he saw, and hearing everything would drive you mad. Luisa's super strength would be cool in real life, but if it comes with being built like Mr. Incredible, you might want to skip it. Camilo's gift is the first great one. Changing form seems to have zero downsides, aside from maybe tempting you to an easy life of crime. Conversing with animals would be cool too, assuming they all have near human intelligence. But Isabella's power is incredible. You could use vines like Spider-Man uses webs, grow your own food with just a thought, and look great while doing it. The downside though, if you lose control of your emotions, people might get hurt. At the end of the day though, I think the mom wins. If you can cook healing food, you could replace hospitals, become a billionaire, and probably live endlessly. Or you could just be boring and go with Mirabelle's gift of just being a nice person. That works too. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Who's gonna die in Spider-Verse 3? It's gonna be a while before Beyond the Spider-Verse releases, and stakes are high. It feels like there's gonna have to be sacrifice, and I'm ready to place my bets on who will and will not live. Miles' dad will survive! Yes, they keep hyping up how much danger he's in, but I don't see how they can logistically kill him off. If he dies, the Spider Society was right, the canon events cannot be beaten, and Miles loses. I think he'll make it out alive. As for Miles himself, I hope he lives too. I think if he saves his dad, he'll be able to show his parents who he is and enter being Spider-Man with a new perspective. Sacrificing him just feels wrong. Gwen is another character I really hope lives. She and Miles have such good chemistry, and again, it would be great to see another canon event proven wrong. She's a more likely candidate for death than the others though, seeing as she and her dad reconciled. So then who will die? Killing a side character would hurt, but not cut too deep, so I think these guys will all be okay. But my bets are on the death of Peter B. Parker. He's Miles' mentor, he's he's overcome his own struggles, and he's got a kid. That's a telltale sign of a character about to expire. Again, I hope I'm wrong. Peter B is an incredible character, but of all the good guys, he seems the most likely to sacrifice himself. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. Have you guys got any Spider-Verse 3 predictions? Tell me in the comments. Is 4 a cursed number for animated sequels? Very few animated movie franchises make their way to 4 installments, and of the few that have, I can't really recall any being good or necessary. To start with, Shrek 4 is pretty hated for really not adding much to the Shrek universe, but it's admittedly not as hated as Shrek 3. Toy Story 4 is a much more watered down film than its predecessors, ruining character development and being absolutely unnecessary. Hotel Transylvania 4 is also pretty bad. The studios had so little faith in it that it came out on streaming, and felt more like a bad episode of a show than the finale of a series. Still not as horrid as Hotel Transylvania 3 though. Recently, Kung Fu Panda 4 is criticized for being a weak and useless movie, and let's be honest, the only reason we got a 4th Ice Age was because of Scrat. The running theme is 4s aren't always bad exactly. Toy Story 4 and Shrek 4 both have their fans, but for the most part, they're almost never necessary. They also have a bad habit of undoing character growth to make characters feel dumber or funnier, which ruins the feeling of the series. Maybe one day a 4 will get it right, but we're not there just yet, and I don't see Despicable Me or Frozen changing that. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What's gonna be the biggest movie of 2024? There's a lot of movies this year, so let me rank them from least to most likely to make $1 billion. In D tier, we've got Mufasa, Borderlands, Craven, and Moana 2. 2 have had backlash, one's a Disney Plus show retrofitted to be a movie, and the other is related to Morbius. These will not do well. C tier is Venom 3, Alien Romulus, Beetlejuice 2, and Transformers 1. Venom and Transformers have fans that'll show up, but I don't see either doing spectacularly, and I just don't get good vibes from Alien or Beetlejuice for some reason. B tier has your movies that will succeed but not break records. This includes Sonic 3, Twisters, Furiosa, Garfield, Kotpoda, Quiet Place, and Inside Out 2. Any of these could break the box office, but they're less likely to do so than the A tier ones. A tier includes movies that'll do really well but miss out on $1 billion, like Deadpool 3, Joker 2, and The Wild Robot. These two are primed for success, but $1 billion is a very hard feat for an R-rated movie. The Wild Robot, on the other hand, is based on what's apparently a really popular book and has a great art style. I think it'll succeed. I've got one movie in S tier, and it's Despicable Me 4. This series crushes at the box office, and it's far enough from Inside Out that it doesn't have much competition. I'll be honest, the only thing I expected to make $1 billion this year was Dune 2, and it didn't, but Despicable Me 4 is my next best bet. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What films do you think will make the most money? Tell me in the comments. Movie trailers have gotten stupid. I was watching the Despicable Me 4 trailers last night, and I was struck by how formulaic they were. You had your catchy popular song in the background, and then those hard-hitting intense drums, where there really wasn't anything deserving that level of intensity. Oh, and of course they included the characters react to something, but you can tell it's completely out of context bit, which so many trailers do. The trailers feel like someone blended what worked for 100 other trailers without asking, but does this one need to be like that? I'm not saying the movie will be horrible. It'll be exactly what you expect another Despicable Me to be. But the way the trailer was directed just feels uninspired, which goes for most trailers nowadays. So then if the child's cartoon trailer doesn't work for my high standards, what are recent trailers that did it right? I loved how the Godzilla x Kong trailer used pencil scratching to deliver a sense of dread, and the Joker 2's trailer's use of piano and great cinematography really helped sell the vibe of the film. But honestly, a great recent trailer was the first one for Wish. It showcased Asha, showed a bit of what sounded like a pretty great princess song, and there was gonna be a villain? Who knew such a bad movie could have such a decent trailer? Honestly though, I think I just watch too many movie trailers nowadays. Y'all probably won't care as much as I do. But after those completely important and relevant thoughts, what are yours? Tell me in the comments. Is Dano Draws copying me? I've had a running suspicion that Dano Draws, one of the most popular shorts creators on YouTube, hasn't just been watching my videos, he's actually stealing my ideas. It all started back in February, when I released my short on how bad Megamind 2 looked. Only 3 days later, he released a very similar video. Then a few months later, his Why is Pixar Failing was clearly a copy of my Is Pixar Dying video, which came out ages before his video did. And just yesterday, he released a video about the Minecraft movie leak 6 days after I did. But the funniest of all, my Bluey video is called Why is Bluey So Popular? And his was Why is Bluey So Famous? And mine predates his by almost a month! So is Dano Draws stealing my ideas? Of course not. Obviously, when you've got two shorts creators that release videos daily and cover some similar topics, there's bound to be some overlap. I just think some of the timing and names are really funny. Honestly, Dano was one of the creators that inspired me to start making shorts in the first place, so I hope if he sees this, it makes him laugh. But if he makes a video about the Willoughbys, then we might have problems. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Y'all have asked some great questions, so it's time for a Q&A. What's the most overrated movie? Nope. People absolutely love this film, and I hated every second of it. I'd put it in my top 3 worst of all time, right up there with Strange World and Aquaman 2. I can't stand those films. What's my favorite sketch of Bacon Guy? My personal favorites are Wink and Surprise, but I also really love this goofy one. Oh, and the Zit covered one is great. I need to use it more. Who's better, Batman or Superman? Batman. Every time. There's a reason we've gotten more Batman movies. And while Superman Returns would probably be my favorite Superman movie, there's like 5 Batman movies that are a million times better. I am cautiously optimistic about James Gunn's Superman movie next year though. Check back once there's a trailer. How about the Sonic movies? I saw one and it was passable. Better than Detective Pikachu, but video game movies have improved since. Jim Carrey commentary was amazing though. And finally, what are my thoughts on the Mattel movies? In case you missed it, the studio behind Barbie announced movies based off literally everything. And why? Just why? They're not gonna replicate Barbie, and they'll just look like fools trying. Not everything needs to be a cinematic universe. The Magic 8 Ball and Uno movies might end up being the new Morbius and Madam Web though. I've still got more questions to answer, so I'll probably do more of these, but thanks for commenting. And hey, if you've got anything you want my thoughts on, you know the drill. Tell me in the comments. Monsters University is underrated. Monsters University is always looked at as an unnecessary but fun prequel to Monsters Incorporated that isn't as good as the original. That sentiment is completely incorrect. Not only is MU better than Monsters Inc. by a long shot, Monsters University is one of the funniest and most entertaining movies Pixar's ever made. Monsters University follows a young Mike Wazowski and Sully who must overcome their differences and lead a team of misfits to being the best scarers in the school. First off, this movie is hilarious. Everyone on the Uzma Kappa team is amazing, and Squishy's mom is way funnier than she should be. The animation is also beautiful. It looked better than a lot of movies released today. But one of the best parts about Monsters University is how great and hard-hitting its messages are. The movie explores the concept of wanting to be something all your life, but learning you'll never be good enough for that. All Pixar movies have the sad part, but rewatch MU. I guarantee this scene hits harder than you remember. I have nothing against Monsters Inc. It's a fine movie with good world building, but Monsters University is frankly better in every single way, and one of the greatest movies ever made. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. To celebrate hitting 20,000 subscribers, let me answer some frequently asked questions. When will I do a face reveal? Never. It's not that I want not showing my face to be part of my brand or that I'm a hideous human or anything. It's just that I want Bacon Guy to be the focus, not me. There's really no upside to me showing my face, so I think I'll skip on that. What happened to the AI backgrounds I used to use? Frankly, I love these things, but I got so many comments from people hating on AI that I just stopped using them altogether. I never want the background to distract from whatever it is that I'm saying. If you want great AI generated backgrounds though, @3dcore is the best in the business. Will there ever be a Bacon Guy Discord server? Nah. Loads of people keep asking for one, but I'm not really doing this to have a community or a fan base. I just want to edit videos. My way of connecting with you guys is by taking video suggestions, kind of like this. Will I ever update my character? People have pointed out that Bacon Guy is a bit low effort, so will I ever give him a high-res makeover? I'd say probably not. It would feel weird changing him at this point, and part of the reason my channel exists is to prove that anyone can do YouTube, even a low-effort bacon doodle. And frankly, I don't have the time or skill to animate like these guys. I might add a new emotion here or there though, just to keep you on your toes. But anyways, thanks to all the commenters, and if you've got anything you want to ask me, you know the drill. Tell me in the comments. Oh, and seriously, thank you so much for 20k. You guys are the best. Lord of the Rings is back, but is that a good thing? 2 new Lord of the Rings movies have been announced, one of which is releasing in 2026. The first film, The Hunt for Gollum, will star and be directed by Andy Serkis as Gollum, everyone's favorite nightmare. It's unknown whether the second film will be a sequel to the Gollum movie or its own Middle-earth story, and I don't know exactly how I feel about these new Lord of the Rings projects. Most big licenses have fallen off recently, partially because their content is trash, and partially due to telling fans, you will like what we tell you to like, and if you don't, you're an insert derogatory term. Lord of the Rings is also no stranger to dunking on the fans. The Rings of Power was clearly made by people who don't respect the source material, and anyone that pointed out that, hey, these details don't line up with the book was a racist or a sexist. Other Middle-earth projects have also proven that there's not as much quality control as there used to be. We're getting a second Rings of Power season and a Lord of the Rings animated movie later this year, which should give us a better idea of how they're going to handle the license. But even with bringing Peter Jackson back, I still don't have faith that they'll deliver a good story and not another badly made project we're not allowed to disagree with. I'd love for it to be good though, don't get me wrong, but they've been chasing the success of the originals for years, and until they go back to respecting the source material, we'll just get more Hollywood schlock. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What was the Disney Golden Age? Disney's been around for ages, and it's had its ups and downs. But which age was its height? The first age was remarkably boring. From the original Snow White to the Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad, you had a few classics, but nothing special. The second age was the classic age, going from Cinderella to the Jungle Book. With movies like Peter Pan and Alice in Wonderland, it was certainly a good time for Disney. Age 3 was the first dark age. From Aristocats to Oliver and Company, very few movies from this time are remembered fondly. The fourth age, however, was the Disney Renaissance. The Little Mermaid kicked it off, and it went until Tarzan came out. Most movies Disney's known for came out around this time. The fifth age was another dark one, but not as bleak as the first. Sure, it ran from Dinosaur to Bolt, but there's some cult classics in here. Then there's the sixth age, which I'd call the new classic age, starting with The Princess and the Frog and ending with Moana. With films like Frozen, Tangled, and Zootopia, this era rocked. And we're currently in the seventh age of Disney, the sequel age, which started with Ralph Breaks the Internet. This era's gone from good to mid to awful, and there's only more sequels coming. But which age was the best? My favorite will always be the new classic age since it was my childhood, but I gotta hand it to the Renaissance. So much of Disney's identity is tied to the movies that released during this period, so I have to give it the crown. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What's the best Disney movie? Disney has been around longer than any other animation studio and has a long list of incredible films. But of all their movies, which one is the greatest? Of their oldest classics, I've got to hand Sleeping Beauty the award. Maleficent is deliciously evil, the storytelling is well done, and frankly, the finale is absolutely epic. Of the Renaissance movies, there's loads of great choices, but Aladdin is the best. Robin Williams' performance is unbeatable, and the songs are just peak Disney. Oh, and Jafar is another top-tier Disney villain. Disney's had some dark ages, but the best movie from a dark time is The Emperor's New Groove. It's zany, the casting is impeccable, and again, Yzma as the villain is just so good. And my childhood was during the new CGI age, so I'm obviously partial to Zootopia, Big Hero 6, and Wreck-It Ralph. But which one's the best? Of all the many Disney movies, the winner for me will always be Tangled. The characters are fantastic, Mother Gothel is an incredible villain, the humor is peak, and the soundtrack is the best Disney's ever made. The movie embodies embodies so many parts of my childhood, and even though I've seen it 100 times, it never gets old. I might take every opportunity to knock Disney today, but just know it's because I absolutely love what they're capable of when they're firing on all cylinders, and there's no better example of that than Tangled. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What's your favorite Disney movie? Tell me in the comments. Has streaming been a failure? Back in the day, you either watched what you owned or whatever was on. Then Netflix came out, completely revolutionizing entertainment. You could watch movies and shows from an endless library of content whenever you wanted, completely ad-free. Netflix made bank, and all the other companies saw the opportunity streaming allowed, and they wanted a piece of that pie. So we got streaming service after streaming service after streaming service, which has led us to the problem of today. Netflix was so great because almost everything you wanted was right there at your fingertips, depending on the month, to be honest. But now we've got a million services, each with a small slice of what you want, all charging insane amounts of money for the one or two cool things they own, and ads have returned. And streaming isn't profitable for these companies. You make more money licensing your content out to streaming services than you do constantly pumping out low-effort, high-cost schlock to keep people subscribed. So all around, streaming hasn't quite worked out well for the companies or the consumer, and things are finally changing. Disney Plus and Hulu are adding Max to their bundle, and Apple TV, Netflix, and Peacock are bundling as well. It only makes sense. For these companies to make any money at all, they have to set aside their differences and admit that maybe Peacock has literally nothing to offer by itself. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What movies come out in 2025? There's still a lot of 2024 movies that haven't released yet, but it's never too early to look at the future. So what big movies are releasing next year? Marvel's going back to its 4 movies a year trend, giving us Blade, Captain America 4, Thunderbolts, and the Fantastic Four. Similarly, DC's new rebooted universe led by James Gunn kicks off next year, headlined by Superman Legacy. Fast and Furious, Wicked, and Mission Impossible are all getting their part 2, and we're getting new movies from the Tron, Jurassic Park, Avatar, and SpongeBob franchises. Oh, and don't forget the Minecraft movie. On the animated front, DreamWorks is giving us Dogman from the Captain Underpants universe, and The Bad Guys 2, while Pixar's delayed Elio finally comes out next summer. Disney's big Thanksgiving release should be Zootopia 2. As for live-action remakes, Disney's horrible-looking Snow White movie is still coming out next spring, and DreamWorks is dipping their toes into the live-action world with the How to Train Your Dragon remake. Sadly, Spider-Verse 3 has not been confirmed for 2025, and may release as late as 2026. FNAF 2 and Quiet Place 3's release dates are also unconfirmed. I'm personally super excited for Mission Impossible 8, and hoping that DC can actually deliver on their new universe. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What films are you looking forward to? Tell me in the comments. What's the best music album ever made? Let me rephrase that. If you could only listen to one album for the next 5 years, which one would it be? I'm not talking greatest hits, I'm not talking that perfect CD you burnt with all your favorite songs, I mean just one normal album. My pick has got to be Midsummer Station by Owl City. It's just so good. You've got your big hits like Good Time and Shooting Star, your bops like Speed of Love and Gold, and your slower songs like Embers and Silhouette. The only mid song in the whole album is Take It All Away, but I could learn to live with it. People look at Midsummer Station as one of Owl City's less worthwhile albums, but my gosh, they're just wrong. These songs are just good old 2012 fun. If deluxe editions are allowed, I'll take that. Hey Anna's pretty great too. I mean, I guess I make the rules, but I did say default album, so whatever. I think second place for me would be the Undertale soundtrack. There's just so many good tunes on that disc. But anyways, that's just my choice. What album would you choose? Tell me in the comments. Pixar's Elio doesn't look great. Pixar released a trailer to their upcoming movie Elio a while back, and I gotta say, I ain't feeling it so far. Elio follows a boy named Elio who gets abducted by aliens and has to defend Earth's crimes in a space court. Yeah, the animation is insanely good, especially the water effects, but none of the environments are really that detailed, so it feels like they're not taking full advantage of it. Also, I'm only assuming the movie is about how humans are ruining the environment. I really hope it's not, because trust me, Hollywood, we get the message. Both of those complaints are just me reacting to a 2-minute trailer. The actual movie could fix both those problems. One giant issue that might be too big to fix though, the humor is just horrible. The entire trailer, every time they cracked a joke, it felt like it was a cringy parent that thought they were the stuff.
Please state the name of your homeworld. Earth?
Welcome, leader of Earth.
The I ate my mom joke was better, but still felt kind of off. I think I'm just scared Pixar's gonna continue the mediocre movies trend, but Elio isn't giving me much confidence that Pixar's changed course. The movie was delayed into 2025, so we've got a while before we get to know if the movie is actually any good. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. The Jumanji movies are underrated. Back in 2017, we got Jumanji, a movie about kids who get sucked into a video game where they're adults who have to escape the jungle to escape the game. I always assumed it was one of those mediocre movies that crushed the box office for no real reason, but then I watched it and my gosh, I was wrong. First off, the cast is stacked. You've got Jack Black, The Rock, Kevin Hart, and Karen Gillan, and they all do a fantastic job. The movie is also hilarious. Every character has strengths and weaknesses, which are all absurdly amazing. And then the film does a pretty good job making fun of video game concepts like NPCs and extra lives. Honestly, it was a way better movie than it had any right to be. And like all movies that do well, it got a lackluster sequel. Or so I thought, because the second one was also amazing. Sure, their reasons to go back into the game are dumb, but the movie's just as funny, and the actors all do a phenomenal job playing different characters. It really feels like the cast are game characters being used by different players. Oh, and it's also the first first Awkwafina movie I've ever seen where she was actually incredible. I don't know why I doubted this film, it was a blast. I wish we'd gotten more of these, but after the sequel came out in 2019, the series has kind of been on hold. It's a shame because Jumanji 1 and 2 are some of the most fun movies I've seen in ages. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What does a 10 out of 10 actually mean? The 1 through 10 ranking system is used a lot when reviewing movies, but what are good examples of movies that fit each number best? Let me rank some movies to tell you what I mean by a 1 or a 10. 1. Strange World. Enough said. 2. Technically a movie, but irredeemable. Nope and Aquaman 2 are definitely 2s. 3. Massively disappointing or worthless, but not as offensive as a 2. I'm looking at you, Hotel Transylvania 3. 4. Bad, but you can laugh at it. The Meg 2 embodies 4 perfectly. You know going in is not going to be great, so you can have fun when it's exactly as awful as expected. 5. Flawed. There's 1 or 2 things that are done right, but overall the movie is executed poorly, like Shazam 2. 6. Fun to watch, but not worth a rewatch. Ron's Gone Wrong or Mr. Peabody and Sherman are great examples. 7. Good enough. Not a classic by any means, but definitely a good time, a la Shang-Chi or Godzilla x Kong. 8. Good solid fun. Definitely worth a recommendation. The Mario movie is an 8 in my eyes. 9. A blast from beginning to end that totally earns your money. D&D and Guardians 3 are perfect 9s. 10. An award handed only to the most expectation-destroying films out there. 2023's only contender would be Across the Spider-Verse, which is totally worthy of the honor. Anyways, those are just my thoughts. What movies would you use as examples for each number? Tell me in the comments. I've got a fun Spider-Verse 3 theory. Beyond the Spider-Verse is easily the most exciting movie on the horizon, but it'll be a while before it comes out. In the meantime, though, I think there's a character from the original movie that could potentially make a return. If you remember how Across the Spider-Verse ended, spoiler alert, Miles is currently stuck in an alternate dimension, trapped by an alternate version of Uncle Aaron and himself. I'm guessing we'll get a lot more of Earth 42 and Beyond the Spider-Verse, so unless this version of the Prowler is more of a freelancer than Miles' version, we might even see who he works for. I believe this is the perfect way to bring back Kingpin. His goal in Into the Spider-Verse was to bring back his family by stealing them from another dimension, so we know he definitely exists in loads of universes. My guess is, since this dimension never had Spider-Man, Kingpin's family never ran away, and so they never died in the car crash. So yes, my prediction for Spider-Verse 3 is that we'll see an uncaptured Kingpin who still has a family. I don't know exactly how that could be used in the plot, but we'll know when it comes out, right? Anyways, that's just a theory. Do you have any predictions for Beyond the Spider-Verse? Tell me in the comments. Being a YouTuber is weird. I've been making videos for almost half a year by now, and I absolutely love it. But yesterday I realized just how evergreen YouTube shorts really are. Every once in a while, I'll see a comment on one of my older shorts from someone who wanted to check out my earlier content, which is always so cool to see. But I noticed a few shorts in particular were gaining attention, and when I checked their analytics, they randomly started spiking in views again more than 160 days later. My pacing, tone of voice, editing style, and microphone have all changed since the beginning, for the better, I promise. And it was just weird to think that those videos became people's first impressions of my channel now, when I've got such different content. It's just proof that anything you put onto the internet will always be there. I still get comments daily from that wild robot video everyone hated, even though I joke about it all the time now. Leo, Raya, and the Willoughbys get loads of views every day, even though they came out months ago. I'm never gonna remove my old content. I think it's cool to be able to see how much my channel's grown in this short amount of time. It's just wild to me that those first ones are spiking again, all this time later. YouTube's just weird like that, I guess. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. These fake movie trailers need to stop. If you've been on YouTube for a while, you've undoubtedly noticed trailers for Moana 2 or Inside Out 2 that look a little bit weird. And then you click on it, excited to see what the new movie looks like, and the trailer is horribly edited footage that has barely anything to do with the movie. You probably watched a fake trailer that preys on unsuspecting viewers. There's thousands of these for Deadpool 3, Joker 2, Moana Remake, and even movies that don't exist, like a Tom Holland Back to the Future 4, and they get millions of views. And before you defend these people by saying, but they put movie trailer concept in their descriptions, they're just harmless fans. That's not how it works. There's a difference between someone who makes a trailer for a film they'd love to see and someone that desperately wants clicks. If it was actually a concept, they'd put concept in the title or thumbnail, not new trailer, but they won't, because then you wouldn't click. So how can you tell between the fakes and the real ones? First off, if it's from Screen Culture or Cinematic Pro Studio, stay far away. Those guys are the biggest offenders. Secondly, check who did upload it. If it's an official studio with a check mark, it's probably real. IGN is also typically trustworthy. And finally, just look at the thumbnail. The fake ones usually look a bit off. Maybe one day YouTube will crack down on these guys, but for now, just check who made it before you click. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Alrighty, hit another milestone. It's time for more commented questions. Do I just want to talk about Hollywood, or would I ever want to make movies myself? Good question. I've definitely got ideas for stories and films that I'd love to make, but I'm not really putting time into developing Hollywood level skills, so it's more of a pipe dream than a goal. Also, I talk all the time about the cesspool that Hollywood is, so while I'd love to make stuff, I don't think I'd ever want to actually be part of that machine. What other characters do I have? Well, I've got Screamy, Blobfish, Bert, the Princess, Carrot, Smelk, Brillick, Kringle Jr., and Snackler, who y'all called Billy the Insult Worm, which I absolutely love. There's a few more I haven't drawn out yet that I'm excited to show you eventually. And finally, who am I inspired by? People have mentioned Matt Pat and Dano Draws, and yes, both were huge inspirations for me. Their content is incredible, and I try to emulate their best qualities. Gotta say though, I think Johnny Razor is probably my biggest influence. His editing style, humor, and variety of content is something I enjoy and try to replicate. Catman18 is also up there. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. Thank you so much for 25,000 subscribers. If you've got questions, tell me in the comments. I'm close to monetization, guys. I can't thank you enough. See you again at 30K. The Snow White remake has been a disaster so far. In case you missed it, Disney announced a remake of their animation debut movie Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and the backlash was insane, so let me tell you the entire crazy story. First off, they announced that Snow White would be played by Latino actress Rachel Zegler, which angered people that pointed out changing Snow White's race of all people wasn't a good move. The backlash got even worse when Rachel said in an interview that the movie won't even have her being saved by the prince, and dunked on the original for being creepy and outdated. Oh, and set leaks showed that the dwarves have been replaced by 7 ethnically diverse magical creatures because having dwarves played by people with dwarfism is offensive, says the man with dwarfism that got a career by playing dwarves. The backlash was so intense at that point that Disney delayed the movie by a year and put the dwarves back in, replacing the diversity hires with these nightmare CGI monstrosities. The movie was already reported to be massively expensive before the delay, and the added CGI definitely won't help. We don't even have a trailer yet, and the Snow White remake is already one of the most expensive and controversial movies Disney's ever made. So will it be good? If you remove the prince and the dwarves, I really don't know what you've got left, so I don't see a reality where this mirrors the original story in any way. I'm fascinated to see how Disney defends itself though. But anyways, that's the story so far. What's your take on the whole situation? Tell me in the comments. Beetlejuice 2 looks fascinating. We just got another look at the upcoming sequel to Beetlejuice, and it looks different. Plot-wise, it looks exactly how you'd expect it to look. Beetlejuice is back, Winona Ryder is back, Wednesday is here, and there's some crazy World of the Dead shenanigans. But I got partway through and had to pause because do you see those effects? I thought they had to be joking. These effects look worse than Madam Web. But then I kept watching and I got it. This movie has bad effects on purpose. Tim Burton isn't just trying to bring Beetlejuice back, he's trying to make Beetlejuice 2 feel like a hokey 80s movie with 80s level CGI and effects. I'd heard Beetlejuice 2 was gonna have practical effects, but I didn't know what that meant until the trailer. These characters and moments genuinely look and feel like they're from a different era, and I gotta say, I love it. It does feel a bit weird that it's shot with newer cameras. It all looks a bit more high def than an 80s film, but that's just a nitpick. I think studios are growing tired of the CGI slop and sameness all current movies have, and they're trying new or older ways of making movies, which frankly, it's about darn time. Just like with the Minecraft movie, using practical or different effects doesn't automatically mean it'll be a good movie, but I love the different direction Tim Burton is taking it. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. The Emperor's New Groove is the perfect cult classic. Back in 2000, Disney released a movie called The Emperor's New Groove, and it should have been a disaster. It went through a billion rewrites, actors were recast, and it finally released during one of the darker eras of Disney. And yet, despite everything stacked against it, The Emperor's New Groove stands out as one of the greatest and most unique Disney movies ever made. The plot follows Kuzco, a self-obsessed emperor who gets turned into a llama by his evil advisor Yzma, and has to work together with a peasant named Pacha to return to normal, and realizes along the way that maybe caring for others isn't so bad. What makes the movie so darn good is its absolutely bonkers sense of humor. Yzma is disgustingly hilarious, but her dim-witted sidekick Kronk is the true star of the show. His lines and delivery are so iconic that no matter what role I see the actor portray, I always refer to him as Kronk. The jokes are absolutely brilliant in a refreshingly self-referential way you don't often see from Disney. The Emperor's New Groove is one of those films that was ahead of its time, perfectly matching the internet's meme sense of humor that didn't quite exist yet. If it's been a while since you've watched it, I highly recommend pulling the lever and giving it a rewatch. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments.
How did we, Kronk?
Well, you got me. By all accounts, it doesn't make sense.
Wish is a retelling of the Garden of Eden, but if the serpent was the good guy. I finally watched Wish, and while it was definitely as bad as I'd heard, I didn't expect it to be an evil take on the biblical story of the Garden of Eden. In the Bible, God created Adam and Eve and said they could do anything except eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Then the snake came along and told them to eat the fruit so that they could be like God. Wish is that story. King Magnifico is God, or at least how many perceive God to be, an unloving or selfish being that has infinite power but refuses to help people. And Asha is a positive spin on the serpent. She sees forbidden fruit and tells the others what they're missing out on. Oh, you'd be so much better off if you knew the power you could have. The people were happy until she whispered what they could have if they were only strong enough to take it, just like Adam and Eve were fine until the snake tempted them. And so, once they're armed with the knowledge of good and evil through a horrible song, the townsfolk rise up against our allegory for God and defeat him, kicking him off the throne and taking power for themselves. The movie ends with everyone being so much happier now that God is finally gone. It legitimately feels like the serpent wrote a fanfiction where he wins instead of God. So yeah, people keep saying Disney's evil, but this wasn't exactly the message I was expecting. But anyways, am I looking too deep into this children's movie, or do you see it too? Tell me in the comments. Five Nights at Freddy's is a conflicting movie. I asked for video suggestions, and the #1 movie y'all wanted me to review was the FNAF movie. I've never been much of a Five Nights at Freddy's fan, but I love its unique aesthetic, and I like some of Blumhouse's work, so I gave it a shot. And I have thoughts. The best part of the movie was easily just seeing how far FNAF has come. It's insane that this little indie game is now a full-on Hollywood event, and honestly, from what I can tell, they treated the source material well. It was so cool to see real-life versions of the pizzeria and the animatronics. Oh, and MatPat's cameo was just amazing. As a tribute to the FNAF community, it's pretty great, but is it a good movie? Honestly, I gotta say, this is one of the most boring films I've seen in a while. There's very little action, and these cool robotic villains are scary, but then they become Abby's playmates, which just sucks most of their terror factor away. And then the plot? I can't imagine knowing nothing about FNAF and watching this film. It's so reliant on knowledge of the games and the lore that even I struggle to follow it. It's not very scary, it's not well paced, and it's not fun to watch. It's pretty much just a, whoa, it's that thing/guy I recognize simulator. I don't think it makes a good movie, but at the end of the day, it is cool to see this license get so far. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Chicken Run 2 2 was a massive disappointment. Chicken Run was one of the biggest movies of my childhood. It's a claymation movie by Aardman, of Shaun the Sheep and Wallace the Gromit fame, about chickens that live on a horrible farm run by a terrible woman, until one day a rooster shows up to tell them how to fly so they can escape. It's a fantastic movie, and I highly suggest you go watch it, because I'm about to spoil both it and its sequel. Chicken Run ends on a great note where the chickens escape and the evil Mrs. Tweety is defeated. There was no need for a sequel, but we got one anyways. Chicken Run 2 follows the same characters from the original, who have to break into a mind-controlling chicken nugget factory to save their daughter, and it's horrible. Barely any of the original actors are back, the harsh stakes and tone of the original are traded for boring environments and cheap violence, and it's not funny. The rooster especially feels wrong. Instead of being charismatic and suave, he's a bumbling idiot that exists purely for comedy relief. Oh, and Mrs. Tweety returns, because of course she does. I hate how bad this film is because I know how hard Aardman worked on it. I watched the documentary that talked about how painstaking and personal the claymation is, and there's real passion and talent put into Chicken Run 2. But you can't feel it, because at the end of the day, it's a worthless continuation of a movie that didn't need a sequel. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Is this a kid's channel? I've got a cartoonish avatar, colorful backgrounds, and I usually talk about animated movies, so does that make me a kid's channel? Not quite. I've posted videos about Die Hard, Deadpool 3, and the Joker, and also talked about freaky things like Inside, FNAF, and Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. I know several families that love watching these videos, thanks to you guys by the way. So my goal is to always make these videos safe enough for kids to watch. Again, this channel is made for me to talk about whatever I want, and sometimes the movies or topics I'm discussing aren't PG. But even when I talk about scary or bloody topics, I'll try to keep it kid-friendly. I'll never curse, and I won't use any violent or adult clips. So no, while my channel isn't made explicitly for kids, it's definitely made with kids in mind. Oh, and a warning to the comment section, any comments with curse words will be deleted, even if I agree with you. And kids out there, always check with your parents before watching the things I suggest. I'd hate to ruin some kid's childhood with something like Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. This was a short I've had written out for a while, I just kept forgetting to make it until today. So yeah, El Stupido CY3SM, your request is probably not happening, sorry mate. That's also not the kind of content I usually watch anyway, so I'm not the right guy to talk about it. But on that terrible disappointment, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Cruella is surprisingly decent. Disney remakes are typically extremely underwhelming and completely soulless, so I avoid them like the plague. But on a whim, I tried out the remake Adjacent Cruella, and it was actually pretty fun. The movie follows Estella, who slowly works her way up the ranks of a fashion outlet run by the evil Baroness, and Estella dons the personality Cruella to try and outshine the Baroness at every turn. There's something so satisfying about a good rivalry, and the Baroness is so evil and self-obsessed that you kind of forget Cruella's a villain. Emma Stone also does a fantastic job in the lead role. Estella and Cruella are both essentially different roles, and while I definitely liked Estella's acting and how she treats those around her better, both performances are great. Her sidekicks, Jasper and Horace, are also great characters. They're pretty comedic, and they're great during the high sequences. Oh, and the style and theming of the film is amazing. They spent millions on the soundtrack, and it was money pretty well spent. Honestly, I can barely remember anything about the original 101 Dalmatians, and aside from maybe one or two cheap references that I did catch, Cruella can pretty much just be looked at as an original movie Disney dressed up to look like one of their more popular villains. And aside from some spotty CGI, Cruella does everything needed to be a pretty fun movie. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Madam Web is the best bad movie I've ever seen. Sony's superhero track record is spotty. Sometimes we get Venom and sometimes we get Morbius. But I've seen both of those, and neither was nearly as entertaining as the deliciously terrible Madam Web. The film follows a woman that starts to see the future before it happens, and she uses that power to help 3 girls who are being hunted by this goodwill-looking Spider-Man wannabe. This movie is just bad. Everything about it feels like if a studio in 2010 was told to make a straight-to-DVD Spider-Man movie on a shoestring budget, and I love it. The acting is atrocious. Madam Web's performance is so phoned in that she seems perpetually bored out of her mind. And the cinematography is laughably bad. The camera is always in the worst possible place, and it shakes and zooms in and out constantly. But the villain is the true star of the show. I always thought Bane from The Dark Knight Rises had the worst villain voice ever, but this guy might just be worse.
They have powers, and they will try to destroy me.
Yeah, it's amazing. Oh, and see how many times you spot Pepsi. It feels like they paid millions to have their products literally everywhere. This movie is an absolute tragedy of filmmaking, which is why it's one of the most enjoyable watching experiences I've had in ages. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. To celebrate hitting 30k subs, it's time for another commenter Q&A. Should I set a subscriber goal? Honestly, my goal since the beginning was to make it to 10,000 subscribers, and we hit that, so anything now is just extra. Listen, I think this channel is one bad opinion away from being canceled by the masses, so we'll just see how far we can get. Age reveal when? Never. Seriously, same with the face reveal. There's no upside to revealing my personal information or how I look, so you're stuck looking at this beautifully artistic PNG. Why don't I talk about gaming more? Great question, actually. I've got movie and gaming opinions in my channel description, and yet it feels like I talk mostly about movies. So why is that? Honestly, it just boils down to gaming being more of a time sink. I can watch a movie in 2 or 3 hours, or a trailer in 2 or 3 minutes, and have something to talk about. But with games, it can take upwards of 10, 20, 40, 100 hours to complete. So usually if I have free time to play a game, I'll probably turn on some music and play Minecraft or Celeste and just chill. I know though, I thought I'd be making way more gaming videos when I started this channel. Apologies. But anyways, thank you so much for 30k subs. Seriously, I'm almost a third of the way to one of those metal things that says, you did a YouTube. That's just crazy. So from the bottom of my heart, thanks. And if you've got a question you want me to answer, you know the drill. Tell me in the comments. Here's a fun idea. Write a Hunger Games with you and your friends. A group chat with some of my friends wanted to put everyone's names in a Hunger Games simulator to see who was the most likely to win in an all-out war, but I had an idea. What if instead I wrote an entire Hunger Games featuring all of us? The Hunger Games, for those of you who don't know, is a 24-player battle to the death until one player is left standing. Everyone was on board, so to keep things randomized, I assigned everyone a random number without telling them what their numbers were, and then texted them randomly, asking for them to pick which number died next. We didn't have a full group of 24, so I got a few people to come up with NPC names. Every day I'd ask for a few numbers, and every night I'd write the next chapter, detailing who lived and who died based off their choices. And it was an absolute blast. Rivalries were formed, betrayals were a daily occurrence, and the number slowly whittled down to one winner. I didn't make it very far. I think I stepped on a landmine or something, but not before I got to kill Kermit. It was one of the most fun writing challenges I've ever done. I didn't get to choose who lived or died, I just got to add the details, come up with an arena, and flesh out the characters. And writing 3 pages a day without knowing the end result was quite the challenge. But seriously, if you're a writer and you've got a group of friends that enjoy morbid competitions, I can't suggest a custom Hunger Games enough. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. The Game Boy Advance is the most underrated system of all time. My dad is a hacker. As a kid, I didn't have an Xbox or a PlayStation. I had an SNES Classic Edition that he hacked 1 billion games onto. I had entire console libraries full of retro games, and after years of playing, I can confidently say that the Game Boy Advance is the king. The original Game Boy had pretty low graphical capabilities, and the DS and 3DS have okay looking 3D models, but the Game Boy Advance still used pixel sprites, and the games looked great. But the library of games was what made it shine. You've got Advance Wars, the greatest turn-based strategy game ever. There's Pokemon Fire Red, an S-tier remake of the original Pokemon. The original WarioWare is still one of the most fun and engaging games of all time, and Metroid Fusion was pretty great too. Then you've got Astro Boy, Mario and Luigi, Mother 3, and great remakes of Final Fantasy VI and Mario World. But all of that pales in comparison to Castlevania Aria of Sorrow, one of the greatest games of all time. I've played a bunch of Metroidvania games in my time, and Aria of Sorrow is easily my favorite. The combat is fluid, the mechanics are so flashy and cool, and the soul collection system is absolutely addicting. Seriously, if you ever get the chance to play it, do it and thank me later. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What console do you think is underrated? Tell me in the comments. Was Wish actually written by AI? I've seen many people point out how soulless and robotic Wish is as a movie, and people seem convinced at this point that the film was actually written by ChatGPT. But if you look a little closer, that just doesn't make any sense. For starters, it might feel like ChatGPT has been around for ages, but it's only existed commercially for a bit over a year. Wish was actually announced 2 months before AI overlords were unveiled, and development reportedly started back in 2018, which definitely puts it out of the range of AI. No, I think the horrible writing was Disney's hubris. They thought they could pour minimal effort into a movie and people would flock to it because it's a Disney princess movie. But it takes a bit more than that to get people to show up. Or even worse, they're so tone deaf at writing now that they all thought this was a masterpiece. Come on guys, this was supposed to be a 100th anniversary spectacular, not a funeral for your company's dying reputation. We very well may see AI written movies down the line, but Wish in particular was just a really bad movie. But hey, if you want to hear a more in-depth opinion on why Wish's music was so bad, I just released a long form video where I break down what exactly makes Wish's music so darn horrible. Trust me, it's deeper than just a bad line or two. If that sounds interesting to you, then please check it out. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Are billion-dollar movies rarer today? In 2019, 9 movies made $1 billion at the box office, but then the world got shut down. Since then, the box office has struggled mightily. Only 6 movies have made over $1 billion. Take a moment and see if you can guess them all. In first place is Avatar 2 with $2.3 billion, followed by Spider-Man No Way Home with $1.9 billion. Then you've got Top Gun Maverick with $1.49, Barbie with $1.44, and Mario with $1.36. Surprisingly, the only other movie to make $1 billion isn't Minions, Doctor Strange 2, or even Oppenheimer. It's Jurassic World Dominion, barely making it into the club with $1.001 billion. So why did these particular movies succeed? There's a few simple reasons. Barbie and Mario are beloved licenses that span multiple generations and haven't been milked to death yet. Top Gun Maverick tapped into the pro-American vein most movies today ignore, while simultaneously giving Gen X a great sequel they didn't know they wanted. Spider-Man No Way Home was the crossover event of the century, and Jurassic World 3 was the finale to a $1 billion trilogy. Avatar, on the other hand, just did insanely well in non-American markets while performing decently over here. So do any movies this year look like they can join the $1 billion club? Again, Despicable Me 4 is still my best bet, but ticket sales for Deadpool 3 are skyrocketing, so they've both got a good shot. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. I finally got monetized. In case you're new here, my goal since I first started my channel was to get monetized. I'd make these videos for free, but if I can take my hobby for editing and make some actual cash, I mean, who wouldn't want that? But getting monetized on YouTube isn't an easy feat, especially if you're a shorts channel. You have to have 1,000 subscribers and then either hit 4,000 watch hours, the amount of time people watch your videos for, in 1 year, or 10 million views in 90 days. I aimed for the watch hour goal before reading the fine print, which clearly states shorts hours don't count. Probably should have read the fine print first, to be honest. So instead, I had to aim for either 4,000 hours of long form watch time or 10 million shorts views in 90 days. And yesterday, I finally hit the 90-day 10 million mark. My shorts and my long form videos are going to actually generate money now. This has been a dream since the beginning for me, and 7 months, nearly 200 videos, and 33,000 subscribers later, you guys have helped me hit that goal. So from the bottom of of my heart, thank you. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you started watching last week, I cannot thank you enough. This little side project of mine has gone places I dreamed and hoped about but never actually expected to happen, so thanks for everything and for whatever comes next. Which movie series are actually still relevant? There have been loads of high-profile flops in the past year, with the most recent being Mad Max Furiosa. And while pondering why these movies were flopping, the factor of relevance popped into my head. People loved Mad Max Fury Road, but it released back in 2015, which means it's been 9 years since the series had a new entry. That's a lot of time. For reference, Obama was still president, Hamilton had just released, and Jurassic World, Age of Ultron, Mockingjay Part 2, and The Force Awakens were the big movies. Entire trilogies have released since Fury Road came out. If Furiosa had released in 2018, I think people would have flocked to it, but the fact is that it came out way too late to still be relevant. And when I look at this year's movie slate, I see more bombs waiting to happen. The last Alien movie came out 7 years ago, Gladiator came out 24, Twister came out 28, and Beetlejuice came out 36. Heck, Moana and Inside Out both came out 8 or more years ago, which is enough time for a 5th grader then to be graduating now. The series in the best positions are the ones like Venom, Dune, A Quiet Place, Minions, and Sonic, which have all had sequels in this decade. I'm not saying that all of these are guaranteed flops, but none of them are particularly safe either. So movie companies, if you want to make successful sequels, don't take 10 or more years to make them. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. This man will haunt my dreams. This is Toomgus, the mascot for West Coast 7-Eleven-ish store AM/PM, and he is absolutely horrifying. Instead of being a mascot that is a piece of food or trying to sell a piece of food, Toomgus is a Muppet from Hades made completely from gas station snacks. I mean, look at that Cheeto beard, those hot dog fingers, the chip bag clothes, and those oddly human eyes. Seriously, what is this thing? The only thing we truly know about him is that he's named Toomgus. He tells us after every commercial. Toomgus! But I did some digging to discover that true Toomgus lore. The AM/PM website describes him as the Snack Daddy or the Cravenience Whisperer. I don't know which one is worse. And closer inspection of Toomgus reveals that he apparently eats and drinks himself. What keeps him together? Not much, since parts of him seem to fall off randomly. Oh, and in one commercial, he gets electrocuted, and apparently his insides are also made of various foods and snacks. Except for those eyeballs! I desperately wish I'd been inside the pitch meeting for this marketing monstrosity. So, is Toomgus an alien, a monster, or an eldritch god bent on destroying humankind? Definitely the latter, seeing as one of the ads literally says humans worship at his feet. So yeah, good luck sleeping tonight. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Thelma the Unicorn was way better than it deserved to be. I watched Netflix's new movie, Thelma the Unicorn, on a whim, and I was surprised by how enjoyable it was. The film follows Thelma, a dinky little horse that dreams of stardom, but just can't seem to get a break until finally a paint truck accidentally makes her look like a unicorn. She can finally follow her dreams, but what's the cost? I expected this movie to be a lame, follow your dreams and everything will work out film, but it's actually a movie about how far living a lie can get you, and that there's always consequences. It also takes some savage digs at how soulless the music industry and TikTokers can be, which I didn't expect. I also really liked Thelma's dynamic with her friends. Their banter feels natural, and Thelma never truly becomes the self-obsessed loser you'd expect from this kind of film. But the best part of Thelma the Unicorn is its absolutely bonkers sense of humor. The character designs are wacky in an insanely ugly sort of way. And again, the jokes it makes about the music industry are great. The best part of the movie, though, is easily the Water Boys. These guys are freaky, oddly proportioned, they never talk, and they're literally always dancing. I don't know why, but they just spoke to my absurdist sense of humor perfectly. Thelma's not perfect, the songs are passable, and the intro is a bit slow, but overall, it's pretty fun. So yeah, with Thelma, Leo, and the Willoughbys, Netflix seems to know what they're doing right now. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. The Adventures of Tintin is wildly underrated. In 2011, we got one of the most star-studded movies you've never heard of. Directed by Steven Spielberg and with a horde of A-list actors, The Adventures of Tintin was a mocap animated movie, think The Polar Express or A Christmas Carol, but less terrifying. Following Tintin and his dog as they went on an adventure with an old, oftentimes drunk sea captain to find a hidden treasure. The film is action-packed and incredibly well-directed. The action scenes are perfectly choreographed, and there's a 2-minute one-shot in the middle of the movie that's fantastic. It all feels like Indiana Jones and National Treasure were smashed together with a dash of Mission Impossible, but somehow still PG. The villain is also pretty good, and the final duel is incredibly over the top, and I love it. And yes, while the action and adventure is top-notch, the character development isn't super strong. You just kind of go from action scene to action scene. Listen, I enjoyed Godzilla x Kong. All action and no characters are just fine by me. This film was a huge part of my childhood. I probably saw it like 50 times, and rewatching parts of it today, it definitely holds up. If you've got kids that aren't quite old enough for Indiana Jones, or you just want to watch an extremely entertaining romp yourself, I strongly suggest The Adventures of Tintin. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Just hit 35k subscribers. Time for another commenter Q&A. Do I watch anime? This is probably the most asked question in any of my comment section, and the answer is no. I did watch the first season of Attack on Titan, and dang it, the theme song rocks. And yeah, I enjoyed it, but it wasn't really my thing. I know y'all are gonna tell me, keep trying till you find the right one. You'll like anime eventually, but I'm gonna say no. Anime is too large a genre to get involved in at this point, so I'll pass on it for now. Glad y'all like it so much though. Are there any beta designs of Bacon Guy? I don't know about beta exactly. Whenever I make a new pose, it typically typically ends up in a video. There have been a few rejects though, like this alternate winking face and whatever these are. What's my take on fan art? Honestly, I love it. It's so cool to see what you guys do. People have sent me drawings and animations, and my gosh, I love them all. There's really no reason to send me anything, you probably won't get a shout out, but if you really want to make something baconated, I mean, I sure as heck won't stop you. Tag at opinionated bacon in the description, and I will be sure to see it. But anyways, thank you guys so much for 35k subscribers. This has been a crazy week. My Leo video hit 1 million views, and I just got monetized. I know I thanked y'all a few days ago, but get over it, I'm thanking you again. Y'all are a pretty amazing audience, and I will be happy to answer more of your questions next time. See you at 40k. Gravity Falls is the greatest kid show I've ever seen. Growing up, everyone kept asking me if I'd seen Gravity Falls, and my answer was always no. It just didn't look worth my time. Well, as an adult, I gave it a shot, and I was sorely missing out. Gravity Falls is a kid show so tightly written and sharp-witted that it makes most big adult shows look like garbage. It follows twins Dipper and Mabel Pines, who spend their summer at their great uncle's house in Gravity Falls, Oregon. The town is wacky, and every day the kids discover some kind of supernatural mystery that needs uncovering. The humor is great, the characters are fantastic, Disney totally could have stopped there. But instead, we're treated to one of the best roller coaster rides of any show I've ever seen. The show introduces mysterious characters and overarching mysteries, and slowly drip feeds you answers that always hit home and drive the story forward. Season 2 kicks the show into overdrive, fully fleshing out characters you thought were just comic relief, and revealing the skeletons in everyone's closets. It's so well written that even the episodes that feel like filler end up having important character details or plot moments you don't notice until later. Listen, no matter your age, if you've never seen this show, go give it a try. The whole first season is on YouTube. If you can get to episode 4 and you're not hooked, I don't know how to help you. But yeah, I apologize to everyone who told me to watch Gravity Falls. You were so right. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. The Wild Robot looks way better now. A while back, I released a short reacting to the original Wild Robot trailer saying it looked pretty but shallow and uninteresting. I wanted a more detailed look than the teaser gave us. The comments roasted me alive, telling me to go read the book or shut up. And now that I've seen the second trailer, this was exactly what I was looking for, guys. I didn't like the first trailer since there was no established conflict. It just looked like cool robot hugs animals. But the second trailer gave me everything I needed to see. There's bad robots hunting our protagonist. The wild robot has to raise a duck as her child. And my gosh, it still looks beautiful. So yeah, I'm definitely more excited for this movie now. Listen, I even read the darn book after that backlash, and the book goes to some pretty dark places, so I'm interested in seeing how DreamWorks adapt some of those grittier moments. Goodness knows, DreamWorks, theaters, and Hollywood in general could use a win right now. It still doesn't exactly look like my kind of movie, but there's definite hype behind it, so I hope they knock it out of the park. Also, I still stand by that first video. The whole point of these shorts is to give my honest thoughts, and I personally still think that video is valid since most argued that I should read the book before complaining, but I think a trailer should be accessible for people who know nothing about the license, like me, then, not just the ones who already know about it. You could argue that I should do more research, but that's like saying I should learn the FNAF lore before watching the movie, which I also think is dumb. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What killed the Fantastic Beasts series? What was planned to be a 5-movie series is currently parked at 3, according to the director, and it doesn't seem like we'll be getting a 4th anytime soon. So where did this series go wrong? People were initially pretty on board for a story about Newt's commander discovering magical creatures, but the series slowly became more about Grindelwald and Dumbledore, pushing Newt and the thing the series was named after to the side. The films also went against Harry Potter canon on multiple occasions, angering fans of the original series. And Johnny Depp and Ezra Miller, both pretty big characters in the Beasts movies, were fired due to real-world events. But the biggest reason of all, people didn't seem to want a 4th movie. The second one, Crimes of Grindelwald, was critically panned but did okay in theaters, but its sequel, Secrets of Dumbledore, flopped hard, essentially killing the series. So what lessons should Hollywood learn? Number 1 is what I always say: treat the source material with respect. If the fans of said license hate your new property, it's probably you that messed up, not them. But also, not everything needs to be a 5-film saga. Sometimes it's okay to just have a movie about a dude finding magical creatures. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Is DEI killing Hollywood? Diversity, equity, and inclusion is the phrase for getting more minorities into higher jobs in the workplace. And while it seems like a great idea in theory, I think in practice it does more harm than good. At its core, DEI means hiring someone for something other than their merit, or how good they actually are at their job. For example, say you want to make a movie, but you're only going to hire men, as actors, as camera people, as editors. Doesn't that mean you're siloing yourself off from women who could do a better job than some of these men? It does, and any studio would be crazy to do that. But it's okay when you're only hiring women, huh? Listen, the fact is that if you set some kind of mandatory diversity hiring law, you're going to be skipping over people that don't fit your arbitrary guidelines but could make your movie better. This idea that we have to reach this perfect diversity equilibrium is complete garbage. And so far, all of the projects that hire for anything other than merit have ended up as worse products. Echo, The Rings of Power, and The Acolyte have all bragged about the amount of diversity they have in front of and behind the camera, and look at the quality of those products. More and more studios seem to be shifting to hiring based on everything except talent, and I think that's one of the reasons movies today are worse. It'll also never work because no matter how diverse you are, it's never enough. So Hollywood, just focus on making good stories again and hire the people that can do that best. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What's the best movie of 2024 so far? I've seen 6 new movies so far this year, and y'all love when I rank things, so let me rank them from worst to best. 6. Orion in the Dark. Boring, nihilistic, and horribly directed. I didn't even finish it, and from what I've heard, the end is even worse than the start. Skip it. 5. Dune 2. Okay, yeah, this is gonna get me canceled, but aside from the one helicopter fight scene and the gladiator fight, this movie was so boring. It felt like it was building towards something and never got there. Loads of people loved it, but Dune just ain't my thing. 4. If. It's pretty, well shot, and has a nice soundtrack, but this movie is empty and ultimately soulless. It's only higher than Dune because it's way shorter. 3. Madam Web. Yeah, it's a worse film than everything else on this list, but that's why it's so fun to watch. Totally worth a watch for all the wrong reasons. 2. Godzilla x Kong. I wanted a movie about an atomic lizard punching a big ape, and that's exactly what I got. What more can you ask for? 1. Thelma the Unicorn. I already made a short about how much I enjoyed this movie, but its sense of humor and take on the music industry was amazing. Definitely worth a watch. But yeah, you see what I mean about 2024 being a bad year for movies so far? Any other year, most of these movies would be mid-tier at best, yet here we are. Y'all have suggested some films I'll watch when I can, but for now, those are just my thoughts. Am I a bad movie critic for liking Madam Web more than Dune 2? Tell me in the comments. I'm not excited for the Lord of the Rings animated movie anymore. The Lord of the Rings, War of the Rohirrim, an animated movie releasing later this year, was said to be about Helm Hammerhand, the creator of Helm's Deep, and I was cautiously optimistic. I think there's so many good places an animated Middle-earth movie could go. Not this one though. It's not about Helm Hammerhand, it's about his daughter and a team of all-female warriors she leads. This is yet another example of them ignoring the leagues of great Tolkien lore they could adapt and instead making a new story that'll just be the same schlock we've seen a billion times. Audiences are so tired of the stereotypical strong female leads that are all essentially the same flawless void of personality cardboard cutouts. Oh, and the forced all-female team movies trend doesn't work well either. Listen, I'm not gonna complain if you go make your own story about a female warrior or a female team, but you don't have to hijack Lord of the Rings. People keep acting like Tolkien's work needs fixing without realizing there's a reason people have loved it for ages, and it has nothing to do with gender or race. Tolkien told good stories with great characters, and since War of the Rohirrim isn't out yet, I can't say this is guaranteed to be terrible, but Hollywood's track record with this isn't great so far, so my excitement went from about a 9 to a 2 in just one paragraph. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Harry Potter is getting rebooted, and I have so many questions. We're getting a new take on Harry Potter as a 10-season show for HBO Max. Apparently some books will get 1 season, while others will get 2 seasons each. Casting and release dates are still unknown, and I don't know what to think. On one hand, I love the books, and the original movies made some questionable plot decisions, so a more book-faithful take could be amazing. But on the other hand, how do you replace the original actors? Some characters are so iconic that recasting them seems impossible. There's a reason Hugh Jackman is still playing Wolverine, and almost every main character in Harry Potter seems darn near irreplaceable. And will the new show keep the style of the original? Hogwarts' design and the Wizarding World are so iconic, and they're what the theme parks are built on. So will they redesign the iconic sets and areas to give this series its own identity? How about the music? Will they replace arguably one of the most iconic soundtracks in recent memory, or will they reuse or remake it? I think conceptually, a more accurate take on Harry Potter would be immaculate, but in my mind it's just too soon. Even if it is good, it'll be in the same place as The Grinch, Willy Wonka, and Will Smith as the genie. It'll always be compared to what came before. We've got enough questionable remakes and reboots happening right now. I don't think we need Harry Potter added to the mix. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. The Narnia movies are underrated. In an attempt to compete with The Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter, Disney greenlit movies based off the Chronicles of Narnia books, and the results were magical. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe is a masterpiece of a movie. It's got a great villain, incredible world building, and a way better battle than you'd expect. It all feels like a kid's storybook come to life, and I love it. Also, random fact, the lighting of this movie is some of the best I've ever seen. You don't usually think about it, but this stuff helps a lot in filmmaking. A few years later, we got the sequel, Prince Caspian, which is also pretty good. The magic, wonder, and storybook tone are mostly gone, replaced by a feeling of oppression and unease. And it feels a bit like Whiplash, but honestly works pretty well. The politics of this movie are great. Watching the villains bicker and backstab is amazing, and the battle scene is just as great as the first. Prince Caspian isn't quite as good as the original, but it's not far off either. The problem comes with the third movie, Dawn Treader. The budget got cut, and it shows. The camera work is awful, the lighting is horrendous, and the pacing is garbage. It feels less like a movie and more like a bad theme park stunt show. Dawn Treader effectively killed the series, leaving many to look down on the Narnia series as a whole, which I think is unfair. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe is a fantastic movie with a pretty good sequel, and they both deserve a rewatch if it's been a while. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What's the most nostalgic song ever made? I was watching a YouTube video yesterday when a random background song hit me over the head, and I was drowned in nostalgia. Here's a snippet from it. It's Stickerbush Symphony, a Donkey Kong song that got remastered for Smash Bros. Brawl and was used in the Subspace Emissary mode, and the nostalgia hit me like a truck. I played that game relentlessly for years, and hearing this song brought back such good memories. It got me wondering, what other songs embody my childhood that perfectly? Here's a few other songs that filled me with nostalgia. See if you know them too. Each of those songs feels like a memory torpedo, reminding me of how great my childhood truly was. To my fellow adults out there, just because you miss the old days doesn't mean the best days are behind us, it just means you can appreciate what you had. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What songs fill you with nostalgia? Tell me in the comments. How do I design my thumbnails? I'm primarily a shorts channel, which means I don't have to worry about designing a thumbnail for every single video. YouTube automatically picks a random goofy frame and goes with it. But for my long form videos, I have to make thumbnails, and sometimes I have to leave great ideas on the cutting room floor. I don't have Photoshop yet. That's a purchase I'm planning on getting sometime soon though, so I'm stuck using low quality photo editor websites. Pixlr is the best one I've found. It's got every feature I need aside from a background remover, which I could just get elsewhere. I've got a habit for pausing movies at the worst possible frame, and I'd saved up several horrible pictures for my Wish Videos thumbnail. Unfortunately, none of them quite worked, and I really liked the duality of both characters holding something, so I went with that instead. I did have to play around with the words a little though. My Star Wars thumbnail was simple. I just stuck the characters in front of a starry background and slapped the words on. The Dragons video was even simpler. I just took the poster and added words. The main problem with my thumbnails is that I don't have a unique style or formula. They're all kind of their own thing, so I'll probably edit them down the line once I find a style I really like. Again, I'm no thumbnail pro. There's a reason I became a shorts channel, but I'd like to say I've improved since my first one. And hey, if you're interested in any of my long form videos, please check them out. I'm pretty proud of all three. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Inside Out 2 is the best Pixar movie in ages. I've been cautiously optimistic about the sequel to Inside Out for a while. On one hand, the trailers looked pretty interesting, but on the other hand, Pixar's track record recently has been abysmal. But I gave Inside Out 2 a shot, and I quite enjoyed it. Did the new emotions work? Yes. Aside from Ennui, who kind of fittingly does nothing, all the new emotions are good, well-designed characters. The returning emotions are also amazing. Joy and Sadness's character development from the first one is still strong, and Anger especially has some cool character moments I didn't expect. The humor is a great mix of absurd and relatable, and the plot is really well thought out. I liked all the new areas of the brain we get to see, and overall it feels like a solid expansion of the original. Overall, I'd say the Pixar movie Inside Out 2 mirrors the most is Finding Dory. It's not necessary, it doesn't hit as hard as the original, but it's a fun ride that does everything well enough. I do have a few complaints. Bill Hader's absence as fear is noticeable, and I wish we got to see inside other people's heads more, since those made for some of the funniest moments of both movies. But honestly, Inside Out 2 is the first Pixar movie I've enjoyed since Onward, and if they made a third, I'd totally be down. Seriously, after the schlock Disney and Pixar have made recently, this film is a welcome breath of fresh air. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. We need a Half-Life TV show. Amazon's Fallout TV show has completely taken over, becoming the company's most popular show to date. And for good reason. It's well-paced, has great characters, and it feels like an authentic translation of the game's world and setting. The masses will watch a gaming show if it's well done, so which game deserves an adaptation next? I had several people asking me this question, and while there's a few good answers, the best one is easily Half-Life. When it comes to story, world, and aesthetic, Half-Life is just such a good choice. Just imagine seeing City 17 or Ravenholm brought to life with the same care Fallout was. Heck, I was sold the second I saw Dune 2's helicopter versus rocket launcher scene. It reminded me so much of Half-Life and made me yearn deeply for a good adaptation. And yes, you may argue that making a show means that Gordon Freeman would have to actually talk, but we're getting a live-action Zelda movie, so Gordon feels like the least of our worries. No, the only problem with the Half-Life show is that we all know it would never actually get a season 3. But to all the streaming companies desperate for a good hit, somebody dropped $200 million on Half-Life already. You won't be disappointed. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What game would you turn into a good movie or show? Tell me in the comments. Are movie audiences the problem? The opinion on Star Wars' new show, The Acolyte, differs wildly depending on where you look. All of the companies are praising it for being innovative and shocking, but pretty much all of YouTube hates it for its absurd pandering and abysmal writing. The Acolyte's critics score is wildly high, while the audience score is lower than even the Star Wars Holiday Special. Thousands of people have written one-star reviews bashing The Acolyte, and there's tons of articles shaming review bombers for being misogynists or sexist. So come on guys, it's way simpler than that. Sure, sometimes people get mad about something small or weird, but typically if the entire audience is yelling at you, you've messed up big time. News sites hate review bombing mainly because it's one of the main ways an average Joe can get their opinion out there. All the things that have been review bombed have had genuine issues, but us audiences aren't allowed to hate these properties because of their political weight. Even the articles that talk about how horrid the fans are mention the show's horrible pacing, terrible mysteries, or garbage characters, but at the end of the day, they can't hate it because of the boxes it checks. I'm not saying misogynists and racists don't exist, they're definitely still out there, but it's not the ists of the world hating on The Acolyte, it's the longtime Star Wars fans who have finally had enough. I checked out on this license ages ago, and nothing Disney's doing makes me want to go back. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What's the best superhero trilogy? We've gotten tons of superhero movies in the past few decades, but only a few complete trilogies. So which one is the best? Gotta say, Thor is pretty low on the list. Ragnarok is a banger, but its tone doesn't match the others at all, and The Dark World is oftentimes looked at as the worst pre-Endgame Marvel film. Iron Man is in a similar place. The original is still one of the greatest superhero movies ever, but both of its sequels are a definite drop in quality. Ant-Man drops even lower. The first is so good, the second exists, and the third is an absolute disaster on every level. No DC character has had a full trilogy aside from The Dark Knight, which is so tough. Batman Begins is great, and The Dark Knight is still the best superhero movie ever made, but The Dark Knight Rises is definitely a disappointing finale. Then you've got the original Spider-Man trilogy, which is good up until the end. Looking back at the MCU, the Guardians and Tom Holland Spidey trilogies are close to the top, but the second ones are both easily the weak links of the bunch. So which trilogy wins? I gotta hand it to Captain America. Sure, all three movies have such different tones. The first is a patriotic war film, the second is an adrenaline-fueled masterpiece, and the third is basically Avengers 2.5. But when it comes to quality, all three movies are just so fun to watch. Gotta say though, if Spider-Verse 3 is good, then there's no competition. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What was the best movie of 2018? It's been a while since 2018, but that year had an insane lineup of movies. So let me make a tier list of all the ones I've seen. Jurassic World 2, Deadpool 2, Fantastic Beasts 2, Bohemian Rhapsody, and Maze Runner 3 all go in U tier, or unwatch. I'll watch them someday. F tier gets the series ruining Pacific Rim Uprising, Disney's massively disappointing Wrinkle in Time, and of course my old nemesis Hotel Transylvania 3. These movies just stink. In D tier, we've just got The Meg. I liked it better than these failures, but it's still a bad movie. I've got to place Solo, Ant-Man 2, and Bumblebee in C tier. Two of them were very meh, and I didn't even finish Bumblebee, so that shows you how invested I was. B tier is pretty big. We've got Incredibles 2, Ralph Breaks the Internet, Illumination's Grinch, Venom
Skyscraper, Aquaman, and Ready Player One. I've got some issues with all of these movies, but at the end of the day, they're all really fun films that are totally worth watching. I'm gonna stick A Quiet Place and Black Panther in A tier. I don't have much to say about them, they're just great movies. And finally, we've got a stacked S tier with Mission Impossible Fallout, one of the best action movies ever, Avengers Infinity War, my personal favorite Marvel movie, and the best Spider-Man movie ever, Into the Spider-Verse. If you've missed any of these masterpieces, check them out as soon as possible. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What's your favorite 2018 movie? Tell me in the comments. Why was the Mario movie so hated? Last year's Mario movie made $1 billion, but people seem pretty divided. Some think it was a near perfect adaptation, while others find it horribly paced and mediocre at best. So is it overrated or overhated? I watched the Mario movie and I absolutely loved it. The casting was impeccable, Jack Black was immaculate, the visuals were top tier, and I feel like they threaded the needle of staying true to the games while crafting a movie-level story perfectly. But I am a Mario fan, and therefore I'm obviously more partial to liking it than the average person. I loved the Mario movie, but non-Mario fans would have cared less about the great Nintendo references and the nostalgic soundtrack and noticed more of the movie's issues. Yeah, the pacing is horrible, none of the characters are deep, and even I can admit that the licensed music didn't fit at all. Non-Mario fans would have felt like I felt watching FNAF, just left thinking, this is what people went so crazy over? Video game adaptations are hard to get right. I think Fallout is still the perfect example of a fan pleaser that still brings in non-gaming audiences, but the Mario movie worked well enough. It obviously could have used a bit more polish, but if we got more kids gaming movies like this, I wouldn't be mad at all. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What did you think of the Mario movie? Tell me in the comments. Is MrBeast's new website accurate? MrBeast just released View Stats, a website that tracks YouTubers' views and subscriber statistics. I watched some bigger channels review it, and for the most part it did pretty well, but how does it work for a smaller channel like mine? First off, here's my official YouTube stats next to View Stats estimate, and it's kind of off. The spikes and drops are mostly correct, just kind of exaggerated, and I don't know what the heck was going on here. Overall views and subs are pretty much spot on, but the money, yeah, this is really low. I'm not gonna tell you how much I've made so far, I want to save that for a future video, but I will tell you that the Wish video earned about 4 times more than what they're saying. The projections are fun. It says I should be at 47k subs in a month, and apparently by the time I hit my 1-year anniversary, I'll have about double my current sub count, so we'll see if that happens. The compare tool is also pretty funny. Apparently I'm earning about half as many views and subs as Food Theory. Of course, they also say Food Theory got negative 6 million views this day, so take that as you will. Listen, websites like this will estimate and generalize a bit, which does mean smaller channels' estimates are a little bit off. Overall though, it's a pretty solid website. I'm impressed by the amount of data it's got. There's just a few bugs that need fixing. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Who is the best Disney twist villain? Disney typically does 3 kinds of villains. Over the top, pure evil ones, family dysfunction, and twist villains. For a while there, it seemed like every Disney film needed some unexpected antagonist to come out of nowhere. Some of them were better than others, so let me rank them from worst to best. The worst one is easily Professor Callahan from Big Hero 6. There were no hints that he was anything but a nice guy, his reasons for being evil aren't properly explained, and they try to make him sympathetic even though he killed Tadashi, which is unforgivable. He's a perfect example of how not to do a twist villain. Next up is Bellwether, the mayor's assistant from Zootopia. This is a reveal that frankly comes far too late. You learn she's the antagonist only 4 minutes before she's captured. She's not very threatening or well developed as a character, which leads to Zootopia's ending feeling a bit rushed. Prince Hans from Frozen easily takes second place. His reasons make sense, he's a well enough developed character, and his reveal scene is actually really good. I hate this movie, but Hans being the villain wasn't half bad. And finally, the best Disney twist villain is totally Turbo from Wreck-It Ralph. King Candy is already a fun antagonist, but Wreck-It Ralph does a phenomenal job revealing who he is and why he took over Sugar Rush. Twist villains were overused there for a minute, but Turbo was fantastic. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Independence Day is one of the greatest movies ever made. When I think blockbuster, Independence Day is one of the first movies I think of. Releasing in 1996, the movie follows an alien invasion on the 4th of July, where an unconnected cast of characters must come together to defeat the evil extraterrestrials. This movie just rocks. The cast is stacked, featuring Will Smith, Jeff Goldblum, and Bill Pullman as one of the best US presidents in a movie ever. Independence Day's pacing is incredible too. Mysterious signals are investigated, conspiracies are revealed, and there's a solid amount of action. One of my favorite parts of the film though is how patriotic it is. Most alien movies today show us humans as idiots or the villains for ruining the environment or causing wars. But in Independence Day, the aliens are just evil and the humans all come together to prevent global annihilation. The president's speech is still one of the best in movie history. He both makes the 4th of July about the rest of the world while still making you feel that America. Independence Day is easily one of the highlights of the 90s, and it's definitely worth a watch if you haven't seen it yet. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? God bless America. Why did Inside Out 2's new emotions work so well? One of my biggest concerns going into Inside Out 2 was that the original film's 5 emotions were already a big cast, so could Pixar handle nearly doubling that number? Even worse, all the new emotions they were adding were negative. I was skeptical, but all 4 new emotions worked way better than I expected. As I said before, Ennui was my least favorite because they fittingly did nothing, but in retrospect, they filled a comedic role pretty well. Envy was particularly surprising. We always think of envy being associated with greed or pride, but Inside Out's version of envy just wanted to emulate the people around them, including the good stuff. I didn't think embarrassment would work because there's there's not much of a positive way you can use him. But that's why instead of having much time at the console, he had a character arc of helping sadness overthrow anxiety. And speaking of anxiety, she was also handled really well. She thought everything she was doing was the right thing and realized only too late that she had failed Riley. None of them were explicitly bad for Riley, they just all had their own places to fill. And watching the old and new emotions realize that they were all trying to do the same thing was so well done. Oh, and each one moves in such a distinct, cartoonish way. The attention to detail is incredible. So yeah, Pixar pulled off the impossible and made each distinct, useful, and somehow positive. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Who's the best hopeless mastermind? There's several villains in cartoons that have the brains to build giant scientific contraptions, but can't seem to ever succeed at their main goals. But who's the best? First up is Gru. He's the textbook meaning of an evil genius, and he even got pretty close to finishing his evil plans, but he failed because he cares too much about his family. Ugh! I mean, the little Gorl is cute though, I'll give him that. Then there's Megamind, who failed for years to defeat Metro Man, but eventually succeeded in taking the city. If you think about it, not all of his plans are great, but he does succeed at all of them. So wait, should he even be on this list? Whatever. He'd probably be my number one if Peacock had kept their grubby hands off of him. Oh, and technically the Spot fits this list too. He's a scientific genius, he's got a tragic past, but nobody takes him seriously until it's too late. Of all these guys, he's definitely the most powerful and the only one that actually stayed evil. But my personal favorite is Dr. Doofenshmirtz. He's made hundreds of evil innators, but just can't pull a Megamind and actually take the city. He's got the most iconic voice, memeable quotes, tragic backstories, and delightfully ugly face in all of media. I'm not sure exactly how they'll handle him being a good guy in the new Phineas and Ferb seasons, but I'm just happy to see his unlucky face again. But anyways, I feel like there's probably way more characters that fit this list. So who did I miss? Tell me in the comments. Am I a hypocrite? I've talked before about how I'm not excited for Deadpool 3 or Joker 2 because they're R-rated, but I've also talked about Die Hard, Fallout, and Silo, which are arguably just as bad. So how can I hate one but love the other? It honestly boils down to filters, and more specifically VidAngel. And no, this is totally not sponsored. The app is clunky and has several issues I'll get around to, but it's helped me watch movies I never would have watched otherwise. VidAngel and another app called ClearPlay let you watch movies without cursing, excessive violence, or explicitly adult scenes, which are all things I'm not a huge fan of in media. The filters are also super specific. You can keep or remove whatever you want, even going down to light things like punching or the word stupid. VidAngel and ClearPlay sadly have a tough learning curve. You have to connect other streaming services to them for anything to work, and you can't tell if you have access to a movie until you click on it. But seriously, if you want Die Hard without the bloody foot, or you want Game of Thrones without literally half of Game of Thrones, these filtering services are pretty darn helpful. The funny part is, 99 times out of 100, the parts of these movies you'd filter out are barely noticeable because they don't actually affect the plot. Just know, whenever I'm suggesting a show or a movie that looks a bit much, there were filters involved. As for adult animation in particular, that's just a style of content I'm not super into. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Where did Disney romance go? Disney basically built their empire on animated romance movies, but do you know how long it's been since they had a good love story? 14 years! Since then, we've gotten partnerships, friendships, fake-outs, and stories that didn't really need romance in the first place, but not a single actual love story. Heck, Disney actually seems scared of doing anything romantic, as we just saw with Wish. They skipped over the love story they had planned, even though the star replacement was horrid. Disney seems genuinely terrified of writing another good love story, but why? I think it comes down to how they want all their female characters to be strong. In Disney's mind, the female lead can't be a strong female character if she's got a man to hold her back. They even said as much in Ralph Breaks the Internet, even though Rapunzel, the one saying it, was the one that saved Flynn Rider. This is so dumb and completely misses the point. Are you gonna tell me Rapunzel isn't a strong character just because she fell for Flynn Rider? She's more than capable of fending for herself. Belle single-handedly saves the Beast from his own destruction. And don't tell me Mulan isn't a strong female character just because she's got a prince. Disney seems to have mixed up strong and capable for independent, which is not a synonym. Just because you can fend for yourself doesn't mean you have to be alone. Please, Disney, bring back romance. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Cobra Kai's final season looks exactly like I feared. I loved Cobra Kai's first 2 seasons. Miguel and Johnny were such well-developed characters, the fights were incredible, and the way season 2 ended is one of my favorite cliffhangers ever. But as the show kept going, it started getting really repetitive. Johnny and Danny would hate each other, then realize how much they had in common and get along, and then some stupid misunderstanding would tear them apart again. Miguel and Robbie would have beef, reconcile, and then hate each other again. The worst was Samantha and Tori, who kept repeating the same tired story beats over and over. Seasons 3 through 5 were mostly these characters in various states of repeated tension, but season 5 ended with everyone teaming up and defeating Cobra Kai, coming together to destroy the ultimate evil. In my opinion, that was the way the show should have ended. But no, season 6's trailer just dropped, and all that character tension I mentioned, every single rivalry is back. Watching characters squabble works sometimes, usually if they get over it and grow, but when they keep getting over it just to turn around and fight again, it gets so tiring and makes everyone feel like children. Cobra Kai usually still has at least one good fight every season. I just hate that you've got to turn your brain off to enjoy everything else. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. There's one thing the Minecraft movie can do that would be legendary. We're less than a year away from the live-action Minecraft movie, and probably only a few months away from a trailer. That means we've still got some time to theorize. So I thought of one thing the Mario movie did that the Minecraft movie could do better. The Mario movie captured the nostalgia of the games in several ways, but one of the coolest was how it adapted the classic Mario soundtrack into a cinematic score. Minecraft's soundtrack is even more nostalgic, so can you imagine how incredible a movie version of classic Minecraft tunes could be? They're already trying to emulate Lord of the Rings by filming in New Zealand, so hopefully they make a banger soundtrack too. I know original Minecraft composer C418 and Microsoft have weird legal issues, so I don't know if if that'll stop the original songs from being in the film, but the new songs are also already nostalgic for me, so even if we just get new versions of newer songs, I'd still be down. Old Minecraft and new Minecraft have such good soundtracks, and even if the Minecraft movie is the worst film ever made, we might still get a few cool songs out of it. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments.
Puss in Boots mastered villains. Disney can't seem to get a villain right, but DreamWorks blew them out of the water by making not one, not two, but 3 perfect villains in one movie. First off, Puss in Boots The Last Wish mastered the antagonist, a character who has a gold counter to the main character. Death wasn't evil exactly, he was just doing his job, and that caused conflict between him and Puss. He was also downright terrifying and incredibly well designed, which makes him one of the most memorable villains in years. Secondly, you've got your irredeemable villain in Jack Horner, who is just plain evil. DreamWorks didn't even try to make Jack relatable, he was just a horrible person, which made him so much funnier. And finally, Goldilocks is a great example of a redemptive villain. At first, she just seems evil, but you slowly see where she's coming from, and she learns she doesn't actually need the wish to be happy and grows as a character. All 3 characters had understandable motives, goals, and enough personality to make each villain distinct and unique. Compare that for a second to Wish's King Magnifico, who had literally none of those. I've seen several movies with too many villains, but The Last Wish handles all 3 of them perfectly. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments.
Why do you see the same commenters everywhere? Have you ever read a YouTube comment section and run across a verified commenter that has a simplistic name like Chicken, X, or the Pi symbol, and then you check their channel and they've got millions of subscribers but almost 0 videos? These guys are everywhere, but thankfully most of them have a video explaining what's up. So what's the deal? 9 times out of 10, they're people who bought a big channel, deleted all the videos, and now comment on tons of videos to gain attention. Pi in particular is fascinating to me. They've got 3,000 subs and they only post in their community tab, showing people how they got tons of subs without making any content. Or how about X, who made a fake podcast just to trick people into thinking his videos are #1 on trending? They all usually talk about how what they're doing is legal and how they plan on posting content one day, but just why? Sure, having subs is nice, but I can tell you, a big sub count doesn't automatically translate to big views. There's a difference between gaining subscribers and growing an audience, and when these guys do finally post videos, people probably won't watch because they have no attachment to the channel. If you want to grow on YouTube, I say just start by doing something you enjoy and see where it goes. It's worked pretty okay for me so far. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments.
What made the Clone Wars show peak Star Wars? I don't really like the prequels. There's too much CGI, the characters are mostly flat, and there's just so much George Lucas goofiness. But I absolutely love the Clone Wars show. It's set during the same time period and follows most of the same characters, so what makes it work for me? For me, the Clone Wars expands and fixes everything about the prequels. Every 3 or 4 episodes, it jumps to a different planet with a few different Jedi or clone troopers, showing just how massive this war and the galactic corruption really is. The Clone Wars also took the audience seriously, with high stakes and some really dark moments. The reason the Acolyte fails where the Clone Wars succeeds is that the Acolyte is obsessed with tearing down the fundamentals of Star Wars, while the Clone Wars takes it all seriously. All of the minor characters in the prequels are fleshed out with care, so that when you rewatch those darn prequels, you're rooting for people like Plo Koon, Aayla Secura, and Commander Cody, characters you wouldn't have batted an eye at before. I don't like watching the prequels, but the Clone Wars was so good that I have immense respect for the prequels' lore and characters, which makes the Clone Wars one of the best shows ever made. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. It's been a while, but it's time for another milestone commenter Q&A. Do I go to school? If so, how do I upload every day? I won't tell you what I do in my real life, but I will tell you that I'm usually super busy. I upload daily through sheer determination and willpower, which honestly is probably 3/4 of what it takes to do YouTube in the first place. Trust me, if you enjoy doing something, you'll find time for it. And a review win. I'm getting there. Again, finding time to watch the most suggested things is tough, so most movies I talk about are films I watch with my family or movies I watched a while back. So yeah, if you've suggested a movie or show for me to talk about, just know it could be a while. Am I a piece of bacon? Seriously? I don't even want to answer this. Will I ever run out of things to talk about? I doubt it. I've got several unused scripts ready to go, a whole list of prompts to take from, constant news and trailer releases, and tons of commenter questions and suggestions to get around to. Which, speaking of, if you've got a question you want to ask me, tell me in the comments. I read every single one. But anyways, thank you guys so much for 40K subscribers. I had someone tell me to check out Disney's YouTube Shorts, and I burst out laughing when I realized I have more successful shorts than the official Disney account. I know that's for a bunch of reasons, but it's still super funny, and a testament to how great you guys are as an audience. So thanks again, and see you at 45. Inside Out 3 seems likely, but is that a good thing? Inside Out 2 didn't just break the box office, it's now become Pixar's best performing movie of all time. And it's still got time to make even more money. And money almost always translates to sequels, so I think we're gonna get way more Inside Out movies. And I think of all the Pixar franchises, it makes sense for Inside Out to have even more sequels than Toy Story. Pretty much everyone can agree that the upcoming Toy Story 5 is a horrible idea. So why do I think Inside Out 3, 4, 5, and beyond could work better? The fact is, Toy Story was a trilogy. Toy Story 3 wasn't just the definitive ending to the saga, it was a fantastic finale, and one of Pixar's best movies. A story about toys can only exist as long as your childhood exists, but one day you grow up and the story has to end. Inside Out, on the other hand, is a story that doesn't have to end with childhood. Riley could be the next Hiccup, the next animated character that grows up alongside the audience. Give us high school drama in Inside Out 3, college hijinks in 4, and so on. Inside Out can continue as long as life continues, because with life there's always a story to tell. Seriously, if Pixar handles this properly, it could become an infinite money glitch. Admittedly, the control panel would get a bit crowded, but I'm sure they'd figure it out. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What do you think of more Inside Out movies? Tell me in the comments. I can't take Captain America 4 seriously. We just got our first look at Captain America Brave New World, and it looks fine. They seem to be going in more of a political thriller direction, so think Secret Invasion before we knew it was terrible. Like all Marvel fans nowadays, I have loads of issues with it already, but the biggest one has nothing to do with the movie itself. A few days earlier, we got another MCU trailer following the witch Agatha from WandaVision. It featured her and a group of witches performing Halloweeny spells and flying around on broomsticks. As separate projects, both the Agatha show and the Falcon movie could be okay, but the fact that they're supposed to be in the same universe just doesn't work. Pre-Endgame MCU had a weird side too, but it got weirder more gradually and always had threads connecting the sane to the less sane. But you're telling me this is part of the same universe as the original Iron Man? The MCU has a massive tone problem right now. It can't decide if it wants to be gritty and serious or all out goofy, sometimes even releasing totally opposite projects starring the same characters. A connected universe only works if it's connected, but the unity old Marvel projects had is gone, which is one of the main reasons people are giving up on the MCU as a whole. To me personally, I don't know, I'm just not really excited for any of this stuff anymore. Maybe Spider-Man 4 if they announce that, but even that, I don't know. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. We're getting more Pixar sequels, but is that a bad thing? For a while, Pixar only put out original movies, and none of them performed very well for various reasons. Then they released their first sequel in ages, and it's now Pixar's best performing movie of all time. Pixar has announced that we're going to be getting more sequels, such as the previously announced Toy Story 5 and potential Finding Nemo and Incredibles sequels. The internet says this is the death of originality, but I want to play devil's advocate. Looking at the entire lineup of Pixar movies, you've got a bunch of one-off films that don't need sequels, but there are a few films I could see deserving some kind of continuation. Toy Story and Finding Nemo are definitely not on that list, but how about instead of Incredibles 3, we get a prequel set in the glory days? I'd love it if it was animated in the old film style of the original film's flashback, and we could see some of those dead supers in their prime. And speaking of prequels, how about a Brave prequel about Merida's parents? We could see Fergus and Eleanor's love story as they unite the warring clans. And then for sequels, I still want more Inside Out movies, but I could also see more Monsters Inc. or Cars films as long as they're handled well. I didn't like Pixar's recent originals at all, so if the option is either bad originals or decent sequels, I'll personally take the sequels every day. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. 45's a milestone, right? Let's do another commenter Q&A. What's my favorite Star Wars movie? The Last Jedi, which I guess makes me a fake Star Wars fan or something, but this film is such a complete oddity that gets certain things so right, certain things so wrong, and just ends up being the most entertaining Star Wars movie overall. Rogue One is probably a better movie though, I'll admit that. What's my favorite Pokemon? Spheal. I mean, just look at him. He's a beach ball with a face. Thoughts on Bullet Train? I really liked it. It's not for kids, so I wasn't gonna make a short on it, but I thought it was really funny, well directed, and had a great style. Definitely one of the most surprising films in recent memory. Does pineapple belong on pizza? I don't see why not. It's not my favorite, but it's good, so I don't know what the big deal is. Barbecue chicken pizza is less like pizza, and it's less controversial, so I think the pineapple pizza debate is pretty tired at this point. What are my general thoughts on prequels? I love tons of them, some more than the originals. The only thing I don't really like is the cliche where they have to explain where some name came from, which always feels tacked on. But yeah, good prequels are great. No problems here. But anyways, thank you guys so much for 45k subscribers. I made the 40k Q&A less than a week ago, which is an amazing problem to have. Do you guys enjoy these Q&As enough for me to do them every 5k, or is it time to swap to 10k? And have you got any questions you want me to answer? As usual, tell me in the comments. Let me tell you the entire Acolyte controversy in 1 minute. Before the show even came out, cast interviews expressed that Star Wars was
very, patriarchal.
The Acolyte was the gayest Star Wars project ever, and that Anakin blew up the Death Star, which all angered the fans.
Yes.
Then the show released, causing one of the largest Rotten Tomatoes divides yet. The critics couldn't get enough of it, while the audience hated it even more than the Star Wars Holiday Special. The much maligned Episode 3 came out, introducing the lesbian space witches and which were memed into oblivion. As a response to the haters, main actress Amanda Stenberg released a diss track where she danced inappropriately and called out journalists for being liars and haters, even though they were the only ones defending her show. Episode 4 had a cameo from Kyle Mundi, which broke the internet. Some hated it because canonically he shouldn't have been born yet, and others were mad people were getting so worked up over a character nobody cared about a week ago. Most fans had left by that point, so they missed the journalist claiming Star Wars was sexy again for including this shirtless Sith dude. The show finally ended, and I don't think it changed much. People fed up with Disney Star Wars just hate it more now, and the rest are mad at the haters. Regardless of your thoughts on the show itself, you've got to admit the controversies have been hilarious for all the wrong reasons. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. The Last Wish didn't need death. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish has rightfully been praised as one of the best movies in years, but on a rewatch I noticed something interesting. If you think about it, death could have been completely removed and the fundamental story wouldn't have changed much. Let's remove death for a minute. He really only interacts with Puss, so all the other character moments stay the same. You've got a great intro, a good redemptive story for Goldilocks, a great character arc for Puss and Kitty Softpaws, and one of the funniest villains in years. Heck, you've even still got a final boss battle that harkens back to the intro. The only thing you'd have to change is is the reason Puss goes to Mama Luna's. Puss in Boots' fear of death could still be the driving force of the movie, but it didn't have to be a concrete character. Without death, The Last Wish is still a better than average kids film with great animation, and Puss still learns a lesson about the importance of life. But death is what makes this movie so special. All the best moments come from how serious this film's stakes are, and how the characters react to them. DreamWorks had every chance to pull their punches, but they didn't, and that's why we love this movie so much. So animation studios, take notes. It's okay to go the extra mile and add darker tones or intense moments. Sometimes that's what makes your film stand out. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Inside Out is getting a show? I've been calling for more Inside Out sequels recently, and while Inside Out 3 hasn't been announced, Pixar has revealed that a show is coming soon. Releasing on Disney Plus next spring, all we know about the show is that it'll follow the Dream TV studio from the first movie. And I'm a bit conflicted. This kind of Disney Plus show is very hit or miss. Monsters at Work and Cars on the Road both managed to get the original actors back, so at least it wasn't a Megamind 2 situation, but the animation and writing quality definitely went down, especially in the case of Monsters at Work. I've also talked about how infinitely expandable Inside Out is as a franchise, but this seems like a strange direction to go. My guess is they can't get all the voice actors back, so they're going with a show format that only requires a few emotions. If I had to make a prediction, which I probably shouldn't, my Inside Out predictions always blow up in my face, I'd say it'll be a serviceable enough show that'll end up as a footnote in Inside Out history, much like the other Disney Plus shows. I mean, does anybody think of Monsters at Work or that Zootopia show as being on par with the originals? If you want more Inside Out in the meantime, I'd suggest that underrated Riley's First Date short. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. We don't need Jurassic Park 7, but I know how to save it. Jurassic World 3 is one of only a few movies to make $1 billion since the lockdown, so of course we're getting another one. Right now, not much is known about Jurassic World 4 aside from the fact that it's happening. Me personally, I haven't liked any Jurassic movie since the original masterpiece, and I don't think this one will be any better, but I do have an idea for how they could do it right. I've got a friend that's absolutely obsessed with Jurassic Park, and he said the best way to make another movie is to drastically lower the stakes. Most Jurassic Park films are giant world-ending events, which means there's less time for the suspense that the original film did so well. His suggestion was to make the next Jurassic movie like A Quiet Place. Have a family go camping in Yellowstone, but they get attacked by a pack of raptors and have to struggle to survive. Even if they don't go with that idea, I think lowering the stakes is a good plan. There's only so much bigger it can go, and they've got to make 7 stand out somehow. Either that or we get Jurassic Universe and dinosaurs in space, which honestly sounds like a win to me. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Will Shrek 5 beat Toy Story 5? I'd heard Shrek 5 was happening before the official announcement, so I wasn't as surprised as the rest of the internet. One interesting part about the announcement though was the release date. Shrek 5 is releasing in 2026, pretty close to Toy Story 5. This is such a DreamWorks troll move and I love it. Toy Story has always been the more popular license, but I think Shrek's got a shot at beating them. As I've said before, Toy Story is a license that didn't need a 4, much less a 5, but Shrek as a character has remained relevant in both movie review channels and meme culture. People have actually asked for more Shrek, while the response to Toy Story has just been, why? Another interesting detail, both series released spin-offs between the sequels, with Shrek's being Puss in Boots: The Last Wish and Toy Story's being Lightyear. People don't look back super fondly on Shrek's 3 or 4, but it's been a while, so while there's definitely some apprehension, I see more excitement for another Shrek than another Toy Story. Listen, Inside Out 2 blew away my box office expectations, so I think Toy Story 5 will probably do well regardless. There's also loads of time between now and 2026 for either film to be delayed, but as of right now, DreamWorks seems to finally have the upper hand in one of the more interesting theater showdowns in recent memory. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What was the first theatrical Disney sequel? We've got 4 Disney sequels coming in the next few years, but while it may feel like that's all we get nowadays, Disney didn't do sequels until very recently. So what was the first true Disney sequel? We got tons of sequels in the 90s. Cinderella 2, Lion King 1.5, and way more Lilo and Stitch movies than I remembered. Heck, basically every single Disney film had 2 or 3 straight-to-DVD sequels. But since they were handled by a separate studio and went straight to DVD, they can't count as theatrical sequels. If you look at the whole Disney Animation Studios list, the first theatrical Disney sequel was surprisingly only 6 years ago with Ralph Breaks the Internet. Frozen 2 quickly followed, cementing sequels as a billion-dollar opportunity, and Disney's never looked back. It's crazy that it took a 100-year-old company that long, right? See, that's why we do research, because I was wrong. I had this whole script written out and ready to go, but then while skimming over the official Disney Animation Studios list, I discovered the true first Disney sequel, Rescuers Down Under. A sequel to The Rescuers, Rescuers Down Under underperformed at the box office to be forgotten by the masses, including me. But yeah, moral of the story, do research before you write out a whole script, I guess. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. When will we get Bacon Guy lore? This channel just hit a huge milestone, so I figured it's about time to answer one of the most common questions I get asked. When will I reveal Bacon Guy's lore? Does he have a family? Where did he come from? Did something happen in his dark, traumatic past to leave him in this meaty state? They're all good questions, but my answer's probably not what you were hoping for. Other shorts channels use lore as a way to build an audience or do giant collabs, but I don't think that kind of style fits me personally. All of my videos are built around establishing a thought or a point, no matter how stupid that point is. And I feel like if I was hiding lore in the backgrounds or building a larger narrative, it would distract from my style of content. I've hidden things here and there, but as one-off jokes or ongoing gags. I'm not saying lore is completely off the table, I just have no plans for it right now. People ask where Bacon Guy came from, he's literally just a recurring character I drew as a kid. Heck, he wasn't even my favorite original character. I only picked him particularly because he could be the most expressive. So no, as of right now, all the Bacon Guy lore is just little jokes I thought were funny. That's probably all the lore I'll ever do. But anyways, thank you so much for 50k subs. I'm halfway to metal validation and my mind is blown. I heard y'all loud and clear, so thanks again, and see you at 55. What's the deal with the new LEGO movie? We're getting another LEGO movie this year, but it's not the LEGO Movie 3 or anything related. It's a biopic about the music artist Pharrell Williams. Called Piece by Piece, it's got tons of celebrity voices and cameos, a really good art style, new songs by Pharrell, and it's releasing in October. And I gotta say, even in a sea of increasingly crazy movie news, this one's just weird. My guess is Universal realized their access to the LEGO license runs out next year and wanted to do something while they had it, and I'm not totally against it. On one hand, biopic movies aren't usually the type of thing that keeps kids' attention, so the LEGO style feels like a strange direction to go. But on the other hand, it feels like most biopics all blend together, so going such a different direction will help this one to stand out. I'll admit, I didn't even know who Pharrell Williams was before this. He made that happy song for Despicable Me 2, but the LEGO style alone makes me interested in a movie I never would have thought about otherwise. The style is really cool, and since the LEGO movie is 10 years old at this point, pretty nostalgic for me. So I don't know who came up with this idea, but it was a good one. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What's the best Disney villain song? Up until recently, the Disney villain song was one of the best parts of the movie, shedding a light on just how evil can be. But which song is the best? First up is Be Prepared. The visuals are delicious, and it's rather catchy. I have to dock it a few points for all the talking though. Then there's Mother Knows Best, which is pretty great on its own, but the reprise is chilling. I love when they take an upbeat song and twist it, and Tangle does this brilliantly. Another great reprise is Jafar's version of Prince Ali. He takes the hero song and spins it into a cutting barrage of insults. It's a perfect example of why Jafar is still one of Disney's best. As scary as he is, Dr. Facilier's song is way more terrifying. He's fully in control of the main characters, his movements are eerie and snake-like, and the song is both unsettling and catchy. I don't think any other villain song fully embodies a character more than Friends on the Other Side. But at the end of the day, I think the winner has to be Poor Unfortunate Souls. It's another Evil Deal song, but I think it's even scarier than Dr. Facilier's. In his song, we know something bad will happen, but the song doesn't say what exactly. Whereas Ursula explains precisely what'll happen, and we see Ariel sign the deed anyways. Ursula's song is the gold standard of villainy, and in my opinion, the peak Disney villain song. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What's your favorite villain song? Tell me in the comments. Why won't I watch Nimona? I've talked a lot about Netflix's great animated movies recently, and you guys in the comments have been suggesting one movie more than any other. Nimona, a film about a shapeshifter who helps a wrongfully accused knight clear his name. I gotta say though, I'm gonna skip on watching Nimona, and the reason why isn't gonna be popular, but it's because of the LGBT storyline. Let me explain before you cancel me. I don't like it when LGBT storylines or characters are put in children's media. For one, I don't think that's the kind of thing children need to be worried about, but secondly, I think parents should be the one to talk to their kids about sexual topics, not billion-dollar corporations. And when those billion-dollar corporations try, I don't want to be the guy to support them with my money or my channel. I didn't see Lightyear, Elemental, or Strange World in theaters, partially because 2 of them looked horrible, but mostly because I don't want to support this kind of children's entertainment. I feel bad sometimes even suggesting kids content with LGBT messages, even if they're as minor as Onward or Gravity Falls. I know not everyone cares about this, but I also know there's others out there that feel the same way. I'm not gonna tell you to cancel or boycott these movies. Frankly, you can make your own choices about this kind of thing. But that's the reason why I personally will skip on Nimona. Hopefully you get where I'm coming from, because those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Raya and the Last Dragon should have been a Disney Plus show. Raya and the Last Dragon is one of the most conflicting Disney movies ever made. On one hand, the idea of a post-apocalyptic Disney princess movie is amazing, and the world building is some of the best Disney's ever done. But on the other hand, the pacing is abysmal. This movie speedruns its main plot points so fast you get whiplash just watching. But I think that could have been solved by making it a show. Imagine if rather than a frantically paced 2-hour movie, we'd gotten a well-paced 4 to 6 episode miniseries. This would have given so much more time to develop characters and properly build out a world. Instead of meeting the Last Dragon in the first 20 minutes, she'd meet her at the end of the first episode. Making it a show wouldn't have fixed everything, but it would have helped a lot. So much could be solved, but there's a reason Disney didn't do this. They don't actually care about their Disney Plus shows. Look at Monsters at Work, Cars on the Road, and Zootopia Plus. They're all glorified shorts where the main characters become side characters. Sure, they might be fun, but they're not meaningful or necessary to their franchises. Even though a Raya show would have certainly boosted Disney Plus in its early days, Disney doesn't see streaming animation as on par with theaters, and so Raya was doomed to be a forgettable story with good elements. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. YouTube is a free pizza club? I know a good deal happens when you hit 100,000 subscribers. You get a play button and a fancy little check mark next to your channel name. I'll make a video about that if I ever get that far. But I just hit 50k, and apparently that was enough to trigger an email invite to an Illuminati level YouTube pizza club. Apparently YouTube has this thing called the High Five Partner Program, where a small group of creators get access to perks and treats. Probably not that small, but it's the thought that counts. I totally thought this was a scam, but I looked into it and nope, it's very real. People have gotten free cinema tickets, Greg's sausage rolls, and pizza for just being a part of YouTube. When I signed on, they gave me a free Domino's gift card and access to a YouTube Lite, which was unfortunately sold out. I guess this is where those shorts lights come from. They said there's a link between eating and creativity, but I don't care, I just like free pizza. They even let you pick what category of rewards you like, but the only real option in my mind is food. Apparently this refreshes every now and then, so if I find anything noteworthy, I'll tell you. Can't say I expected to get free pizza from YouTube though, that's a new one. Still, did anyone else know about this? Tell me in the comments. Why do people hate Ralph Breaks the Internet? When the Wreck-It Ralph sequel came out, most people enjoyed it, but in the time since, many have turned on it, even calling it one of the worst Disney movies ever made. So where's the hate coming from? I enjoyed Ralph Breaks the Internet the first time I saw it, but looking back, oh boy, it's got problems. There's a lot to like. I love how cleverly the internet is visualized, and Slaughter Race is hilarious, but the film's take on internet humor was kinda outdated when it came out, and has aged even worse since. I gotta say though, the movie's biggest issue is how it completely ruins Ralph's character. In the original, he may have been slightly misguided, but ultimately he was a strong and likable character. Ralph Breaks the Internet throws that all out the window, painting him as a blibbering crybaby that the movie humiliates at every turn. It's one of the worst character assassinations I've ever seen. Most of the other issues people mention, I could go both ways on. Are all the Disney references fun callbacks or boring corporate schlock? Is the film's depiction of the internet clever or just a big brand advertisement? I don't think this movie is one of Disney's worst. It's got some pretty funny moments, but there are tons of underlying issues. If you want to watch a breakdown almost as long as the movie itself, Rocketar's video essay on Ralph is one of my favorites on the platform. Check it out if you want this movie ruined for you. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. The Skibidi Toilet movie has some massive flaws. Yes, the Michael Bay Skibidi Toilet movie is real. You may justifiably ask, why the heck is this happening? But sadly, the data backs it up. Skibidi has more YouTube views than all other major film franchises put together, even when you throw in the NBA and NFL. It's obvious Hollywood would try to ride the Skibidi wave, but I see several potential issues with the film adaptation. First off, Skibidi Toilet is relatively horrifying and violent, but its main audience is kids. The movie would have to either tone Skibidi down to earn a kid-friendly rating, or risk a PG-13 and hope that the kids show up. Secondly, to Hollywoodify it, they'd probably have to go with a different art style, which I don't think would work. The rumored style is a CGI/live-action mashup, which has problems of its own. There's no humans in the Skibidi universe, so are they changing that? Will we see popular actors coming out of the toilets? And the biggest problem in my mind? Skibidi has been around a while, but movies take years to make, so will it still be on top 4+ years from now? It would be so funny if the Skibidi movie came out years after the trend died. I understand conceptually why this movie is happening, but I have so many questions about the execution. Guess we'll just have to wait and see. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Here's an idea. Hold a presidential election for your friend group. One time, a friend of mine mentioned how people would totally vote for him, but me and my brother asked, wait, what if they could? What if our entire friend group elected one of us as president? And so we held an election. The rules were simple. Everyone could vote as long as they didn't vote for themselves. There were 15 of us running, so the first week, the 5 people with the fewest votes were eliminated, and every week after, 2 more were kicked out until only 1 remained. Every week, the remaining candidates had a different objective. One week they made a campaign poster, next week they had a debate, then they made a campaign video, and then the final 2 had to debate in costume. Everyone ran for the dumbest cause imaginable. One guy ran to establish a dictatorship, one girl's Don't Vote For Me campaign got her into the top 4, and I ran for the scapegoat party to blame the world's problems on the ubiquitous Randy. The finale was between the party on party and a dude in a toga running to re-establish the Roman Empire, with Rome coming out on top. Their prize was a singular Nutter Butter, which we all agreed was a fitting reward. Listen, the politics and campaigns were insane, but the coolest part was seeing how dedicated our friend group was to such a stupid idea. If you've got a fun friend group, I would totally suggest an election. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Who's the most powerful Disney villain? Disney's had tons of villains throughout their history, but some are obviously more powerful than others. So who comes out on top? Most villains fit in the bottom tier because they lack magic of any kind. There's some good villains down here, but the criteria is, can they beat Gaston? Which they would all fail at. There's too many to mention, so here they all are. Next is the magical but limited tier, with characters that all have some standout feature. They're not all magical, just superpowered in some way. All of these guys have serious power, but that power comes with a serious drawback of some kind. I'd say Dr. Facilier would be on top of this tier, but being owned by the devil definitely keeps him down. Oh, and Shen Yu fits here because he could totally beat Gaston. Then comes the powerful but stabbable tier, helmed by the Cthulhu-level Ursula and Maleficent, who both died the same way. The island from Moana fits here too, but the surprise contender is Mad Madam Mim from Sword in the Stone. She's basically just berserk Maleficent if you think about it. Jafar stands alone in the godlike but restrained tier, because he'd beat everyone below him but has incredible drawbacks. Just leave his lamp alone and we'll be fine. But the most powerful one of all? Hades. You could beat him, resist him, or outsmart him, sure, but at the end of the day, death always wins. Mother Gothel avoided him the longest, but Hades is inevitable. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. The best gaming magazine of all time has finally died. I'm not exaggerating when I say Game Informer was a giant part of my childhood. I didn't have constant internet access like most kids, so all of my info came from magazines, and Game Informer was king. The reviews were well written, the writers were funny, and the articles were always fascinating. I'm not usually a collector, but I amassed a huge collection of Game Informer back issues and read them all religiously, which is one of the reasons I'm so fond of the 360 to PS3 era. I even wanted to write for Game Informer at one point. This magazine meant so much to me, but after 33 years of running, Game Informer has finally stopped printing, and I'm not even surprised. Back in 2019, half their staff got laid off, and the magazine never really recovered. Their wit and sense of humor was lost, and the writing dipped drastically in quality. The editor-in-chief, who'd been there since the beginning, left not long after, and the magazine got an upgraded look, effectively killing any trace of the magazine I'd loved. It still stings to hear Game Informer has finally truly died, but I gave up on it a while back. Game Informer will always be one of the biggest parts of my childhood, and I wish everyone that was a part of it the best of luck. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Mutant Mayhem has one problem that holds it back from greatness. I finally got around to watching last year's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, and I quite enjoyed it. The film is an origin story for the Turtles, following them as they try to find their way in a world that doesn't give mutants a chance. I've never been a big Turtles fan, but this film nailed the gang. All the voice actors are actual teenagers, and they're all really likable. Love interest April also exceeded expectations. She was funny, relatable, and someone you actually cared about. The action is great, the other mutants are fun, the grungy art style is fantastic, and the 8-bit inspired soundtrack was honestly one of the best I've heard in ages. It's a really good movie, but there's one big problem: the dialogue. I hate scenes where characters tell each other things they already know just so the audience knows what they're talking about, and the first 20 minutes of Mutant Mayhem are just blandly delivered exposition dumps. And then a lot of the character dialogue is cringy pop culture references that have already aged poorly. When they're not referencing or blandly reciting plot relevant info though, the dialogue is pretty good. I've got some nitpicks with this movie, but overall it's really fun. If you just want a fun animated film, Mutant Mayhem is a great choice. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Here's every upcoming MCU movie. First up is Captain America: Brave New World, which releases next February. It'll follow Falcon after his Disney Plus show in an increasingly tense political atmosphere. Soon after, his buddy Winter Soldier appears in Thunderbolts, which is kinda the anti-Avengers. It'll release in April and features several supers with more ambiguous morals. July brings us Fantastic Four: First Steps, which stars The Mandalorian and Eddie Munson. It's releasing around the same time as James Gunn's Superman movie and should have Robert Downey's Doctor Doom as at least a cameo. Mahershala Ali's Blade rounds out 2025, releasing in November. This movie's had a torturous development cycle, so I'm interested in seeing how it turns out. Finally, May 2026 brings us Avengers Doomsday, helmed by Robert Downey Jr. as Doctor Doom, which is just a marketing ploy, but whatever. It's a two-parter, so Avengers Secret Wars releases a year later. There's a few movies we know about that don't have release dates yet. Shang-Chi 2 has been mentioned, and there's rumors of a fourth Tom Holland Spider-Man movie. The Armor Wars show following War Machine and Ironheart is also being retooled into a movie, but who knows when that's coming out. With the way the MCU's been recently, I don't know if they'll make more movies after both Avengers, but I guess we'll find out. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Is Moana 2 gonna smash the box office? Inside Out 2 has become the highest grossing animated movie of all time, so all eyes are on Disney's November release, Moana 2. There's loads of reasons for it to succeed, but there's also a few red flags to mention. First off, Moana 2 wasn't going to be a movie. It was planned to be a Disney Plus show, but when Disney realized they needed a safe bet, they re-engineered it into a theatrical film. Moana 2 might have some pacing issues, but the original film was already kinda episodic with all the island traveling, so we might not even notice. Secondly, will the music be any good? Disney's last movie, Wish, had one of the worst soundtracks in ages, and Lin-Manuel, who wrote the music for Moana 1, is not working on this film, so no telling if it'll be any good. The bar is low, so please Disney, don't mess this up again. Listen, my predictions for Inside Out 2 were way off, so I think my Moana 2 predictions may have been lowballing it as well. Frozen 2 proved bad Disney sequels can sell, so I'm gonna say Moana 2 will probably do pretty well. We should have another Moana 2 trailer sometime near September 20th, so expect another short around then. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What happened to VeggieTales? Back in 1993, a man named Phil Vischer created a show named VeggieTales that absolutely exploded in popularity. It was a straight-to-DVD Christian CGI show that featured a group of talking veggies that reenacted Bible stories and sang extremely catchy songs. Very few Christian shows became mainstream, for good reason, but VeggieTales was an absolute phenomenon. The music was amazing, the characters and jokes were actually funny, and the Bible stories were told in extremely entertaining ways. But the Veggie Empire was about to come crashing down. Big Idea Productions was falling apart behind the scenes. Costs were high, and staff Phil had hired turned out to be bad fits, so he fired and laid off a good chunk of the studio. The company banked on a theatrical VeggieTales movie succeeding, and it flopped, sending Big Ideas into bankruptcy. Phil sold the company, and though many studios have tried rebooting it since, the VeggieTales license has never recovered. This show is my childhood, and going back to it, VeggieTales absolutely holds up. Listen, no other Christian cartoon has even come close, which makes this decline all the sadder. If you've never seen VeggieTales before, I would totally suggest giving it a shot. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Just hit 55K, so it's time for another milestone commenter Q&A. Do I have any Lego sets? Tons! As a kid, I collected every single Lego Batman set available and got all of them for like 5 years aside from this one. My favorite sets I own are the Arkham Asylum set that literally was my childhood and the Stranger Things set, which was basically all I got for Christmas one year. Lego is literally the coolest thing on the face of the planet. Coke or Pepsi? I prefer Pepsi, but either one is S tier. I also really like the Sprite type drinks, and Baja Blast is way better than it deserves to be. Will I ever change my name and handle to match? My channel name is Bacon Guy, but my handle is @opinionatedbacon. And while it's weird to keep them different, I think I'll leave them unchanged. They're both perfect in my opinion, and it's not uncommon for names and handles to differ anyways. What film did I like that critics hated? Thelma the Unicorn! Literally everywhere I look, people either call it mid or ignore it, which is just disgusting. I still herald Thelma as the best movie of 2024 so far. The Pool Boys, man. It's all about the Pool Boys. But anyways, thank you guys so much for everything. I know 55K doesn't seem that different from 50, but it's not lost on me that 5,000 people liked Funny Bacon Man enough to subscribe. Thanks again, and see you at 60. Disney's Snow White trailer is one of the worst I've ever seen. I've been looking forward to seeing how Disney markets their Snow White remake, and a trailer finally dropped. Gotta say though, I hate it for reasons I didn't expect. The biggest and most awful part of the trailer is this. What the heck was that? Whistle While You Work isn't my favorite Disney song, but it's fun and jaunty, not demonic. Am I the only one that gets death whistle vibes from this? This is everything wrong with the Snow White remake. They've taken something magical and playful and tried to make it epic, serious, and suspenseful. But in doing so, they've lost the soul of the original. I made a short a while back about hating modern trailers in general, and this one is that to a T. Recognizable song made overly epic, hard-hitting drums for no reason, and a movie nobody asked for in the first place. It somehow looks more computerized and lifeless than the Mufasa movie, which I didn't even think was possible. Simple moments like this. Could you not have just filmed this in a place with actual trees? There's a billion reasons to not like this movie, but the trailer did the impossible and gave us more. I'm gonna go clean out my ears with bleach. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Here's everything Disney announced at D23. On the Pixar side, Incredibles 3 is happening, Toy Story 5 is about iPad kids, and Woody's back. Elio's release date got pushed a bit, and they announced new movie Hoppers, which is about a beaver and a human switching bodies. They're also making a baseball show for Disney Plus that releases in December, and an Inside Out show about the Dream Studio from the first film. In animated Disney news, Moana 2 got a trailer, Zootopia 2 is adding snakes, and Frozen 3 is confirmed for 2027. As for remakes, the ultra-controversial Snow White got a trailer, December's Lion King prequel Mufasa got another trailer, and we got our first look at the live-action Stitch, releasing next summer. On the Marvel side, clips were shown for October's Agatha All Along, March's Daredevil Born Again, and July's Fantastic Four First Steps. They also announced a bunch of animated shows for Disney Plus. For Star Wars, the Mandalorian and Grogu movie is releasing early 2026, the Disney Plus show Skeleton Crew releases this December and has a very Spielberg vibe, and Andor is getting a season 2. And finally, Avatar 3 is called Fire and Ash, 2025's Freaky Friday sequel is called Freakier Friday, 9 Inch Nails is doing the Tron Ares soundtrack, and Dwayne The Rock Johnson is starring in a Monster Jam movie. Personally, most of these sound completely unnecessary, but we'll see how it goes. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What's the deal with Pixar's baseball show? We just got our first trailer for Win or Lose, a new Pixar show debuting on Disney Plus this December. The show follows an unlucky softball team as they prepare for a really big game. It'll have 8 episodes, with each episode focusing on a different team member and their story or struggles. And based off the first trailer, I've got a few thoughts. First off, each kid gets the spotlight and has struggles they must overcome. Feels kind of like Leo, which is a great direction for Pixar to go. But based on the various tones and art styles of the trailer, I don't know if it'll be the same realistic vibe Leo had or a more artsy, abstract direction, like that upcoming Lego Pharrell Williams movie. Instead of being figurative, Leo did a great job of showing how mundane and normal and serious certain issues in life can be and how to overcome them, which was a great way to do it. Pixar, on the other hand, looks like they're showing how each character deals with situations in their head, often in very abstract ways, which isn't bad. I think that'll just make it feel more like disconnected shorts than a continuous story, because the tone feels so different every episode. Again, this is a lot of conclusions to draw from a 42-second trailer, so I'll just let Pixar do what they do and hope it works out. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What made Deadpool and Wolverine succeed? Last year was such a bad year for superhero movies that many considered the genre dead or close to it, citing superhero fatigue as the killing factor. Fast forward to a few days ago, and the new Deadpool movie just hit $1 billion. So what made this fail and this succeed? If you ask someone to name the 3 best post-Endgame MCU movies, chances are high that Guardians 3, Spider-Man No Way Home, and Deadpool and Wolverine would be mentioned first. And a key factor between them is that Disney had less control. Guardians was controlled by James Gunn, Spider-Man was controlled by Sony, and Deadpool was controlled by Ryan Reynolds. I'm not saying Disney had no say, I'm just saying they weren't the only ones making decisions. Disney has a nasty habit of taking their characters and tearing them down. Since Endgame, Doctor Strange is now a pathetic failure, Thor's an idiot, and Hulk is patronized by his future replacement. And the way they've set up new characters hasn't worked very well either. But Guardians, Spider-Man, and Deadpool were run by people who still cared about the characters and made movies people were actually excited about, whether that was by bringing back fan favorites or actually ending something for once. So Disney, maybe instead of saying, "You will like this character," maybe step back and ask why people like that character and play into their strengths. These guys all did that and it worked out pretty okay. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Why did Blue Sky Studios die, and what was their best movie? Blue Sky Studios made their theatrical debut in 2002 with Ice Age and went on to make tons of movies before being shut down unceremoniously in 2021. I've talked about franchises before that died a long, slow death for many different factors, but Blue Sky died from one word: Disney. Blue Sky was owned by Fox. Disney bought Fox mostly to own the X-Men and shut them down because they didn't want to manage 3 animation studios at once. It was a sad way to go, but what was Blue Sky's best film? Again, they made the 5 Ice Age movies, which although I never liked them, I absolutely loved Scrat. Horton Hears a Who is a fun film. Jim Carrey's hilarious, the animation is great, and the movie is so random I'm surprised there aren't more memes about it. But Robots was even more random. I rewatched this movie just a few days ago and it holds up. It's funny, creative, the animation looks great for the time it came out, and it's highly memeable. But the best Blue Sky movie has to be the Peanuts movie. This film's just sweet. It pays such a beautiful homage to Charles Schulz's work with Charlie Brown and Snoopy, and the animation is stellar. Blue Sky's final movie was 2019 Spies in Disguise, and they released a clip of Scrat finally getting his acorn as a final farewell. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What's your favorite Blue Sky movie? Tell me in the comments. What are the weirdest upcoming movies? Some announcements make perfect sense, but sometimes Hollywood announces something that just feels weird. So what upcoming movies sound the most insane? First up is Disney's Hercules remake, which on the surface sounds normal, but it's being produced by the Russo brothers, who are known for intense action, and they're apparently inspired by TikTok. I don't even know what that means. The article also says they won't work for Marvel again this decade, so who knows if any of this is true. Staying true to the TikTok theme is the Michael Bay directed Skibbity Toilet
toilet movie, which I've already talked about, but is still absolutely insane. Jumping over to the 14 announced Mattel movies, I want to focus on the Barney movie, which they say will be an A24 type movie for adults. I guess he'll join Mickey and Winnie the Pooh on the kids icon horror train. Speaking of horror, a horror film based on the unknown from that horrible viral Willy Wonka event is happening, because why not at this point? Then there's the live action Legend of Zelda and How to Train Your Dragon films, both of which feel like cash grabs. Listen, I laughed at the idea of a Joker musical with Lady Gaga, but it actually looks well made, so maybe Hollywood can do Skibbity Toilet right. Right? Maybe? I don't know at this point. Who knows? No, we're doomed. 1.20 is unironically my favorite recent Minecraft update. Everywhere I've looked online, 1.20 is seen as a bad or at least mid Minecraft update because all it adds is meaningless fluff. The funny part is though, 1.20 fit or changed my playstyle more than any other update so far. My least favorite part of Minecraft has always been the combat. I either don't like it or I'm just bad at it. That means most big updates people love just change parts of the game I try to avoid, like the Nether, caves, and especially the Wild update. Now they all brought some good things too, but 1.20's new wood types are just superior. Cherry's my favorite in the game, but adding the bamboo wood completely revolutionized my base. I mean, why even play the game when you can make it play itself? But the best part of the update for me is the armor trims. I love the structures in Minecraft. Exploration has always been my favorite part, and stumbling across a temple or a mansion is just fun. Adding an item type that spawns in all the structures satisfies my collectible loving heart and gives me more reason to go into the more dangerous places with worse loot. 1.20 does have features I basically never use, but I still like it more than I would an end update. I've still never gotten to the end in survival, so that update would be virtually meaningless to me. I kinda get why 1.20 isn't super popular, but it's still my personal favorite. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Falcon is a horrible Captain America. Captain America Brave New World releases next February, with Falcon fully embracing his role as the new Captain America. I'm personally not excited for the film because Marvel already ruined Falcon's character in one scene. Let me take you back to the end of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, where in one speech, Falcon destroyed his character in 3 ways. First off, he says you shouldn't call the horribly named Flag Smashers terrorists. The dictionary definition of terrorist is a person who uses unlawful violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, in the pursuit of political aims. So whether you agree with the girl's points or not, she blew up a hospital full of civilians and is by definition a terrorist. Secondly, I'm a black man wearing stars and stripes. What don't I understand? It's such a stupid statement for the MCU. Does nobody at Marvel remember that Iron Patriot was a black man who was literally the figurehead for the US military? This makes Falcon seem like he thinks he's more important than he really is. And finally, the infamous line, "Do better, Senator," is a completely empty statement that doesn't do anything to fix an extremely complicated issue. I loved Falcon as Falcon. He was funny, loyal, and a good sidekick for Captain America. But in his first speech as Cap's replacement, he's a self-centered moron that defends terrorism. The shield should have stayed in a museum. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Which mob vote loser sounded the best? The way Mojang describes mob vote mobs is usually cooler than the actual thing. So based purely on Mojang's descriptions, which mob sounded the coolest? In last place are the Great Hunger and Barnacle from the first vote. They both sound like annoying surprises or horrible problems, and the enchanting powers of the hunger don't save it. Then comes the Glare, who points out dark areas, which is great till you remember you have eyes. Blazes of all things don't need to be harder, so the Hovering Inferno comes next, followed by both Golems. I like the idea of more Golems, but all the copper one does is just hit buttons randomly, and the tough one is just a glorified item frame. They're about as niche as the LA. Then comes Mr. Moobloom, who is friends with a bee, which means nothing, but at least it looked nice. The Rascal is supposed to play hide and seek and give you an enchanted iron pick if you want, which sounds fun to do maybe once or twice. The Ice Soldier could be good depending on its spawn rate. He sounds powerful, so unless he's rare, he'd get annoying fast. In second place is the Crab. Don't hate me, I voted for him, but we really just know that his claw would help us place blocks further. We don't know for sure about these other important things, so I have to put the Penguin in the #1 spot. There's no questions about its function, it sounds at least partially useful, and he just looks cool. The only vote winner I'd change might be the Glow Squid for the Moobloom, but even then, I'm okay with what we got. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Meet the Robinsons time travel makes no sense. Meet the Robinsons is a 2007 Disney movie about Bernard from Megamind fighting a time-traveling Waluigi with an evil bowler hat. But his time travel story falls apart if you think about it for more than a second. First off, the film establishes that anyone affected by a time paradox will disappear, and yet there's a huge paradox that doesn't seem to affect anyone. Kid Bernard creates the evil hat in the future as adult Bernard. Waluigi then steals the hat and takes it back to the past so that it can be mass-produced. Then the hat takes over the world, including Bernard's future family. The only problem is, since the hat takes over the world in the past, that means it technically never got invented because that future never happened. So how the heck did the evil hat universe get created in the first place? Remember, because the hat took over in the past, Wilbur was never born. I went frame by frame and he's not in the scene, so he disappears. But the hat never got invented, so how on earth did it not disappear? The hat is finally defeated when Bernard says he won't invent it. But if he already didn't invent it, then how on earth did saying that defeat it? I enjoy Meet the Robinsons as a film. It's perfectly decent and pretty weird, but the time travel just makes zero sense. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What are the best animated movies of the 2000s? Many incredible movies came out from 2000
2000 to 2009, but which ones come out on top? This was a weird era for Disney. You've got some cult classics, but mostly weird films you probably forgot were Disney to begin with. There are some classics here, but for me personally, nothing beats 2000's Emperor's New Groove. It was also a strange time for DreamWorks. They hadn't quite given up on hand-drawn animation yet, but their CGI films were doing pretty well. There's a bunch of weird movies in here, but while most of you would put Shrek 1 or 2 in the top spot, I prefer 2008's Kung Fu Panda. If we count the fact that DreamWorks distributed Aardman movies though, Chicken Run wins hands down. Sony made movies during the 2000s, but of their 4 films, I've only seen 2009's Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. It's incredible though, and I highly recommend you give it a shot. Blue Sky Studios was still alive, and aside from their 3 Ice Age films, gave us Horton Hears a Who and Robots, which wins the prize in my opinion. But the studio that ruled the 2000s is unquestionably Pixar. In 10 years, they gave us Monsters Inc., Finding Nemo, The Incredibles, Cars, Ratatouille, WALL-E, and Up, and they're all amazing. WALL-E and Cars win for me, but you can't go wrong with 2000's Pixar. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Angry Birds Movie 3 is happening, but why? I'm late to the party, but apparently a 3rd Angry Birds movie was officially announced a few months ago, and I am so confused. They didn't announce a release date or release window, we just know it's happening, so it could be another 3 years before this film sees the light of day. It's currently been 5 years since the second one and 8 since the original, so if this movie comes out in 2 or 3 years, it will have been more than a decade since the original came out. A 10-year-old who watched the original would be well into college by now. And yes, giant gaps between animated sequels doesn't automatically mean the film will flop. Inside Out 2 and Incredibles 2 proved that. But that's Inside Out and Incredibles, not Angry Birds! Neither of the original movies were huge hits. They did fine, but not well enough that anyone expected a 3rd one. So why is this happening? Screen Rant brought up a good point. The Mario movie proved people will shell out cash for video game movies, so apparently the time is right for more Angry Birds. The difference though, one is Mario, and the other is Angry Birds. If I had to guess, I'd say this will probably be Angry Birds Space or something, but just why? Of all the series to resurrect, Angry Birds wouldn't have been in my top 20. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Kraven the Hunter will be great for all the wrong reasons. I don't think there's anything more fascinating in Hollywood right now than Sony's Spider-Man-less Spider-Man movies. Disney owns Spider-Man, but Sony desperately wants an MCU of their own, so they're trying to create an Avengers of the only thing they do own, Spider-Man villains. 2018's Venom did pretty well, so it got a sequel, and a 3rd one releases this year, but the others have not done nearly as well. Morbius was so bad it bombed twice, and Madam Web's dialogue was memed so hard they changed the actual movie. Both of these films were absolute atrocities, but I loved watching them. There's something so enjoyable about a good, bad movie, and that's where Kraven the Hunter comes in. It follows yet another Spider-Man villain who's just heroic enough that you root for him, but just bad enough that you remember he's still a villain. It's gonna be rated R, so I'll skip out on it for a while, but it looks like it'll join Morbius and Madam Web as another laughably bad superhero movie. Listen, eventually Sony's gonna realize this plan isn't working out, so enjoy these atrocities while they last. If we're lucky, maybe we'll even get to see a team-up film with all these losers. I think the internet would collectively break. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Why do people like Deadpool but hate She-Hulk? Deadpool and Wolverine is officially the highest-grossing R-rated movie of all time, proving people absolutely love Deadpool's fourth wall-breaking style. But many have pointed out that She-Hulk broke the fourth wall too, and everyone hated her. So what's the difference? The way I see it, Deadpool goes out of his way to make sure you don't take him seriously. Even when there's a serious story beat, he's completely okay with taking it and undermining it for a quick joke, and people love him for it. But She-Hulk desperately wants to be taken seriously. Everything she does is driven by her need for others to validate her struggles, and she goes out of her way to belittle others and grandstand about social issues. Deadpool belittles everyone too, but he's okay with being the butt of a joke, something She-Hulk couldn't stand. She-Hulk's humor comes from trying to prove she's a victim, while Deadpool's comes from not caring about anything. Trust me, if Deadpool stopped and tried to make a serious point, it would ruin the point of his character. You can't have it both ways, and She-Hulk is the perfect example of that. Speaking of Marvel, I just released a long-form video where I mathematically prove end scenes are a lie. Check it out if you're interested. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. How long does it take for me to make a long-form video? I'm primarily a shorts channel, but I try to post a long-form video every month or so. But there is a 3-month gap after my Wish video, and my newest long-form is only 6 minutes. So why did such a short video take so long to make? Because that's not the one I've been working on. Typically in a given week, I spend time making shorts and time doing real-life things, and any leftover time is dedicated to one of 3 things. Sometimes there's extra helpings of real life, and sometimes I have to make extra shorts so that I can leave on a trip. But if neither of those happen, then I can work on a long-form. The problem is that this summer was the craziest of my life. Pretty much all of my time was taken by either life or extra shorts, which I have no problem with. It just means long forms take a little bit longer. The one I've been working on since before summer is probably only halfway done, so I decided to make this little video in the meantime. Check it out if you're interested. These videos always take way longer to make than I expect. For reference, the thumbnail I teased in a January short was referencing my Wish video. My next long form is a little bit different than the others, and hopefully you won't have to wait 3 more months to see it. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Did Disney or Pixar do better during the 2010s. From 2010 to 2019, Disney and Pixar released a combined 20 movies, but of their separate catalogs, which studio comes out on top? Let's start out with the bad movies. Pixar's Good Dinosaur and Cars 2 are some of their worst received movies ever, and Disney's Frozen 2 was highly overrated in my opinion, but Disney still wins this round with only one loser. Both studios have two mid-movies or flawed films that have at least one redeeming quality. Disney's Ralph Breaks the Internet and Winnie the Pooh aren't much better than Pixar's Toy Story 4 and Incredibles 2, so this round's a tie. As for good movies, or fun films with at least one flaw, Pixar's Brave and Finding Dory are beaten by Disney's Big Hero 6, Frozen, and Moana. And for great movies, as much as I love Disney's Wreck-It Ralph, Zootopia, and Tangled My Beloved, this round has to go to Pixar. With a staggering lineup of Monsters University, Inside Out, Toy Story 3, Cars 3, and especially Coco, they've got my vote for the better studio of the 2010s. But it's a close race, and there's a great case to be made for Disney, so what are your thoughts? Which movies did I place horribly wrong? As usual, tell me in the comments. Will Disney ever bring back 2D animation? For the longest time, Disney only made hand-drawn animated movies, but they swapped over to CGI in the 2000s and haven't made a hand-drawn film in 13 years. And I believe the chances of them making another one anytime soon are doomed, and it's all Looney Tunes' fault. The Day the World Blew Up, a Looney Tunes movie, is a 2D animated movie currently being made by Warner Brothers, and it's set to release sometime in 2024. Apparently Wish was supposed to be 2D animated, but Disney was too scared to make it happen, so my guess is they'll see how the Looney Tunes movie does and decide based off that. If Looney Tunes is successful, I bet you anything Disney will bring back hand-drawn animation. The thing is though, it's Looney Tunes. Listen, I know this franchise has fans, but to me it feels like 90% of anyone under 30 couldn't care less about Porky Pig or Daffy Duck. There's even a 2-minute sneak peek, and this movie just looks bad. I would love for 2D to come back, but I don't think that Looney Tunes of all things are gonna do it, and I bet Disney will take all the wrong lessons from it. Guess we'll find out though, huh? But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Why do the Sonic films work so well? I've never been a Sonic fan. I've played the games, and while I enjoyed the first film, I didn't think it was anything special, but the Sonic movies have some dedicated fans. Whenever I don't mention the Sonic films, y'all make sure to remind me. And I've thought of 3 reasons why the film franchise is so beloved. First off, they adapted the games well. The characters feel like good translations of their game selves, and there's tons of Easter eggs for fans. It's surprising how hard it is for Hollywood to realize that pleasing fans of the game should be a huge priority. Secondly, the casting is great. The core cast are all voiced well, but they got Keanu Reeves to be Shadow the Hedgehog. And not only is Jim Carrey Dr. Eggman, but he came out of retirement for Sonic 3, and he looks like he's having the time of his life. A good cast goes a long way, man. And finally, these movies come out fast. We've gotten a Sonic film every other year since 2020, which is so much better than pretty much every other franchise ever. A kid who watched the first one could still be a kid for the third one, which as a Stranger Things fan, I'm jealous. Sega has done a fantastic job of bringing Sonic to a new generation, and hopefully the third movie is everything the fans want it to be. But I want to hear your thoughts. What do you think makes this franchise so special? Tell me in the comments. The Looney Tunes movie is in serious trouble. 2D animation is coming back to theaters with the upcoming film The Day the Earth Blew Up, a Looney Tunes movie. But after doing some research, nothing about this movie makes sense. First off, this movie is supposed to come out this year and yet has no confirmed release date. Sonic 3 comes out in December, and people thought the trailer took too long to come out. So not even having a release for Looney Tunes is wild. So maybe they're delaying it, or it's not finished, right? No, the entire movie was aired at the Annecy Film Festival last June, so people have watched it and reviewed it. And apparently the movie is already released in Germany and Switzerland, but we don't even have a trailer over here. This movie has been through the ringer. It was supposed to release on Max, but Warner Brothers offered it up for distribution, and Ketchup Entertainment is supposed to release it sometime in 2024. I don't see this film working. They haven't marketed it, Warner Brothers obviously has no faith in it, and the one clip we have of it is really not good. Y'all proved me wrong. Apparently Looney Tunes still has fans, but I don't know if that'll be enough to save what looks like a disaster waiting to happen. If we don't get a trailer in September, it's either delayed or doomed. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Twisters is easily one of the best movies of the year. Everything about the Twisters trailer made it seem like just another dumb Hollywood blockbuster, which I enjoy, but the bar is pretty low. And while Twisters is at the end of the day still just another dumb blockbuster, it's one of the best dumb blockbusters I've seen in a while. Twisters follows a girl who got out of the tornado chasing business, but she's brought back in by an old colleague who needs her help for a tornado experiment. First off, the effects are great. There wasn't a single moment where the CGI looked cheap or funky. The film just looks solid. And the characters are actually pretty good. The main girl is well acted and has understandable motives, and she actually has good chemistry with the tornado wrangler guy. Listen, I'm used to blockbuster characters feeling like filler, like the ones from Godzilla x Kong or The Meg 2. But aside from a badly written bad guy, Twisters does characters better than I expected. Yeah, lots about this movie is dumb. The girl is basically a mutant, and the tornado wrangler's tornado wrangling is exceptionally stupid. But it's all entertaining, which is exactly what a movie should be. There's nothing overly special about any part of Twisters. You know exactly what you're signing up for, and you get it. But if you want a big budget, dumb but enjoyable theater experience, Twisters is the best one I've had all year. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Just hit 60k subscribers. It's time for another milestone commenter Q&A. Will I ever do collabs? I get asked this a lot, and the answer is almost certainly no. The only people I'd want to collab with would be the channels I already watch, and the chances of them wanting to collab with me are low. I'm also super persnickety with how Bacon Guy is used, so I'd probably annoy them to death. My business email's always open though. Can I say perchance? I think I just proved that I can, yeah. Do I plan to do IRL content? No. I've already turned turned down ever revealing my face, but I don't think IRL content even fits my channel in the first place. Which means if I ever get a play button, y'all sadly won't get to see it. 8 Q&As till I get that, by the way. What's my favorite game? Portal 2. I just replayed it and it's still the GOAT. My top 5 would also include Celeste, both Switch Zelda games, and Apex Legends. Don't ask about my top 10 though, there's too many to mention. Who is my favorite character from my least favorite Disney movie? Lonnie Richard. Do I like Lena Raine? Be honest. I mean, yeah, the Celeste soundtrack is incredible and her work in Minecraft is amazing, but your tone is kind of scaring me. But anyways, thank you so much for 60k subscribers. 4 of my videos have 1 million views now, which is just insane. You guys are what keeps this channel alive. So thanks again, and see you at 65. Why didn't Lightyear work? Anything related to Toy Story feels like an infinite money glitch, but 2021's Lightyear absolutely bombed at the box office. So why did it flop? And was it actually any good? I gotta say, Lightyear is one of the strangest films I've seen in a while. 1 or 2 elements were okay. The cat robot had some pretty funny moments, and the time travel scene where Buzz watches everyone grow up without him was actually very well directed. But I'm not kidding when I say that's it. This film is probably the most flavorless Pixar movie ever made. The characters are made of cardboard, the pacing is awful, and the animation is pretty boring. And then there's Zurg. I'm not gonna spoil it for anyone who actually still cares, but he's massively disappointing and completely forced. You could change the name of this movie and nobody would guess it was connected to Toy Story, because this feels nothing like the Buzz we're used to. I like Chris Evans in a lot of things, but him as Buzz was just a horrible casting decision. And regardless of your opinions on LGBT issues, there's always gonna be some that won't support that. So from a money standpoint, Disney alienated at least part of their audience. So when you add the confusing marketing, controversial themes, and a bland as heck story, you're left with probably the most underwhelming Pixar movie ever made. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Is Mr. Beast the Antichrist? The Bible says that in the end times, there will be a man worse than all others. He shall help the blind see and the lame walk. He shall rise from the grave. The world will unite in following this man, and he will rule with the mark of the beast. So does that mean that Mr. Beast is the Antichrist? Sure seems like it, until you take a closer look at the passages. There's several ways to interpret biblical apocalyptic scriptures, but when you look at them literally, he has checked off a surprising amount. The miracles, the mark of the beast, and the beast's resurrection do all appear in the passages, but the resurrection specifically seems to be from a head wound, not 50 hours underground. But that's about where the similarities end. The Antichrist will be so cunning that he'll deceive most of the world, which you could argue fits Mr. Beast until about a month ago. Mr. Antichrist will also worship Satan, unite the world under a one-world religion, murder Christians, unite Israel and then betray them, and proclaim to be the second coming of Jesus. Again, I'm no biblical scholar, so take all this with a grain of salt. I'll have my sources linked in the description. But it sure seems to me like Mr. Beast probably isn't the Antichrist. Hey, we found one thing he's not guilty of. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What happened to Disney's DVD sequel studio? Well, it took Disney a while to start making official sequels to their iconic cartoons. They had a separate studio called Disney Toon Studios that churned out tons of straight-to-DVD sequels. But we haven't gotten any for a while. So what happened to that studio? Disney Toon's first movie, a DuckTales film called Treasure of the Lost Lamp, released in theaters in 1990. It underperformed, but Disney Toon tried again with Aladdin: The Return of Jafar, which released on VHS in 1994 and went on to make $300 million worldwide. The mouse liked the taste of that money, and so the Disney Toon era began. While they made home video sequels of basically everything you can think of, Disney Toon also made several theatrical films you probably thought were just real Disney films. A Goofy movie, Planes, tons of Winnie the Pooh films, and the entire Tinkerbell series were actually made by Disney Toon. But with a change in leadership, a shift to newly owned franchises instead of self-created IP, and the DVD market drying up, Disney decided to shutter Disney Toon in 2018, canceling a third Planes movie in the process. Disney Toon released 47 movies during their 28-year lifespan, and while many remember it fondly, I think Collider made a great point. Disney Toon was a good look at Disney's future, relying on familiar IP and quantity over quality to milk money out of successful franchises. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Here's a theory. Iron Man and Captain America will return for Avengers 6. Marvel as a whole hasn't done great since Endgame, so they're betting big on the next 2 Avengers movies. But aside from 1 or 2 good movies, the biggest and best post-Endgame films have all been cameo-centered multiverse adventures. Avengers Secret Wars will probably continue this trend. In the comics, Secret Wars was a massive event that brought characters from every corner of the multiverse together, so expect to see pretty much every character even halfway related to Marvel. And I personally think they're gonna bring back Tony Stark and Steve Rogers too. Everyone thought RDJ and Chris Evans were done with the MCU after Endgame, but that didn't last long. Robert Downey is now confirmed to be the MCU's Doctor Doom, and Chris Evans reprised his roles as the Human Torch in Deadpool and Wolverine. Marvel desperately needs a win, and these guys have proven they will return if needed, so I don't think it's a stretch to say we'll see Iron Man and Captain America return for Avengers 6. The rumors about Spider-Man 4 also help. People desperately want a down-to-earth story like No Way Home tease, but rumors say they're making another multiversal crossover event film to hopefully cash in again. Marvel has proven they'll cast aside good storytelling for money-making cameos, and I think the idea of dead Avengers returning is too profitable of an idea for them to pass up. But that's just a theory based off weak evidence, so tell me your thoughts in the comments. Mufasa and Transformers 1 are actually the same movie. We're nearing the end of 2024, and there's still a few big movies waiting to come out, but 2 of the biggest ones are scarily similar. Mufasa is a prequel movie that explains how the villainous Scar and the heroic Mufasa were once like brothers.
I always wanted a brother.
And we'll probably get to see what made them turn on each other. Then there's Transformers 1, a prequel movie that explains how the villainous Megatron and the heroic Optimus Prime were once like brothers.
Before we were enemies, we were like brothers.
And we'll probably get to see what made them turn on each other. Listen, how many times do we have to see this exact same story? X-Men First Class had Magneto and Professor X as best buds before they became mortal enemies. Dumbledore and Grindelwald were friendos in the Fantastic Beasts movies before their climactic duel. And the Star Wars prequels are the most obvious.
You were my brother, Anakin!
Listen, prequels can be incredible and can sometimes even eclipse the originals if done right, but you've got to innovate, and neither of these films look like anything special. I just think it's really funny that they're both so similar. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. We just got our first look at the Minecraft movie, and I'm horrified. I've been cautiously optimistic about the Minecraft movie for a while. They're filming in New Zealand, there's gonna be practical effects, maybe it'll be like Lord of the Rings. But the trailer just dropped, and I was so wrong. First off, the fact that they used a bland license song instead of their war chest of nostalgic music for the trailer is just such a bad move. And then there's how it looks. People mostly like the environment, but I just don't. Yeah, everything looks blocky, but there's no consistency. It looks like Wreck-It Ralph if it was jumbled and fluffy. Creepers are also fluffy, and piglins are squishy, which just, no. Jack Black is just playing himself, I don't know what I was expecting, and the other humans look horribly out of place, awfully dressed, and like they've never acted in a movie before. I'm disappointed on every level. A Minecraft movie looks like Hollywood at its worst. Instead of taking what makes the game special and working with it, they're building the most corporate, bland, and unbearable disaster I've seen in a while, and Borderlands released a month ago. Maybe they'll pull an ugly Sonic and fix it, or maybe I'm overreacting, but gosh, how quickly hope can die. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Concord is the biggest gaming flop of all time, but how bad is it exactly? PlayStation's new big budget game Concord got a trailer a few months ago, and pretty much everyone that doesn't work for IGN knew it was gonna flop. Nobody asked for a Guardians of the Galaxy Overwatch clone, especially not one that costs $40 more than the competition. But nobody, and I mean nobody, thought that it would flop as hard as it did. The game is already shutting off its servers, and it will have only been online for 2 weeks. There are tons of games that bomb and die, but they usually limp along for a few years. Concord couldn't even make it half a month. Listen, CNN Plus lasted longer. A gallon of milk can last longer. The only thing that died faster was Aaron Rodgers' debut with the Jets, and literally nobody is surprised. The game itself is technically well made. It has graphics and it has shooter gameplay, but there is nothing unique about it. You can get that same flavor anywhere for far less and have more fun. So PlayStation, before you drop hundreds of millions of dollars on a project, ask what makes your game different. If you innovate, if you give people something they want, they will show up. But if you don't give people a reason to play your game instead of someone else's, then your concurrent player count won't even break 4 digits, and you won't even be able to outlive a housefly. But those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Hollywood needs to learn from ugly Sonic. 5 years ago, we got our first look at the Sonic the Hedgehog movie, and it was absolutely horrifying. They took a cartoonish hedgehog and made him look absolutely uncanny. The internet basically lost its mind, memeing Sonic's horrible design into the ground and shredding Paramount in the comments. It looked like another big studio misunderstanding a gaming license. But then the unexpected happened. They listened. Paramount heard the unanimous criticism and delayed the film, completely revamping Sonic with a more accurate cartoony design. And the fans loved it. Instantly the hype was back, and the series has done well ever since. My point is this: we get bad movie trailers every day. Big studios constantly pump out garbage, but when the fans strike back, maybe you should listen. Instead of greenlighting things nobody wants and then being shocked when they fail, take time to ask what people actually want. Don't take genuine criticism as haters being haters, because usually the fans want to like your product. The hype behind Sonic 3 is palpable, and I don't even think we'd be getting a Sonic 3 if they hadn't listened to the fans in the first place. It's hard to admit when you were wrong, but if you listen, you might just end up with one of the most successful franchises in years, and a meme that we look back on fondly, instead of yet another grave in the sea of gaming movie disasters. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Can the Minecraft movie pull an ugly Sonic and save itself? The Minecraft movie trailer is out, and the response has been overwhelmingly negative. Of the hundreds of reactions I've seen online, the only 2 positive ones were by people who got to see behind the scenes and were understandably biased. There's 3 things Warner Brothers can do. They can pull an ugly Sonic and change some of it, pull a Snow White and change lots of it, or release the movie as it is. First off, I don't see the ugly Sonic route working. Aside from Sonic's horrendous design, the rest of that trailer looked decent. With Minecraft, it's not one character that looks flawed, the whole movie looks flawed to its core. So how about the Snow White route of delaying it a year and reworking tons about it? I think that choice is even worse. None of the Snow White fixes have fixed people's problems with the movie, and now the studio spent way more on a film that will probably still flop. Again, the Minecraft movie is a mess from top to bottom. The CGI looks bad, the world design looks bad and non-Minecrafty, the humans don't fit the environment, the animals don't fit with the humans. I still don't even want to think about what a villager looks like. And the plot just looks stupid. Frankly, Warner Brothers' best route is to release it and hope there's enough children out there that didn't get nightmares from this trailer. In other words, I don't think there's any good way of fixing it. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What makes a movie trailer work? I constantly complain about awful trailers nowadays, so how about the good trailers? What's the right way for a trailer to sell a film? I think the best trailers reveal enough plot to excite you but not spoil anything, and use music that fits the film or universe instead of songs that just happen to be popular. There's a few good examples. First up would be the original Raya and the Last Dragon teaser. It's 2 minutes long and showcases a healthy dose of plot without showing too much. The music is also fantastic, and the trailer is such a cool, unique identity. Another good one would be the Cars 3 teaser, which just showed Lightning McQueen crashing. Nothing else needed to be said, and the trailer stuck with me ever since. But the best in recent
memory has to be the teaser for Across the Spider-Verse. Yeah, the second trailer has some of the best editing and music of any trailer I've ever seen, but it shows a little bit too much of the story. The original teaser paces itself perfectly. Instead of a barrage of scenes, it just shows an extended look at 2 scenes, which helps it to feel way more natural. Listen, I'm way more picky about this than most people, but I'm so tired of trailers that follow the same stupid formula. Here's hoping more companies try new things and use music that actually fits the darn movie. I don't hate the Beatles, I just wanted Pig Step. But those are just my thoughts. What are the best trailers you've ever seen? Tell me in the comments. A bunch of 80s movies are getting sequels, but which ones look good? It's no secret that Hollywood will bring something old back for a second try, but it doesn't always pay off. So do any upcoming 80s sequels look worth your time? First off, The Goonies just announced a sequel featuring most of the stars from the original. It's still early on in development and probably won't release until 2027. Karate Kid's sequel comes far sooner. We're getting a movie that will connect Daniel LaRusso with Jackie Chan's character from the reboot, and it comes out next May. Strangely, they've announced it won't connect with Cobra Kai, which just feels overly confusing. Ferris Bueller's Day Off is also making a return, but it's not a sequel. It's a spin-off that will follow the guys who illegally borrow the Ferrari. Sounds riveting. There's also sequels to Gremlins, Dirty Dancing, Labyrinth, and Flash Gordon being worked on, but the way Hollywood works, these may never happen. Also, I know this is from a long-running series that premiered in the 90s, but did anyone else know that an R-rated live-action Ninja Turtles movie was happening next year? That was news to me. Honestly, of all these movies, I think Gremlins has the best potential, especially if they use old-school effects like in Beetlejuice 2. But really, any one of these could be good in the right hands, or they could all be unneeded garbage. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. The voice for Darth Vader has passed away, but Disney and AI will keep him alive forever. A few days ago, renowned actor James Earl Jones passed away at the age of 93. This man was a legend, starring in hundreds of roles, such as the original Mufasa. His biggest role, though, has to be as the voice of Darth Vader, and Disney's promised to keep using that voice for pretty much forever. You see, back in 2022, James Earl Jones sold the rights to his voice to Disney. Disney has a partnership with Respeecher AI that will allow them to keep using James's voice for Star Wars projects forever. In fact, they already have. All of Darth Vader's voice lines in the Obi-Wan show were done by Respeecher, and it's all pretty conflicting. On one hand, this is nothing new. Dead actors come back all the time nowadays, and Star Wars in particular is no stranger to the process. And James at least gave Eternal permission by selling his voice before his passing, but it still rubs me so wrong. Selling your voice feels like something out of a dark fantasy or dystopian future, but it's the reality of entertainment nowadays. If you don't sell your likeness, they'll probably use it anyway, so you might as well make some money off of it, right? Don't be surprised if Ian McKellen and Mark Hamill are still playing Gandalf and Luke Skywalker 100 years from now. Do you think this technology is a good thing, or do you think it would be better to hire newer actors for these iconic roles? Tell me in the comments. Ice Age 6 is happening, and I have so many questions. Disney bought Blue Sky Studios back in 2019 and shut them down 2 years later, seemingly leaving their various franchises dead aside from a Disney Plus project or two. But 8 years after the last Ice Age movie, we've gotten some kind of confirmation that the series is far from over. Sid's voice actor John Leguizamo revealed on a podcast that Ice Age 6 is apparently happening. That's literally all we know at this point, but it's enough to ask some big questions. On one hand, this makes sense. If Disney was ever going to try out one of their Blue Sky franchises, Ice Age is the clear choice. It's the 4th highest grossing animated series ever, beating out the likes of Frozen, Kung Fu Panda, and Cars. But my question is, who's making this movie? Again, Blue Sky is dead and buried, so have they promoted one of their streaming studios to theater movie level? Is this going to be an outright Disney movie? I doubt it, but it would be funny to see from the makers of Encanto and Moana, followed by Scrat ruining everything. Again, this is just what one dude said in an interview, but that's how we learned about Shrek 5 years before the announcement. So Ice Age 6 is a real possibility. Now all we need is Hotel Transylvania 5 to prove that nothing will ever stay dead. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Here's an idea. Play commercial bingo. Commercials are boring nowadays. Everyone plays from the same exact script. Even Geico's not funny anymore. So whenever me and my family watch an NFL game, the commercials are easily the worst part. But me and my brothers asked, what if we changed that? If commercials really are so predictable, then how about we make them a game and play bingo with them? And so we wrote out a list of things we see all the time. Tell me if these sound familiar. 5G, AI, man and dog, old people laughing, song featured in Guardians of the Galaxy, screaming child, slow-mo or time stop, gambling. It'll do 99%. Normal basic product versus our brand. Falling food, made in USA. A network TV show that literally nobody wants to watch. Number for number food deal. The phrase moderate to severe, which nobody says in real life. It's either moderate or severe. We also threw in common items like gaming controller, skydiver, treadmill, school bus, American flag, and bear. Honestly, there's a lot of bears in commercials. We tried to be more general and stay away from including specific brands, except Applebee's. Everyone agreed that that one deserved a space. Honestly, the bingo has turned the worst part of the games into a highlight, so if you want a fun, stupid game, I would highly suggest it. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What would you put as a bingo square? Tell me in the comments. Has Disney moved on from princesses? The Disney princesses are just about as popular as Disney itself, but recently they seem to be moving in more of a princessless direction. In the 14 years since 2010, we've only gotten 3 official princesses: Rapunzel, Moana, and Raya. Yeah, Anna, Elsa, and Vanellope apparently don't count. Disney's kept making films with a similar vibe though, so are they just done with princesses in general? I think one factor is that a princess story is a bit limiting. To have a girl be a princess, she has to either be born or marry into royalty, and some stories just don't need royalty. But the bigger factor is Disney's move away from telling fairy tale stories. Sure, Tangled was a pretty clear telling of the tale of Rapunzel, but Frozen is only loosely based on the fairy tale The Snow Queen, and Moana and Raya were kinda sorta inspired by mythology, but mostly original. Heck, Disney canceled a Jack and the Beanstalk movie, which makes me think that yeah, they're done with fairy tales.
details. Encanto proved they don't need to base a story on princesses for people to like it, but Wish feels like the final nail in the coffin for me. If they were going to do another princess fairy tale, I feel like their 100th anniversary movie would have been it. I think we'll see a few new Disney princesses in the future, but with their shift to original princess-less stories and a boatload of sequels, they'll be few and far between. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Kung Fu Panda 4 was better than I expected. Pretty much everything I heard about Kung Fu Panda 4 made it sound lame. The trailers were mid, the reviews were mid, and the general reception was pretty meh. I went into this film with rock bottom expectations, and honestly, I liked it way more than I expected. First off, I'd heard the villain was really lame, but I gotta say, I really liked the chameleon. She was creepy, her movement was unique and freaky, and her plan was decent enough. She's nothing compared to Tai Lung or Shen, but I really liked her more than I expected, although she could have been a bit more ruthless. Speaking of Tai Lung, he was pretty good too. I thought they'd bring him back just for the trailer shots, but he has a decent amount of screen time and a bit of redemption too. I still hate that Awkwafina isn't everything, but she fit this role okay. I'd say it's her best animated performance, but I still would have cast someone else. The animation is also insanely good. The sky in every shot is beautiful, and the effects just work. There's a good amount of well-directed action, and I like the humor too, but this film's biggest flaw is its lack of voice acting. Shin, Kai, and the Furious 5 are all technically there for like 20 seconds, but none of them speak, so their inclusion feels worthless. Kung Fu Panda 4 is nowhere near as good as the first two, but I liked it way more than 3, and honestly, I wouldn't say no to a 5th. That's an unpopular opinion though, so tell me your thoughts in the comments. The Fall Guy is a really weird movie. I'd heard from multiple sources, but mostly this one guy, that The Fall Guy is easily one of the best films of the year. It took me a while, but I finally got around to watching it, and it's unlike anything I've ever seen before. The Fall Guy follows Ryan Gosling, a stuntman who's hopelessly in love with Emily Blunt. Their relationship falls apart after he has a stuntman accident, but he hopelessly wants to fix things between them. I gotta say, this movie has no idea what it wants to be for the first hour. It jumps between showing you the mundane, realistic feeling Hollywood has behind the scenes and crazy, explosive, over-the-top action. It's also super self-conscious and goes out of its way to break the fourth wall, which doesn't help its strange tonal problems. The second half mostly abandons the mundane realism and embraces the crazy, and it ends up working out pretty well. The action is well directed, the characters are pretty good, and there's some fun twists I didn't expect. My brothers named it the movie of the year, so I definitely suggest giving it a watch, although I didn't enjoy it quite as much as they did. The Fall Guy is a pretty fun film once it figures out what it wants to be. Just be prepared for a really weird, unique tone. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Just hit 65k subscribers. It's time for another milestone commenter Q&A. When will I make merch? A surprising amount of people asked this after the last Q&A, so let me ask you something. Would any of you actually drop like 25 bucks on a Bacon Guy shirt? I know I wouldn't, but if there's actual demand for something like that, let me know in the comments. I know some people who can help. When will I stop reading every comment? Great question. The only time reading comments became a bit cumbersome was during my hype back in July, so if this channel ever ends up insanely spiking, I may take a break for a bit. Right now, views are good and manageable though, so yes, I'll keep reading the comments for a while. Who's my main in Smash? King DDD. Aside from his up special, which can make him end himself, his moves are just superior. I play as tons of other characters though. Smash Ultimate is such a good game. What's some advice I would give new YouTubers? Find something nobody else is doing and do it. There were loads of channels with animated characters that talk about movies, but to my knowledge, none of them were posting daily shorts. So I saw an opening and it's worked out ever since. It can be hard to find something you like doing that stands out and people want to watch, but keep trying things and eventually something should stick. But anyways, thank you guys so much for 65k subscribers. Words can't even begin to describe my gratitude, so here's a picture. Mirabelle is technically a Disney princess. I've talked about how Disney seems to be moving away from royalty-based stories, opting instead for things like Encanto and Wish. But the more I think about it, I think by technicality, Mirabelle should actually be considered a Disney princess. Most Disney princesses are either born as the daughter of the king or they marry a prince. Depending on the culture, there may not be a king. Jasmine's dad is the sultan, Moana and Pocahontas' fathers are chiefs, but they're still the daughters of royalty and so are considered official Disney princesses. In Encanto, Mirabelle is the granddaughter of the town's leader Abuela Madrigal, who could be seen as on par with a chief or queen of what's basically a sovereign nation cut off from the rest of the world, which I think is enough to qualify. But if that's not enough to convince you, let's look at Mulan, shall we? Both her father and her eventual husband are part of the military, not royalty, but Disney still wanted her to be considered a princess, so they changed the rules. All it takes is for one to perform an act of heroism, which lowers the standards by a lot but helps my case tremendously. Mirabelle goes to great lengths to save her town, her house, and reunite her family, all of which I would classify as heroism. So when you mix her actions with her bloodline, I don't see why Mirabelle can't count as an official Disney princess. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. The Dogman trailer is out and it looks adorable. We just got our first look at DreamWorks' Dogman movie, based off the Captain Underpants adjacent property of the same name. I'll admit, I never read the books, but I really liked the trailer. First off, it's absolutely adorable. The animation feels a bit like an Aardman movie, which is always a good sign. Dogman's character design is just so charming. I love his stupid little face. Plot-wise, this movie looks like Megamind 2 done right, if that makes any sense. The storyline doesn't look super special or different, but could be fun. But the coolest thing is, Dogman proves I was right. The audience knows what they want. Dogman looks ripped straight out of the books, and people absolutely love it. So often, Hollywood thinks they can just take source material and tear it to shreds, giving us an adaptation that looks and feels nothing like the original because they think they know better than the fanbase. But with Dogman and even The Wild Robot, DreamWorks keeps proving they don't just treat source material well, they turn it into a visual spectacle. Dogman looks like innocent fun, and I'm excited to see how it does. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Stop saying movies aren't for you. true. One of the things people keep saying whenever the audience hates a bad movie or show is that it wasn't for you anyways. If you hate a project for ruining a license you love, then you're the problem, not whatever it is you're hating. The most egregious example of this happened recently with the Minecraft movie, with Kotaku reminding us that the Minecraft movie isn't for you, it's for the core demographic. And just like every other time someone said this statement is stupidity at its finest. Here's an obvious fact. Movies are made to make money. The more people that watch it, the more money it will get, which is why you want your film to appeal to most people. So if you make something that isn't for the fans, then you're cutting out a huge portion of your audience and therefore your money. Typically, products have fans for a reason, so you'll see time and time again that when your license is treated well, it excites the old fans and brings in new ones. But when you take a property and make it for someone other than the fan base, usually whoever you do count on showing up never does. And telling fans they're the problem is telling the customer, we don't want your money. So guess what? They stop giving you money! So Hollywood, if you want your big licenses to keep making money, make products for the fan base. It should not be this hard. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. DreamWorks is back on top, but what comes next? With the Dogman trailer and the imminent release of The Wild Robot, hype around DreamWorks is higher than it's been in a while. But DreamWorks is wildly inconsistent, so whether upcoming movies continue their win streak or be another Megamind 2. After Dogman comes next summer's The Bad Guys 2, which will follow the bad guys going on a mission with an all-female team of criminals. After that comes a Gabby's Dollhouse movie where Gabby fights cat ladies, which based off the popularity of the show could do pretty well. The extremely hyped Shrek 5 releases next, which we know basically nothing about yet, we just have to hope it's good. After that, we don't have release dates to go off of, but there's still several announced movies to cover. Madagascar 4, Boss Baby 3, Trolls 4, and a Donkey spin-off movie have all been mentioned in passing, but some of these projects haven't had updates in years and may have been canned. Similarly, films based off Sputnik's Guide to Life on Earth, The Wizards of Once, Ronan Boyle, and Mice and Mystics are all in production, with some not being mentioned for over 7 years. DreamWorks is consistently inconsistent. We went from a new golden age to DreamWorks is dying, and now we're back to positive hype, so as long as DreamWorks is DreamWorks, expect some of these to hit and some to fail spectacularly. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What's the biggest animated series of all time? Each animation studio seems to have one giant flagship series that they're known for, but which series has made the most money? Warner Brothers Animation comes in last place with the Lego Movie franchise, which only made $1 billion over 4 movies, fizzling out near the end and disappearing forever. Sony's Hotel Transylvania comes next with $1.4 billion made in total, which probably would have been more if the 4th movie had released in theaters. Surprisingly, Disney comes in 5th place. They're new to the sequel thing, so their biggest franchise, Frozen, has only made $2.7 billion, although that'll definitely change when the series doubles in size. The now deceased Blue Sky takes 4th place with their flagship Ice Age franchise, which is currently the animated franchise with the most number of sequels and has another one coming. Pixar has several billion-dollar franchises, but obviously Toy Story comes out on top, netting them a hefty $3.2 billion as well. DreamWorks must feel pretty good. They've beaten both Disney and Pixar to take 2nd place with the Shrek franchise's $4 billion box office draw. But the ultimate animated champion of the box office is the Despicable Me series, which has made $5.5 billion worldwide. Gru may not have stolen the moon, but he's definitely cemented himself in animation history. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. I'm worried about Wicked. We're getting a Wicked movie this November, based off the stage musical of the same name. But I read a lot of behind-the-scenes movie news, and there's a huge detail about Wicked that I feel like the trailers are hiding. The Wicked that we're getting this November is not a complete movie. It's actually Wicked Part 1. Part 2 releases late next year. I've known this since before the first trailer, because I read too much movie news, but none of the trailers so far have said that it's Part 1 of 2. It's being advertised as a full and complete movie, and I think that's gonna hurt it quite a lot. Last year we got 3 Part 1s, and it didn't go very well. Mission Impossible 7 and Fast X were both Part 1s, and they both ended up underperforming. Spider-Verse 2 did not underperform. It did extremely well in theaters, but many fans were angered when they got to the end and they realized it was a cliffhanger. All 3 of those movies were not only action films, which tend to do better than musicals, but they revealed somewhere during their marketing that they were in fact Part 1 of 2, while Wicked has not. Even without that, Wicked still worries me. Musicals don't usually sell well, and I don't like the trailers, but I can also appreciate that I am not the target audience. That said, I don't think the actual target audience will like learning that they have to pay again next year just to see how this movie ends. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. When did Chris Pratt become too much? It feels like certain actors are in everything nowadays, but the ultimate everywhere actor is undeniably Chris Pratt. But what moment pushed him from big actor to inescapable? Chris Pratt's early acting career was as mostly background and supporting characters, with his biggest role being as Andy in Parks and Rec. That all changed in 2014 when the Chris Pratt Lego Movie and Guardians of the Galaxy released, both of which showed off how charismatic and funny he could be, and pretty much every studio saw those and said, I want that guy. Chris then starred in The Magnificent Seven and Passengers, but his role as Owen Grady in the Jurassic World series was easily his biggest breakthrough. A second Chris-led Lego Movie release followed quickly by Onward. Up until this point, he'd starred in 4 Marvel films, 2 Jurassic movies, 3 big voice roles, and a bunch of smaller films, but I think the moment that cemented him as that actor that's in everything was September 23rd, 2021, when it was announced that he would be playing Mario. When you mix being cast as the most famous gaming character ever made, while starring in multiple billion-dollar movies in just a few years, it created the perfect storm of inescapability. He's been in lots since then, but I believe that announcement was what truly gave him that overused feeling he has today. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. When do you think was the point of no return? Tell me in the comments. The Thunderbolts trailer is out, and it looks surprisingly decent. We just got our first look at Marvel's Thunderbolts movie, which will follow a bunch of MCU anti-heroes heroes forming what feels like the Dark Avengers. Black Widow's sister Yelena seems to have the biggest focus, which is a great sign. She's easily the best post-in-game character. The team in general looks fun. You've got Yelena's dad Alexei, who's just hilarious, Bad Cap, who is easily the best part of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the villains from Black Widow and Ant-Man 2, neither of which I like or dislike, and everyone's favorite Winter Soldier. This is the first time in ages where I've seen a Marvel trailer and actually cared, but I am a bit scared about the tone. Newer MCU projects jump back and forth between being too serious and drab or too jokey and absurd, so Thunderbolts needs to find the balance movies like Black Widow and Shang-Chi had. Also, there's an asterisk on the title for some reason, so maybe there's a big cameo or something. I don't know what that means. If I had to rank my hype for all the 2025 MCU movies, Thunderbolts definitely takes the cake right now. This is a great group of characters, and I really hope it's worth watching. The bar is incredibly low right now. Please, Marvel, just make something good. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What makes Illumination so successful? Of all the big animation studios, none are quite as resourceful as Illumination. Pixar aims for the feels, Disney's in their sequel era, and DreamWorks takes wild risks, which leads to each having their ups and downs. But Illumination has a secret formula that has helped them win at the box office more consistently than anyone else. First off, they make cheap movies. Their average movie budget is $80 million, which seems like a lot, but I did the math for the other studios since Illumination's been around, and they're far behind DreamWorks' $108 million average, way behind Disney's $158 million average, and Pixar's $187 million average is $100 million more than Illumination. Other studios might make more at the box office now and then, but Illumination's lower cost means higher profits. But secondly, Illumination plays it incredibly safe. They've made 6 Despicable Me films, both of their other series are extremely basic, and their 3 other films are based on successful existing licenses. Illumination's only 2 risky films both flopped, but neither cost much, so it didn't matter. It really is that simple. Cheap movies and very occasional risks add up to make Illumination the easy king of profitable animated movies. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Does Disney own Fortnite? If you play Fortnite, you may notice they've had an increasingly bigger focus on Disney-owned characters recently. Marvel, Star Wars, Indiana Jones, Pirates of the Caribbean, and so much more are constantly in the shop. Heck, right when Robert Downey got announced as Dr. Doom, what was the next Fortnite season about? If it seems like Disney's everywhere in Fortnite, that's not a coincidence. Last February, Disney bought a $1.5 billion share in Epic Games, which in layman's terms means they get to control a lot of what Fortnite does. It works out well for both companies. Fortnite gets money, and Disney gets to advertise their characters. And honestly, it's a brilliant move. Fortnite has become the most genius marketing strategy of all time. It helps Disney to familiarize people with certain characters so that once they finally get a movie, people recognize them and may be more likely to spend money on them. Disney was never able to create a giant gaming phenomenon with their characters, although I did love Disney Infinity, so they might not own one, but owning part of one works out well enough, I guess. Don't be surprised if there's Thunderbolts and Fantastic Four seasons within the next year. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. The Oscars are broken. The Oscars are supposed to be a ceremony to celebrate the best movies of the year, but they recently changed that. Instead of focusing on how good your movie is, your movie can't qualify unless it meets certain standards that have nothing to do with the quality of the film. If you look at their website under the representation and inclusion standards, you'll see that for a new film to qualify for an Oscar, they have to either have at least 30% of the actors, film crew, or marketing team be from an underrepresented group, which just means anyone other than straight white able-bodied men, or the movie's plot must center around an underrepresented group. And let me just say, this is stupid. Many of the greatest movies of all time don't fit these requirements, but that doesn't keep them from being incredible. Look at Lord of the Rings. 95% of the characters are straight white guys, and even though basically everyone agrees that it's the greatest film trilogy ever, it doesn't fit these requirements and would therefore be ineligible for an Oscar. I'm not saying that it is good because they're all white guys, or that movies from other cultures or films with non-white actors are bad. That's stupid. But if the award is about race or gender instead of the film's actual quality, then the award means nothing. I've never liked the Oscars, but these rules just make them even dumber. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Megalopolis is going to be one of the weirdest flops in movie history. If you've seen the Megalopolis trailers, you know this movie is going to be weird. The film follows Adam Driver, a man who desperately wants to create a utopian future. The trailer's full of A-list actors and tons of strange ethereal scenes. And while the trailers do look weird, the story behind this movie is a million times stranger. Francis Ford Coppola, director of The Godfather, has apparently always wanted to make this movie, but no studio would give him the funding for it. Instead, he decided to fund it himself, spending $120 million of his own money to make this film. And I don't think he'll make that money back. The marketing tactic for this film has basically been, you're not gonna understand it, but you should watch it anyways. Heck, the first trailer showed reviews of his older movies where people didn't understand his genius, which was dumb even before we learned they were fake. Now reviews for Megalopolis are coming out, and pretty much everyone says it makes zero sense. On one hand, it is cool that this guy was able to make the movie he wanted to make the way he wanted to make it. But on the other hand, there's probably a reason no big company wanted to invest in it. Whether it succeeds or not, it's still better than when Kevin Costner self-funded a Western movie that flopped, even though it was supposed to be part 1 of 4. We still don't know when that one's getting a part 2. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Is Ubisoft done for? Assassin's Creed Shadows is set up to be a record-breaking disaster. People were excited when they heard Assassin's Creed was finally going to be set in feudal Japan. But for one, it follows a black samurai, which regardless of the argument around historical accuracy, just feels like a cheap move to make them look more politically correct. Gamers aren't happy, Japan isn't happy, the game beyond that looks uninspired, and it's been delayed into next February. This comes at a horrible time for Ubisoft. Both of their other 2024 projects projects were huge misfires. The pirate game they took 10 years to make, and their first Star Wars game both wildly underperformed. They were both overpriced cash grabs designed to squeeze money out of people instead of just being fun games, and it showed, with many pointing out how Star Wars Outlaws in particular looked and ran worse than games made 6 or more years ago, even though certain versions of it cost double what we paid for those older games. Ubisoft desperately needs a win. Their stock is in the gutter, and their boring games and shady business practices have made them even more hated than EA, which is incredibly hard to do. Big companies can claw their way back from horrible years. Just look at Disney in 2023, but I don't know if I've ever seen a giant corporation in a worse state than Ubisoft is right now. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Should Gravity Falls get a movie? I watched a recent Foot of a Ferret video where he talked about all the possible ways Gravity Falls could come back, and he eventually settled on one final movie that wraps up all the loose threads, and I think he's right. My question though, how much money could a Gravity Falls movie make? Most cartoon-based movies don't come to theaters, and the ones that do typically aren't part of a bigger narrative, meaning we can't really compare them to a potential Gravity Falls film. Instead, I think a better comparison would actually be High School Musical 3, another successful Disney series that finished its story with a theatrical film. It released in 2008 and made a good $250 million, but had a huge drop-off in sales after week 1. Gravity Falls would probably do similarly or better. The die-hard fanbase would get their tickets as soon as humanly possible, and the non-Gravity Falls fans probably wouldn't watch it since it's the end of a show they've never seen. Gravity Falls is a bit different though. Even though it ended 8 years ago, the hype is still everywhere. Disney's got some other show-based movies coming out soon, so their success could also help Gravity Falls potentially get a movie. While I do think a film is the best way to continue it, I honestly think Gravity Falls is fine the way it is. Messing with such a flawless finale means a movie would have to be perfect, and I'd hate for this series to die like so many other things that didn't need to continue. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Who's the worst Pixar twist villain? Pixar is incredibly good at writing villains that come out of nowhere, but not all of them land as well. So which Pixar twist villain was written the worst? In third place is Miles Axelrod from Cars 2, who's easily the most forgettable Pixar villain ever. Mater's assumptions for why Axelrod has to be the villain sound absolutely ludicrous, but then end up being true, meaning this guy had one of the most overly complex and outright nonsensical plans ever. He's not scary, interesting, or memorable, so how does it get worse from here? Incredibles 2's Evelyn Dever makes it look easy. The way Screenslaver is set up, you know it can only either be Evelyn or Winston, so her reveal isn't super surprising. The first Incredibles did such a good job making fun of monologuing villains, but then we're supposed to take Evelyn's cliche monologue seriously? Her plan is also weak, and her name is literally Evil Endeavor. Real funny, Pixar. But the worst twist villain has to be from Lightyear, when they ripped off Lego Movie 2 and made Zurg Buzz from the future. We're supposed to believe this is the same movie the Buzz toy was based on? Not only is this a great way to ruin Zurg's cool factor, everyone knows he's supposed to be Buzz's father, so this twist is just stupid. Disney had some bad twist villains too, but these Pixar ones are just unforgivable. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Who's the best Pixar twist villain? Disney's attempted to twist villain here and there, but Pixar's practically perfected the art of unexpected villainy. But which Pixar twist villain is the best? In the tight race for the top 5, Mr. Waternoose is the first to mention. You don't expect a villain when your film already has one, which leaves plenty of room for a great corporation-obsessed child kidnapper. I have to put Lotso above him though. As a strawberry-scented mafia leader, his calm demeanor and charming persona hides his evil heart perfectly. He even threw away a chance at redemption, making him one of the coldest-hearted Pixar villains ever. But while he was willing to kill, Charles Muntz was a master, killing several people he simply suspected of chasing the bird. His reveal scene is still one of the scariest Pixar's ever done. Second place easily goes to Syndrome. You may argue he's a villain with a twist rather than a true twist villain, but don't deny my boy's rightful spot. Syndrome wasn't just ready to kill, he murdered loads of supers just for some petty revenge. But at the end of the day, my favorite twist villain will always be Ernesto de la Cruz. Obsessed with his image to the point of murder, De La Cruz's twist reveal just hits harder when you realize who exactly it is that he killed and how it messed up Miguel's family for generations. In a sea of incredible twist villains, De La Cruz has to take the crown. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Just hit 70k subscribers. It's time for another milestone commenter Q&A. What editing app do I use? All of my videos are made using CapCut on a 2014 MacBook Pro with a Yeti USB microphone. I want to upgrade to a better app, at least for long forms, but finding the time to learn a new software is tough. CapCut works great for now though. Do I have a playlist with all the older Q&As? Now that you've asked, yeah. Feel free to check them out to see what questions I've already answered, because I won't be answering them again. Who's my favorite musician or band? I'll admit, about 80% of the songs I listen to are from video games or movies, so that puts Toby Fox, John Powell, Lena Raine, and everyone connected to Minecraft near the top of my list. As for songs with words, Owl City is hands down my favorite artist, and Skillet's probably my favorite band. They both make uplifting and positive music, which I like more than depressing stuff. What's the weirdest movie I've ever seen? It's still The Willoughbys. There's no experience quite like watching The Willoughbys without knowing what it is, so I highly suggest you go try it after this video. What are my future plans? Just to keep posting. I've got a long form coming up soon, but it could still be months away. We'll see. These things take ages. But anyways, thank you guys so much for 70k subscribers. September has been my best month for views ever, so all I can be is grateful. Thanks again for everything, and see ya at 75. The Prestige is one of the best movies you probably haven't seen. Christopher Nolan is known for his incredible Batman trilogy and his extremely cerebral blockbusters, but before he became a household name, he made one of the greatest, most underrated movies ever. The Prestige follows two rival magicians who constantly try to one-up each other with increasingly crazy magical schemes. If that sounds like the plot of a good Pixar movie, you're entirely mistaken. The Prestige is one of the darkest movies I've seen in ages, and it doesn't leave you with a particularly happy feeling inside. The cast is absolutely stacked. The rival magicians are Batman and Wolverine, but there's also Alfred the Butler, Black Widow, Golem, and David Bowie. The Prestige feels like a blend between a Nolan film and an M. Night Shyamalan masterpiece. There's the typical jumping around time Nolan storytelling, but this film has some incredible twists. Aside from The Dark Knight, which is the greatest movie of all time, The Prestige has to be my favorite Nolan movie. It's well written, perfectly paced, brilliantly cast, and I wish Nolan would make more grounded movies like this. Currently, this movie doesn't seem to be streaming anywhere, which is a huge shame. To say too much would ruin this film. If you can find a way to watch it, do it and thank me later. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. I'm worried about Moana 2. We're about a month and a half away from the sequel to Moana, and we don't know much about it. Most trailers for sequels show off what makes the movie new, such as Frozen 2's Water Horse or Ralph's Internet Misadventures, but we've not gotten that from Moana 2. Instead, the marketing campaign has had a very "we're back" kind of vibe, with the characters constantly referencing the last adventure. Sure, some things are different. There's some funky lightning, a big clam island thing, and the villain seems to be a living storm rather than a living volcano. Based purely on the marketing, this looks less like a bold new adventure and more like a pretty safe retread. There's two reasons Disney could be marketing it this way. One really good and the other really bad. Fans of the original are going to watch this because it's more Moana, so Disney can show very little and play its best cards as a surprise. Puss in Boots 2 did this expertly. The trailers made Death seem like a basic bounty hunter, and they didn't even show Jack Horner. But the other side of the coin is maybe Disney really has nothing to show. We already know this isn't an original movie, it's an original Disney Plus show re-engineered into a movie. And let's be honest, the animated Disney Plus shows have not been that great. Add in the fact that Lin-Manuel's too busy working on Mufasa, and Moana 2 could very well be a soulless retread of the original. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Will Joker 2 beat Venom 3? A few months ago, I thought Joker 2 was going to be a massive success. The trailers were well directed and artistic, Lady Gaga's Harley Quinn looked great, and the musical sequences seemed to have promise. I fully expected the sequel to the highest grossing R-rated movie to be a smash hit, but then people actually saw the movie. Most reviews have been very negative. They say the musical scenes mostly feel forced, Harley Quinn is barely in it, and the whole film takes place in a jail and a courtroom, which is incredibly boring. I haven't seen the movie myself, but suddenly a surefire success seems a lot more risky. On the other hand is Venom 3, which I pretty much ignored. The Venomverse films are laughably bad, but the actual Venom films have a good amount of fans. The first two movies were pretty successful, and with the third promising an emotional finale, it could have a decent box office run. The difference between these movies is expectation. People had high hopes for Joker 2, but everyone knows exactly what Venom 3 will be. A dumb but fun enough superhero romp. We'll have to see what happens, but based on initial thoughts, I think Venom's got the upper hand. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What makes Nintendo so different? The console war has been a three-way battle between Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo for a while now. But while Xbox and PlayStation do things similarly, Nintendo's always been a complete wild card. But it wasn't always that way. Nintendo's GameCube had some fun games, but ended up getting trounced by the original Xbox and destroyed by the PS2. This was where Nintendo decided to stop caring about graphics and really focus on being different. And their next console, the Wii, was a massive success. And its graphics weren't much better than the GameCube, but people didn't care because it was fun. Since then, they've stuck to this innovation over graphics formula. And while they've had a misstep here and there, the Switch is the perfect example of the Nintendo formula. Graphically, it's weaker, but its design is just genius. And since they rely less on power, their systems end up costing less than their competition. The Switch 2 is rumored to be announced soon, and I think if done right, it could even beat the Switch in sales. New consoles today are wildly expensive for a tiny graphical advantage. So if we jump from Switch graphics to Xbox One graphics for $400 or less, Nintendo's gonna rule these next few years. I'm biased as heck, but the other consoles aren't putting up much of a fight. Let's hope it's not another Wii U. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Are smaller Minecraft updates a good thing? Mojang revealed we'll be getting 2 Minecraft lives every year now, each focusing on smaller updates instead of the typical big yearly releases. And I can see several good and bad things about this. On one hand, this means we'll be getting content more often. We're getting the Pale Garden / Creaking update only half a year after 1.21, which when added to April's Armadillo and the upcoming bundle mini updates, that's a good deal of content. But on the other hand, it's harder to get hyped about smaller updates. I'm just gonna guess what next year's first small update will be. Let's say it's mushroom themed and adds 2 types of biomes to the rare mushroom islands plus 2 new mobs. If you mix that with the Pale Garden and bundles plus an underwhelming fletching table use because that feels like a future mini update, then that's a pretty cool 1.22 to get hyped about. But splitting it into several little drops means it's harder to get hyped. I think these tiny updates will be way less exciting, even if we are getting more overall. And speaking of, will we actually get more overall? I'm fascinated to see if 2025's drops add up to more content than at least 1.20, because honestly, that could have been split into tons of tiny updates. Really, right now, this new release schedule can only be guessed at, so we'll have to wait and see how next year turns out. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What's the longest animated movie? American animated films are typically known for being shorter than live action, but every once in a while, an animated runtime can go way over 90 minutes. So which studio has the longest animated film? DreamWorks is at the bottom of our list, with How to Train Your Dragon 3 clocking in at only 1 hour and 44 minutes. Illumination comes next, shocking me with Sing 2's hour and 50-minute runtime. I totally thought they'd be in last place. Pixar comes next, beating Illumination with 3 different films, Incredibles 1, Ratatouille, and Incredibles 2, which misses the 2-hour mark by only 2 minutes. I didn't want to put Disney this high, because even though Fantasia has a 2-hour and 6-minute runtime, I think it should be classified as a short collection and not an actual movie. Regardless, they'd be pretty high anyways, because Ralph Breaks the Internet's hour and 52-minute runtime still puts puts them ahead of Illumination and DreamWorks. Here's an old one. 1978's animated Lord of the Rings movie comes in second place with a 2-hour and 13-minute runtime. You'd be forgiven if you didn't know it existed. This movie is nothing compared to Peter Jackson's trilogy, but the longest animated movie is last year's Across the Spider-Verse, clocking in at a colossal 2 hours and 20 minutes. We probably won't get anything longer for a while, so Sony takes the prize for now. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. YouTube is sabotaging my videos. A few days ago, YouTube randomly set 2 of my videos to Made for Kids. This killed their views, cut down on their revenue, and removed the comments section, which y'all know is important for my content. This isn't something I can change. They manually reviewed my content and decided it's made for kids. All I could do is appeal for a change and wait. One of the videos got fixed, but the other, my biggest video so far, got rejected and was still a kid's video up until last night. And while I was trying to repeal this through other means, they shot down another video. All 3 are thankfully back to normal, but this is still horrible for so many reasons. I get changing a for kids video if it's obviously not made for kids, but I don't see any point in doing it the other way around. And yes, I talk about Disney movies, but I'm critiquing Disney movies. And no offense to any kids in the audience, but I don't expect 7-year-olds to understand why I think Moana 2's marketing isn't working. It's completely demoralizing to think that any video I pour a good deal of time into can be arbitrarily sidelined because it's got Moana. And looking around, I'm not alone, and I got pretty lucky. So YouTube, I don't curse, I've got a colorful mascot, and I talk about animation. But if according to your rules that just makes me for kids, your rules need serious work. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Will James Gunn's DC plan work? Even after we heard that the DC movie universe is rebooting, DC films have absolutely died at the box office, with the newest dud being the disastrous Joker 2. Next year's Superman movie is supposed to kickstart the new universe though, but will that be any better? After Superman Legacy, we'll get Supergirl and Batman movies, all of which I could see succeeding if they're well made. The problem comes with everything else. 2 other movies, Swamp Thing and The Authority, are based off characters I've never heard of, but even worse is the huge amount of DCU shows. Booster Gold, Waller, a Green Lantern show, a Game of Thrones style show about the origins of Wonder Woman's homeland, and an animated Creature Commando show are all coming to Max someday. On top of that, the Peacemaker show is getting a new universe canon season 2, even though the character originated in the old DC universe. Just based on all this info, it feels like DC hasn't learned its lessons from the old universe in the flailing MCU. Tons of streaming shows are more likely to damage DC than to help it. Any connection to the old DC universe will just make people even more confused. And the MCU worked because they started with the A-list characters, then added deeper cuts later, not the other way around. I would love to be wrong, but right now, James Gunn's new universe looks problematic. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Why are movie budgets so darn high? Joker 2 had a few big names and some big musical sequences, but had minimal CGI and very few sets. But somehow it's got a $200 million budget? The first movie only cost $55 million, so Joker 2 is just one of several recent movies with unfathomable budgets. But why does this keep happening? Some movies film with COVID protocols and some had extensive reshoots, both of which send costs through the roof. But one huge reason is time crunch. Several studios have gotten their employees to work extreme overtime shifts just to finish a movie on time, and that usually results in both a worse looking and more expensive product. Studios are too scared to take their time and so the workers pay for it. But even that can't explain the budget for Multiverse of Madness. This movie's CGI was mid at best, it had some big actors but no more than your usual Marvel movie, and it cost more than any other MCU movie ever, by a lot. Movie budgets are oftentimes murky to find, but movies filmed in the UK apparently have to reveal production costs. The worst part is, since they originally said it was only $250 million, any of these other movies could actually cost even more than they've said, and we wouldn't know. There's a million reasons movies are expensive, but nothing explains these inexcusable budgets. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. What was the first stylized animated movie? Since the CGI revolution, every single big studio has put out films with pretty similar art styles. But over the years, more and more movies with stylized animation keep coming out, so here's a quick history of the trend. While many would point to Into the Spider-Verse as the starting point, I'd point to 2014's Lego Movie as the first big CGI but different film. Its stop-motion inspired computer animation was beautiful and just perfect for Legos, but the Peanuts movie was a bit more like the stylized animation we're used to today. Blue Sky blended Charles Schultz's artwork with CGI wonderfully, creating one of the most underrated animated movies ever. We got DreamWorks' Captain Underpants not long after, which looked ripped straight out of the books. And then yes, we got Spider-Verse. While it wasn't the first, I do think it was the big one that got a lot of other studios to realize, whoa, we can do a lot more with animation. And since then, we've gotten tons of stylized animated movies. DreamWorks gave us The Bad Guys, The Wild Robot, Puss in Boots 2, and the upcoming Dogman. Sony Spider-Verse 2 looked even better than the first one. Nickelodeon gave us the fantastic looking Mutant Mayhem. Disney tried, and it feels like everything Netflix puts out is animation nirvana. Hollywood as a whole may be horrendous, but animation is only getting better. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Do live action remakes work anymore? Say what you want to say about Disney's soulless remakes, but pre-lockdowns they made bank. 4 of them made over $1 billion. But since 2020, these remakes haven't done as well. Disney had big hopes for the Little Mermaid remake, but it only made $500 million, and the next 2 will probably do even worse. Mufasa has been roasted by tons of people who just wanted it to be hand-drawn, and Snow White is just Snow White. Both of these look like a long shot. So do any upcoming remakes look ready to fix things? Lilo and Stitch comes out next summer, and a Moana remake comes out the year after that. Disney's also working on Hunchback, Hercules, Sword in the Stone, Aristocats, and Bambi remakes, and I don't think any of them will come close to breaking $1 billion. The novelty of seeing a Disney classic in a new way has worn off. Disney's already played their biggest cards, and each new remake seems to be more controversial than the last one. DreamWorks' How to Train Your Dragon remake is more interesting since we haven't seen how they'll handle remakes yet, but do we really want them to announce tons of soulless remakes too? If the next few remakes underperform, I think we'll see Disney and others step back from these retreads for a while. Goodness knows we need that. If they announce Tangled or Megamind remakes, I'm gonna nuke Hollywood myself. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Is the Pizza Planet truck actually in every Pixar movie? Since as far back as the original Toy Story, the iconic Pizza Planet truck has made an appearance in almost every single Pixar movie. Sometimes it's a carving, sometimes it's a tattoo, sometimes it's alive, and sometimes it's not a truck at all. But Pixar always seems to find a way to fit it in somewhere. But there is one movie where Pixar seemingly forgot to include a cameo. The director of The Good Dinosaur claims it's hidden in the movie somewhere, but looking at all of the I found it pictures, all of these seem kinda off. Some claim it's in this pattern in the rock structure, some claim it's this other oddly shaped rock formation, but neither seems obvious. You really have to squint, and even then it doesn't fit. I'm much more willing to believe it's one of these funky shaped asteroids, but all the pictures I found were very low quality. We can argue over the Pizza Planet truck's appearance in The Good Dinosaur all day, but The Incredibles simply did not have it. People say it's in this blurry screenshot, it's the cloud, or it's one of these yellow cars that clearly don't have the rocket, but director Brad Bird basically mentioned he forgot to include it. The Incredibles is still great, but it stinks that it broke this trend. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Is The Wild Robot actually that good? I've been one of the few YouTubers, or just people in general, that was actually skeptical about The Wild Robot, but I went and saw it in theaters and I quite enjoyed it. First off, the animation is absolutely insane. The backgrounds look like a watercolor painting come to life, the characters move so fluidly, and the lighting, oh gosh, the lighting is so good! And the music is incredible too. There's this signature theme they keep using that really grew on me. The Wild Robot and the Gosling Bright Bill's relationship is really well written, especially Roz's development from an emotionless shell to a caring parent. DreamWorks also does a great job of showcasing exactly how scary the wild forest really is. But the media hype has been crazy, so is this movie really the greatest DreamWorks movie of all time? Oh gosh, no, not by a long shot. The pacing is a little off, and I wasn't a fan of much of the humor. The fox also feels like a Goodwill version of Nick Wilde. He's sly, but he doesn't have near as much charm. This film doesn't come close to DreamWorks' best, but The Wild Robot is easily one of their best looking and definitely one of the better movies of the year. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. What makes the Garfield movie so bad? I saw the Garfield movie the other day, and I was highly disappointed. And it had so much going for it. The characters were well designed, Chris Pratt's voice wasn't super distracting, and Odie was absolutely stinking adorable in every single scene. But ultimately, this movie is an absolute failure. First off, my worst fears were realized. This isn't really a Garfield movie. Aside from the first 10 minutes, which are the best part, this film focuses on characters and locations that aren't from the comics. Not relying on the source material works on occasion, but not only are these guys incredibly boring and badly written, we get several boring backstories explaining why we should care for these bland nobodies. Everything about this film is bland. The main cast are well designed, but everyone's movement feels cheap, the camera shots are stiff and uninspired, and the parts I watched were mostly nobodies just talking, not doing anything. That's right, it was so bland I didn't even finish it. The Peanuts movie was amazing because it captured the soul of the comics, but Garfield feels completely soulless because the good parts we're here for aren't the main focus. I still think my movie pitch was way better, but anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Can YouTuber products work without YouTubers? It feels like you can't be a big YouTuber without having some sort of product to sell, and some pretty big names have come under fire recently for selling alleged garbage. But my question is, if you separated the products from their famous faces, would any product still actually sell? I think the 4 biggest YouTuber products right now are Feastables, Joyride, Prime, and Lunchly. And no offense to the one guy people still like, but I actually think Prime is the best shot. Disregard its garbage owners for a second, and Prime has a lot going for it. It's got a unique bottle shape, stark colorful packaging, and an easy to read and remember logo. The other 3 are too expensive to sell without their faces, and while I don't think it would be a billion-dollar business without Logan and KSI, I still think Prime as a drink would make its mark. But I think the only YouTuber product that actually makes sense is Mark Rober's Crunch Labs. When you think Mr. Beast and KSI, you don't think of chocolate and Walmart brand Lunchables, but engineering and learning are the basis of Mark's channel. Crunch Labs feels organic because it's an extension of his brand, not some random product with his name slapped on it. Now please, Mark, don't be a scumbucket like the others. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Is the new Princess and the Frog ride a disaster? Disney decided to shelve their popular Splash Mountain ride a while back and reskin it, turning it into a Princess and the Frog themed Bayou adventure. But every way you look at it, this ride looks like a mess. First off, the new ride just feels empty. Splash Mountain's large number of animatronics and bright detailed sets gave the ride a jolly feeling, but Tiana's Bayou adventure has more empty sections and darker, less detailed areas. But a bigger problem is they did Tiana dirty. She's given the same treatment as her CGI counterparts, even though she's supposed to be hand-drawn, and that makes all the characters look wrong. Oh, and this ride has a horrible plot. The old Splash Mountain followed a crafty rabbit escaping some evil predators or something, which at least gave it some more intense moments. But Tiana's ride is supposed to canonically happen after her movie, so instead of including one of Disney's coolest, creepiest villains, it's about her collecting ingredients for a cooking party and there's no villain. Add in the fact that this reskin is the main competition they have to Universal's entire new park, and Disney needs to step up their game. I had the privilege of being able to ride the old Splash Mountain a while back and I quite liked it. And while I get wanting to tie it into a more recent, less controversial movie, the reskin looks haphazard and poorly thought out. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Which Pixar villain had the most gruesome death? One great thing about Pixar movies is that the villains always end up finding justice, whether that's being stuck on the front of a trash truck or bonked by a bunch of humans. But they don't always make it out alive, so which Pixar villain had the worst demise? Honestly, De La Cruz got off easy. Being crushed by a giant bell isn't a good way to go, but at least he was dead before he knew it. The first time anyways. Mordu also got crushed, but his squishing was at the hands of a giant magical rock. I genuinely don't know if they could have defeated this guy otherwise. He didn't seem too mad that he was dead, so it was probably more of a blessing. Gotta say though, Hopper's death was a bad way to go. Getting eaten by a bunch of baby chicks isn't just horrifying, it's also pretty embarrassing. Maybe not second bell embarrassing, but still pretty bad. But Charles Muntz's death was much worse. At least with the others, it was over pretty quick, but he had a good long fall to think about it before he was done for. I can't say it wasn't deserved though, that guy was evil. But the worst death has to go to Syndrome, who got sucked into a plane engine, which then proceeded to explode and rain down on a neighborhood. I know he's got a sense of showmanship, but dang, that's a way to go. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Just hit 75,000 subscribers, it's time for another milestone commenter Q&A. What's my favorite Muppet? Gonzo, honestly. He's got a fun design, his voice is iconic, and when him and Rizzo are a pair, their dynamic is hilarious. I do have a soft spot for Beaker though, who looks like he's seen things no Muppet should ever see. Where do I get my ideas? Literally everywhere. Tons of these shorts are based off conversations I've had with my family and friends, and others are just my take on entertainment news. Every once in a while I just pull a short out of nowhere though, but I've done this enough times it's gotten pretty easy. Am I on TikTok? Technically. I put some shorts on there, but they only show up in search, so it's probably not gonna go anywhere. What game do I want to play, but I haven't played it yet? Hollow Knight. I tried it and I didn't like the jumping much, but whenever I get free time I want to try it again. Do I have a girlfriend? I'm a YouTuber, what do you think? What happened to the longer short I made? Apparently they said the link limit was changing on the 15th, but now it'll take a few weeks. It's ready to go, so it'll release whenever they fix that. But anyways, thanks again for 75k subscribers. I'm still fighting YouTube over that made for kids thing. We'll see how that goes. I can't say enough to thank y'all, so I'll let Bob the Tomato do it for me. What happened to villains getting justice? In animated movies, there's almost always a scene where the villain finally gets their comeuppance. Usually it's rather ironic, such as Syndrome's cape, Jafar's lamp, De La Cruz's bell, or Scar's death by his own minions. There was always a clear, just ending for the character that opposed the heroes. We still get that today from studios like DreamWorks, but Disney and Pixar don't really do that anymore. Moana, Raya, and Encanto all ended with more therapeutic endings, where the villains were forgiven or problems were solved. Pixar's similar. Toy Story 4, Inside Out 2, Soul, Elemental, Turning Red. These movies all deal with redeeming villains or fixing issues. Luca at least had a justice moment, but since Wishes didn't work because they tried to make Magnifico redeemable, Disney's last real villain comeuppance scene was in 2016 with Zootopia. And when we do get villains, their endings are sometimes cast aside for a stupid tease. Imagine how much dumber Coco would have been if De La Cruz's hand had reached out from under the bell in an end scene or something. I'm not saying that therapeutic endings are bad. There are some stories where you root for that, and the finale ends up being incredible. But it feels like as we get fewer true villains, there's fewer true justice scenes. There are few things more satisfying than a horrible villain finding justice in an ironic way. So please, Disney and Pixar, bring back true villains. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. When did Pixar change? Whether you like it or not, the Pixar of today isn't the same company as it was 20, 15, or even 10 years ago. There's a pretty stark difference between their newer and older movies, and I think it can be traced to one man's exit. A guy named John Lasseter left the company in 2018 after allegations of sexual misconduct. So how important was this guy? Well, he founded the entire company of Pixar and had a key role in basically every movie they produced up until he left. Not only that, but when Disney bought Pixar, he was given some control over Disney's flailing animation studio, and he's given credit for their turnaround from flops to 2010's hits. Any Disney Pixar movie from 2007 to 2018, he had a big role in making them so good. So can we trace Pixar's change back to his exit? I think Onward, Soul, and Luca were the transition phase from old Pixar to new Pixar. And sure enough, Lasseter's last credit was for Toy Story 4, meaning by 2021, his oversight was long gone. I'm not saying Disney was wrong for forcing him out. I just think it's a shame someone so talented couldn't be a better person towards others, because his exit is clearly seen at Disney and Pixar's level of quality. Not every Lasseter production was a masterpiece, and his leaving isn't Disney's only reason for failure, but it's obvious how much talent he brought to their studios. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. What series has Disney not ruined yet? Disney has a bad habit of buying out companies or licenses and effectively ruining their reputation by squeezing out every possible dollar. But I complain too much. Instead, let me give credit where it's due and point out the licenses they haven't destroyed yet. First up is Gravity Falls. Listen, they have had every possible chance to make a cheap reboot or spin-off for Disney Plus, and yet they haven't. I respect that. As for a Disney Plus reboot that did work, can we talk about the Clone Wars? I was unsure if Disney could carry on the mature, warlike tone the show originally had, but the final season was absolutely incredible. And then of course there's Bluey. This is probably the main thing keeping Disney Plus alive, and as long as they keep letting it do its thing, it's not going anywhere. So second question, why haven't they ruined these yet? Gravity Falls is closely linked with creator Alex Hirsch. Disney could technically make something without him, but the fans wouldn't have it, and I don't think he plans on continuing the series anytime soon. Bluey is actually owned by Ludo Studios. Disney just has the streaming rights. Both of these are shows where Disney doesn't have full creative control, so they can't really ruin them. Disney did have control over the Clone Wars though, and while the show itself was incredible, Disney's handling of the spin-offs and characters since then has been about as good as we'd expect from them. Yeah, okay, Disney's still done pretty bad, but those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Stop making licenses about you. One of the stars for Wicked had an absolute meltdown on social media recently, claiming she was deeply hurt by fans who were trying to erase her by editing a poster. But when you look at it, all the fans did was use some AI touch-up to make it look more like the original Broadway poster. It seems like actress Cynthia Erivo was just way overreacting, but when you dig a little deeper, it makes perfect sense. One of the biggest problems in Hollywood today is someone taking a beloved license and making it all about them. Two great examples are Velma and the Snow White remake. One is a glorified Mindy Kaling fanfiction that she knew wouldn't work unless she dressed it up like something people already cared about, but the other is more in line with the Wicked situation. Rachel Zegler has stated her distaste for the original Snow White many times and made a big deal about how cool it is that someone of her ethnicity can play this character. Neither of these people care about the license, they just care about how they can leave their own mark on the license. So when it comes to the Wicked actress, of course she's mad that they removed her eyes from the poster. She can't comprehend anyone other than herself owning her character, so any edit like this strips her of her ownership of a license she doesn't own in the first place. So actors, and Hollywood in general, we're here for the license we love, so please stop pretending you're the main character in life. But those are just my thoughts, tell me yours in the comments. What's the highest rated animated movie? Rotten Tomatoes has been under fire for a lot of things recently, with many saying their scores mean absolutely nothing. So I thought it would be funny to see which animation studio they say has the highest rated movie. Illumination unsurprisingly comes in last place with the original Despicable Me's 80% score. Blue Sky's highest rated film sadly wasn't rated high enough in my opinion. The Peanuts movie only scores an 87%, which just feels low for such an incredible film. Netflix takes 6th place with their 94% score for The Sea Beast. Ignore that, I'll get there in a minute. Warner Animation's 96% score for the Lego Movie comes next, followed by Sony's two 97% movies, Spider-Verse 1 and the aforementioned Mitchells. Aardman clocks in at 4th place with a 99% score for the Shaun the Sheep movie. I don't talk about these guys enough, they're incredible. DreamWorks comes in 3rd with Dragon 1's 99%, but surprisingly their second best is this year's 98% Wild Robot. Disney's the first to score 100%, but for Pinocchio of all movies, and Zootopia's 98% is their runner-up. I never guessed those would be their top two. But unsurprisingly, Pixar comes out on top with 100% scores for both Toy Story 1 and 2. Rotten Tomatoes scores are basically useless, but they make for a fun video. But those are just my thoughts, tell me yours in the comments. What makes Rotten Tomatoes scores meaningless? When you look up a movie to see if it's any good, one common method of measuring its quality is by looking at the Rotten Tomatoes score. A higher percent means it's a better movie, right? No, there are several factors that make these scores incredibly misleading and basically useless. For one, a 90% doesn't mean most people gave it a 9 out of 10, it means 90% of critics gave it a positive review. A positive review can be something lukewarm like a 7, so if you see a 90% Rotten Tomatoes score, that's not automatically a 9 out of 10 movie. It might just average a 7 or 8. But even worse, Rotten Tomatoes is not a standalone company. It's owned by Fandango, Comcast, and Warner Brothers. One of these sells movie tickets, and another makes movies. So is it easy to see why they might not be trustworthy sources? There are even reports of companies paying for positive reviews to boost their Rotten Tomatoes scores, which is just sad. And finally, when you factor in how many reviewers focus on the people involved rather than the project itself, how trustworthy are the reviews Rotten Tomatoes aggregates in the first place? So long story short, don't treat Rotten Tomatoes scores as a reliable standard of quality. If you want good reviews, find individual reviewers that have similar taste to you and see what they think, because that'll probably tell you more than these baseless numbers. But those are just my thoughts, tell me yours in the comments. What makes Robots so unique? On the surface, Robots is just a little man versus big corporation story, the kind of thing you expect from an animated movie. But this movie has so much going for it, so what makes it stand out all these years later? First off, this movie is absolutely bonkers. The jokes are non-stop, each crazy scene transitions into another crazy scene, and there's action in basically every moment. And while there's tons of jokes for kids, there were definitely a lot of jokes I didn't catch as a child. The characters are also pretty well designed, especially the villains. The villain lady alone could give you nightmares. But one big draw is actually the incredible animation. This movie released in 2005 and looks way better than animated movies even 1 year older because of one big detail: reflections. Not many movies had mastered reflections in animation at the time, so when you mix good character models with basically everything being metal, you're left with a movie that honestly looks good even by today's standards. We never got a Robot sequel, and I'm okay with that. This is the kind of story that didn't need to be a big series. But if it's been a while since you saw Robots, I highly suggest giving it a watch. But anyways, this is just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments. Just hit 80,000 subscribers. It's time for another milestone commenter Q&A. Will I ever make a Ratatouille video? People ask a lot for this one specifically, and my answer is hopefully. The question is, what's my angle? Doing plain reviews of older movies doesn't work well, so I have to find an interesting angle people don't usually think about. I finally found one for Meet the Robinsons, so Ratatouille will probably happen at some point. Do I think Disney has a chance to make good movies again? Always. It might not look like it, but I'm rooting for Disney. I want them to be good again, but until they are, I'll keep making fun of them because it's so easy. Do I prefer 2D or 3D animation? They both have their advantages. I like the movement and environments of 3D better, but 2D was superior for some of those classic Disney villain moments. Personally, the 2D inspired CGI we've been getting recently is probably my favorite, but all mediums of animation can be incredible if used well. Was there ever a, my gosh, I'm a YouTuber moment? Not really. YouTube is a slow climb, and while I've had several moments where I thought, dang, that's a huge step up, no one moment stands out as the big, I'm finally a real YouTuber moment. This still just feels like the fun side gig I do on my computer, which I guess is as real as YouTube gets. But anyways, thank you so much for 80k subscribers. My channel's done better these past few days than literally ever before. Thank you so much, and see you at 85. Did The Wild Robot fail at the box office? The Wild Robot has been a giant hit with critics, and I get comments almost daily from people crowning it as the movie of the year. In spite of that though, the film has not been a smash success. It's been out a month, and and it's only made $230 million at the box office, putting it miles behind the top 3 animated films of the year and even behind Garfield. And while that looks bleak, it's not as bad as it sounds. DreamWorks has reportedly already greenlit a sequel, so the Wild Robot's middling box office hasn't killed off any hopes for a series. And you gotta remember, there's several new series that started off a bit slow. Across the Spider-Verse made about double what the original Spider-Verse film did, and Despicable Me 1 made only half as much as every other movie in that series. But it's just more proof for why companies keep choosing to make sequels rather than new series. The last animated movie to score over $500 million without being attached to an established franchise were 2017's Coco and Boss Baby, which kinda makes all the announced sequels make more sense. One good thing is that original animated movies have had long theater lifespans recently. Elemental and Migration both had bad openings, but slowly cruised their way to $300 and $495 million respectively. So the Wild Robot could still crawl its way to 400 or so. Guess we'll just have to wait and see. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Which Disney villain had the most horrifying death? While many Disney villains either get stabbed or fall to their death, a few of them weren't as lucky, with some dying in overly horrific ways. But which one had it the worst? Although there were some honorable mentions, the first one up is King Candy. I'm sure he thought being a Bugman was an upgrade, until his new body forced him into a flaming geyser against his will, which is just a bad way to go. But Scar had it even worse. Not only did he fall into a fiery pit, his last moment was spent realizing that he'd lost control of his minions. Being cooked and eaten at the same time can't be a fun experience. It probably still wasn't as bad as when Dr. Facilier's minions turned against him though. He'd spent half the movie praising his friends on the other side, only for them to literally drag him into hell. I'm telling you man, Disney's horrifying some days. Here's a random one. The villain from the Black Cauldron of all things also died by getting sucked into a magical void, and Disney literally showed his skin melting off his bones. But the easy winner of the bad way to go contest is Clayton from Tarzan, whose death scene traumatized an entire generation. His furious vine hacking came to an awful conclusion when he fell with a vine wrapped around his neck, only for Disney to show his hanging body with lightning from the storm. Not every death was that bad, but dang, Disney can be hardcore sometimes. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. What makes Hotel Transylvania 2 so special? The Hotel Transylvania series is known for being gross, badly written, and the lowest common denominator of children's movies. And while I think that's true for some of them, I'd argue that Hotel Transylvania 2 is the exception. The plot is simple. Dracula wants his grandson to be a vampire, so he takes him on a road trip to scare his fangs out. But what's so great is this plot is simply an excuse for the cast to get out and accomplish nothing. Almost an hour of this film is just Drac and the gang riding around, goofing off, and setting things on fire. It's pointless and dumb, which is exactly why it's so great. How often do you get to see animated characters just hang out in a low-stakes environment? Usually this kind of film is so focused on driving forward some plot you don't care about, but Hotel Transylvania 2 instead spends the majority of the movie letting the cast just riff and accomplish nothing, which is just frankly hilarious. Because yeah, this cast is great. Each one of these characters is pretty funny, but the other films are so focused on building bad stories that you don't get to see them at their best. This movie's last 20 minutes are its weakest, since they decided they needed a higher stakes finale, and I don't think it works well. Frankly, I love this movie. It's dumb in all the right ways and wonderfully pointless, so if you've not seen it, I would definitely suggest it. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Which Disney movies aren't actual Disney movies? Disney the brand owns a lot of companies, but Disney the animation studio is sometimes given credit for movies they had nothing to do with, such as people confusing the Disney-owned Pixar with actual Disney animation. So what other films do people commonly confuse as mainline Disney movies? First up is Nightmare Before Christmas. Disney Animation has never made a claymation movie, and Nightmare in particular was published under their more adult-oriented Touchstone Pictures label, because they didn't want it to hurt their kid-friendly image. Sticking with the Christmas theme, Disney's animated Christmas Carol movie was actually made by Image Movers Digital, a separate company that specialized in mocap animation. They also made Mars Needs Moms, so neither film was a mainline Disney movie. What about Planes? While you'd expect this would either be Disney or Pixar, Planes was actually made by Disney Toon, a separate studio responsible for those made-for-DVD sequels we got for a while. Disney shut them down the same way they shut down Blue Sky. So oh yeah, add Blue Sky's Ice Age franchise into the Disney, but not Disney pile. And finally, there's Anastasia. This movie was made by Fox to compete with Disney during their hand-drawn golden age, so while it's similar to a Disney movie, it wasn't made by them. Ironically though, Disney the brand now owns Fox, which just makes everything more confusing. Long story short, Disney owns way too much, but those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Did Will Smith's slap affect his career? Back in 2022, Will Smith slapped Chris Rock at the Oscars after Chris made a joke about his wife. The moment went absolutely viral, gaining hundreds of millions of views in just a few days. But that was years ago, so did the slap tangibly affect Will Smith's career? Will Smith was given a 10-year ban from the Oscars following the event, and a bunch of his movies were put on hold. Will made apology after apology, but with language like, "There is no place for violence in a world of love and kindness." It felt like it came from a PR team rather than someone who was actually sorry. Oh yeah, sometimes people forget, but Will won an Oscar that night, even after the whole slap thing. Emancipation, a Will Smith movie that was way too far in production to drop him, came out not long after but quickly disappeared, leaving many to think that Will Smith's career was over. But at probably his lowest point in ages, Will Smith had one more ace up his sleeve, the Bad Boys series. Historically, these movies do well at the box office, so he called up his buddy Martin Lawrence and gave it a go. Well, Bad Boys Ride and Die released earlier this year and had a rather successful run at the box office, beating out several movies people expected to do better. So long story short, while the slap may have affected him in the short term, and it's certainly going to be what he's remembered for, Bad Boys proved he's not going anywhere anytime soon. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Red One's going to be an absolute disaster. Red One, a Christmas movie starring The Rock, Chris Evans, and a CGI polar bear attempting to rescue a kidnapped Santa, has one huge issue. It's got the biggest budget of any movie so far this year. The film cost $250 $250 million, and while I love how cheesy it looks, it doesn't look much better than a straight-to-streaming movie with a few big names. I've seen some ads for it, but not nearly as many as I did for the $200 million movies. Red One is projected to open at $20 to $40 million at the box office, and since it'll probably need more than $400 million to break even, which only 8 2024 movies have gotten so far, it's got a long climb ahead of it. But what if I told you that projection is actually kind of a good thing? Red One was actually supposed to be a streaming movie, but after it tested well enough with audiences, and Amazon wanted some return on their massive investment, it got turned into a theatrical release. And if it does make $40 million in its opening weekend, that makes it the second highest opening for an original movie since the lockdowns, only behind Jordan Peele's Nope. While that's kinda nice, I guess, this is still a bad spot for any movie to be in. This film never should have cost that much, and no streaming movie should cost that much in the first place. These companies need to get their budgets in order, or else we'll keep seeing these cheap-looking movies struggle to make any kind of profit. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. When did nostalgia become Hollywood's biggest weapon? It feels like every movie today is either a remake, a sequel, or both. But if you look back a few years, this sequel era is relatively young. So what was the point of no return? I think 2015 was the moment everything broke. Before this was an era of YA book adaptations and a young MCU, but 2015 gave us The Force Awakens and Jurassic World, series revivals that ran on nostalgia and essentially used a younger cast to retell an old story. It was a simple formula, but both movies made billions, and Hollywood realized how easy wrapping an old story in new paint was. And so Hollywood greenlit sequels or revivals of every popular IP they could think of, whether it was a live-action remake, animated, or a weird spin-off that quickly fizzled out. If you look at the revivals of today, they play by the exact same handbook that 2015 perfected, using musical callbacks, showing iconic items, or bringing back old characters to give people maximum nostalgia. But the thing about nostalgia is it has diminishing returns. The first time is great, but seeing those old things a second time isn't as revolutionary, and audiences simply don't watch these newer revivals like they did back then. So instead of playing one of the few nostalgia cards left, maybe try giving us things we'll be nostalgic for in the future, or just give us more Star Wars and see how that turns out. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. What are the big animation studios' lowest rated movies? Tons of tiny studios release horribly bad movies that get destroyed by bad reviews, but the big studios aren't immune to poorly received movies either. So according to the dumbest of review scores, which big animation studio has released the lowest rated movie? Surprisingly, Illumination's worst isn't even that bad. The Lorax is their biggest loser with only a 53%. Pixar's lowest is unsurprisingly Cars 2, which although there seems to be tons of nostalgia for this movie now, critics at the time gave it a 39%. Disney comes next, and while I expected one of their wartime movies to take the loser crown, it's actually a tie between Chicken Little and Brother Bear, both earning a 37%. DreamWorks' Shark Tale comes in third place with a 35% score. I've never seen this film, but its Diet Nemo vibes scare me to death. The Deceased Blue Sky unsurprisingly takes second place. I knew one of their Ice Age movies was bound to have a rotten score, and sure enough, Collision Course earned an 18%. Quick honorable mentions go to Illumination's Hop and Sony's Smurf movies. I couldn't count them since they're part live action, but dang, they scored low. But the easy winner by miles is Sony Animation's Emoji Movie, which scored a whopping 6%. I knew this movie was hated, but that's just depressing. But those are just their thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Ghostbusters Frozen Empire is everything wrong with current Hollywood. I didn't hear much about the new Ghostbusters movie when it came out this year, so I went in with medium expectations. But every single facet of this movie wasn't just disappointing, it was bad in such a familiar way. First off, this movie suffers from Garfield syndrome. There's way too much talking. The trailers made it seem like the big bad would play a huge role in the movie, but he was only in the last bit. The rest of the movie, everyone just talks about how scary he is. And even though I like some of the actors, their characters are all horrible. The guys are idiots, the girls lack emotions, and all the new characters just don't fit. The old cast is also just sad. It was so cool to see them unite in Afterlife, but here it feels like they were dragged out of a nursing home to check the nostalgia box. Bill Murray in particular just shows up at the end for like 2 lines. It's clear they had no plan for him. Plot-wise, this is just the Ghostbuster rendition of basic blockbuster. You've seen this movie before. And then it ends with the signature nostalgic theme and a dedicated to Harold message, but it's obviously not. Afterlife was a great send-off for his character. Acting like you made this movie for anything other than money is just disrespectful. I thought Afterlife was okay. It was a nostalgia bait retread of the original, but at least it had some heart. Frozen Empire's heart is cold and corporate, made solely because people recognize a logo. Hollywood, don't make more. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. We're getting live-action Lego movies? 3 new Lego movies just got announced, one of which is based on Ninjago, but they're all gonna be live action. So why are they doing this, and what could a live-action Lego movie look like? First off, these are completely disconnected from the original Lego movie series. Those films were made by Warner Brothers, and they've since sold the license to Universal, who just made that piece-by-piece movie. Yeah, live-action Lego film sounds so weird, but there's 4 ways I can see it working out. With Ninjago, thankfully they hired the show's writers, so I don't know how it'll work, but maybe they'll get it right. With the others though, my first thought seems the least likely. Perhaps one will actually be animated with stop motion? While that would technically be closer to live action than the original, stop motion is classified as animation, so yeah, that's not happening. I think a more likely option is that Universal saw how much money Barbie made, and they want to copy it to cash in on an even more popular toy brand. I don't see how they can make that work for Lego though. Barbie was a perfect storm of so many things, and trying to recapture that with Lego just doesn't work. A more fun way of doing it would be a dramatic retelling of the creation of Lego itself. Come on, if Tetris can do it, anyone can. And the final option is to pull a Minecraft and just CGI the heck out of it. I think the Barbie ripoff option makes the most financial sense, but live action and Lego just don't work in my head. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Stranger Things 5 comes out in a year, and I'm worried. Netflix just announced that Stranger Things Season 5 is finally releasing next year. It's set during the fall of 1978, and since seasons usually release around the time of year they take place, expected around this time next year. All they've revealed are the 8 episode titles, but I'll be honest, I feel like the show's fallen off. Season 1 felt like the show streaming services have been waiting for. It was fresh, tense, extremely well written, and chock full of 80s nostalgia. But Season 2 cemented Stranger Things as a cultural icon. It wasn't just as good, it was better, aside from that one episode we all pretend never happened. But Season 3 was more controversial. It felt super wacky, and some complained that the Russian storyline didn't fit. I think Season 3 gave us some of the best character moments overall, but I can't admit the tone felt different. But Season 4 broke the show for me. If 3 was 2 steps more goofy, 4 was 8 steps darker. The tone was way off, the pacing was horrible, all the characters were shells of themselves, and the writing felt all over the place. Stories with kids always reach a point where they grow up, but it feels like Stranger Things lost its identity in the transition. But devil's advocate, Season 4 was by far its most popular, bringing in tons of new fans. I hope it's good for them, but I think I checked out a while back. Netflix, please surprise me. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Just hit 85k subscribers. It's time for another milestone commenter Q&A. What's my favorite Stan Lee cameo? I love his appearance in Thor Ragnarok and his Tony Stank line from Civil War, but I think the Amazing Spider-Man one, where he can't hear the superhero battle through his classical music, is probably his best. What videos am I the least proud of? The NFL ones. I made them a while back, and there was one where I basically had a do better Senator moment and told the NFL to make better Super Bowls, which is so stupid. If you want to see what a bad Baking Guy short looks like, that's it, alright. Put me in the next Q&A for no reason. Hey, wait a second, that's not how that works! CGI or practical effects? I said go practical as much as humanly possible. The films where they had to stretch to figure out how to do things practically often look better than the ones where CGI can cover for everything. So when you can go practical, do it. Favorite villain from an animated series? Here's a deep cut. Vigo Grimborn from Dragon's Race to the Edge. As a kid, his plans were mind-blowing, and even as an adult, I think he and Dagger were way better than either villain we got in an actual movie. Little Gideon and Doofenshmirtz are great too, though. But anyways, thank you guys so much for 85k subscribers. YouTube hasn't claimed any of my videos as made for kids for a while now, so maybe that battle is over. You guys are seriously the best, so thanks again, and see you at 90. OG modes are both super fun and kinda depressing. I've been playing a lot of Apex Legends OG mode recently, and even though they totally stole the idea from Fortnite, it's an absolute blast. The game feels so simple and fresh, stripping away 5 years of updates to just give you the original base experience. But I do have to say, it kinda says a lot about where the gaming industry is right now. A forever game is a game you can play forever, but how many of those have we got in this console generation? Disregarding Nintendo and indie titles, about 90% of the big games are constantly updated live service experiences. The plus side is that these games are always changing and delivering fresh experiences, but the downside is nothing about them is forever. Any gun or mode you love may never come back, and when you stack update on top of update for years on end, the game you end up with is completely different from the one you started playing. That's not always a bad thing, but the fact is that many elements of these games are far from permanent. And even more depressing, live service's biggest problem is that one day they'll stop existing entirely. Whether that's because there's something new or they just get shut down, kids 20 years from now won't be able to play these games the same way, or even at all. I think the industry will shift back to more single-player titles as they see live service doesn't automatically translate to money, but I think this console generation has the worst expiration date of any so far. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. How can Pixar do Incredibles 3 right? Pixar's announced that Incredibles 3 is happening. We don't know any details, we just know it's real. But there's a problem. Incredibles 2 is often looked at as one of Pixar's worst sequels. So how can they make a great third film without falling into the pitfalls of the second? First off, the characters need to grow up. Other animated series allow their protagonists to grow with the audience, but Incredibles 2 took place directly after the original, which was partially why their characters repeated their arcs from the first movie. 3 taking place years after 2 would solve loads of problems. Secondly, Pixar can follow in the footsteps of Cars 3. It ignored basically all of 2 to just deliver a great sequel to the original. The only big plot point from Incredibles 2 was that supers are officially legal now, so 3 can ignore most of 2's characters and be completely okay. And finally, don't bring back Syndrome. We live in an era where Hollywood constantly resurrects dead characters to conjure up hype for dying franchises, but that typically results in horrible movies. Bringing back Syndrome would definitely stir up interest, but let the man rest in peace and create a new supervillain instead. I think Pixar can make a great new Incredibles movie, but it'll be years before we see how it works out. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Why do people hate Incredibles 2? While the Incredibles sequel launched to amazing reviews and a record box office, many people since have called it one of Pixar's worst movies. So where's the hate coming from? I think the biggest problem with Incredibles 2 is its lack of a theme. The first Incredibles was a film about a dad going through a midlife crisis, but finally learning that his family mattered more to him than his love of being a superhero. You can clearly see his growth as a character throughout the film. But here's the question. Does anyone have a character arc in Incredibles 2? Helen replaces Bob as the main character, but she doesn't really learn anything. She starts trying to protect her family and ends protecting her family. Bob's arc is a complete copy of the original. He sits on the sidelines wanting to be super and learns how much more important his family is. Lots of things about this movie repeat. Whether it's Edna showing her tech, the where's my super suit scene, or Violet's relationship with Tony, it feels like Incredibles 2 is copying one's homework. Oh, and Evelyn is nothing compared to Syndrome. But finally, there's a lack of stakes. Incredibles 1 had tension between the parents, some pretty dark themes, and Helen goes out of her way to remind the kids that the bad guys will kill them. But the sequel feels like a theme park ride. It's fun, but you know everyone will be okay. Incredibles 2 is not a bad movie, it's just a bad Incredibles movie. Hopefully 3 will be better. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. How much does Disney actually own? Everyone always talks about how Disney's a monopoly, but how much do they really own? It's absolutely absurd, so here's a quick rundown of their greatest hits. First off, their studios. They own Pixar Animation, Marvel Studios, Muppet Studios, Lucasfilm, and 20th Century Fox. Let's focus on Fox for a second. They bought it for the X-Men, but gained loads of extra stuff, such as Blue Sky Studios, National Geographic, Fox Sports, and licenses like like Planet of the Apes, Alien, Avatar, and The Simpsons. Which, speaking of TV, Disney also owns ESPN, ABC, the History Channel, half of A&E, and of course all of the official Disney networks. As for streaming services, you've got pluses of all the companies we've mentioned alongside Hulu and Movies Anywhere. Moving beyond films, we've got the 12 Disney parks and several Disney cruise lines, each of which generate countless billions for the mouse every year. So then you've got all the random stuff they own. You've got the Disney Music Group, which includes Hollywood Records, the Disney Theatrical Group, which produces Broadway shows, all of the Disney toy manufacturing companies for each of their individual brands, and the Buena Vista Construction Company to help them build their parks. Oh, and Steamboat Ventures, which owns GoPro, because of course they do. I think it's insane that one company can own what feels like half of the universe, but tell me your thoughts in the comments. Was Sonic or the Mario movie a better adaptation? Back in the 80s, there was no bigger rivalry than Sega's Blue Hedgehog and Nintendo's Mustachioed Plumber, but Mario ended up winning that battle by a landslide. Hollywood's kinda brought the rivalry back though. Both characters are now huge movie franchises. So which movie series adapts the game better? I just rewatched Sonic 1, and frankly this movie is great. All the casting is incredible, Sonic is pretty likable, and the humor is actually really funny. Jim Carrey absolutely crushes it as Eggman. This man is a legend. I do have to say though, while it did have several amazing references, Sonic 1 is less a game adaptation and more a buddy road trip movie with Sonic elements. You could probably make most of the film with another character. Mario on the other hand, it's chock full of references, ties together tons of Mario related games perfectly, and follows the base plot of the game well. While I would say of the two, Mario is a better adaptation, Sonic 1 is the better movie. People who know nothing about Mario probably wouldn't enjoy the film that much, but Sonic doesn't take an understanding of gaming lore to enjoy. And Sonic 3 looks to be the best of both worlds. It's supposed to adapt Sonic Adventure's story, and if it's as good as Sonic 1, we're in for a fun time. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Stop announcing movies so early. Rumors are swirling right now that Pixar's possibly making a Cars 4, and they were supposed to announce it at the recent D23 Brazil event. From a monetary perspective, Cars makes money, so I get it. But it doesn't make sense for them to announce it now. We already know every movie Pixar's gonna release for the next 3 years. So even if Cars 4 is real, we don't need to know about it yet. But regardless, Hollywood does often announce projects way too far in advance, and I think it's a huge problem. It's one thing to have little leaks or interview mentions of probable upcoming movies. That gives people like me things to get excited about before the official announcement. But just coming out and showing off every single plan for the next 4 years, that takes all the surprise and mystery out of it. I have a lot of problems with Moana too, but wasn't it nice that a huge sequel we knew nothing about was revealed only 9 months before its release? I get that announcing things early is good for investors. It lets these big companies say, hey, look at all the money we're gonna make in the future. But knowing about Avengers 6, Frozen 4, Shrek 5, Toy Story 5, and Incredibles 3 as confirmed projects years before any trailers even drop only ruins the hype. If Cars 4 is real, don't tell us for a good long while. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Are YouTuber giveaways a good thing? It feels like there's a set list of things all YouTubers end up doing at some point. But what I'm seeing more and more is the art of the giveaway. The YouTuber will tell people one lucky person will win something if they subscribe. Sometimes they'll even show some other subscriber winning something like a car or money or a phone and say that you could win too if you do X, Y, or Z. But if you think about it, these giveaways are kind of sad. Essentially, their videos stop being about the content and become a lottery ticket. A chance to win if you give them what they want. Yeah, it boosts subscribers, but are they subscribed because they like your videos or because they want to win free stuff? You're basically admitting your content can't speak for itself. You have to win people over by giving them false hope. It's cheap and predatory, especially when your main audience is kids. I don't think everyone who's ever done a giveaway is a sellout. Some smaller channels in particular do them to give back to their viewers or just to check that I'm a YouTuber box. But this kind of video rubs me so wrong. Listen, as much as I like watching big number get bigger, the subscriber stat is probably YouTube's most useless. Non-subs can watch my stuff just as well as subs can. The only thing subscribing does is make the next Q&A come faster. I appreciate the heck out of all of you guys, but I sure as heck ain't giving you a Tesla. But what do you think about YouTuber giveaways? Tell me in the comments. What the heck is going on with Star Wars? Disney has announced that they're making a new trilogy of movies. We don't know if there'll be more numbered entries or their own thing. And while this may sound cool, this is the third time they've announced this. First they said that Rian Johnson, director of The Last Jedi, was gonna make a trilogy. That never happened. Then they said the Game of Thrones guys would, and that never happened. They've also announced Star Wars movies by Dave Filoni, Taika Waititi, Patty Jenkins, and James Mangold, and guess what? None of them have happened! Each one is announced and then never talked about again. And this just shows what a sad state this license is in. One of the biggest problems with Disney Star Wars is that there's never been a clear direction. Instead of writing out a sequel trilogy before they made it, they give us films that jumped around wildly with no real overarching plot. Their Disney Plus strategy of throwing stuff against the wall and hoping something sticks has been a horrible long-term solution. And the 3 projects they haven't canceled are a movie based on a dying show, a trilogy by the guy who brought us Dark Phoenix, and a movie by a self-described activist who's never directed a feature film. Of those 5, 4 prominently feature Rey, everyone's favorite Star Wars character. Maybe one day Disney will realize they perfected franchise suicide, but until then, expect more hopeless announcements and cancellations. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. The Dragons remake is finally heating up. DreamWorks just showed off the first picture of the upcoming How to Train Your Dragon remake, and it's about what you'd expect. This is a shot from the scene where Hiccup's supposed to kill the monstrous nightmare, and the costuming and sets all look rather accurate. So what else do we know about this movie? First off, Gerard Butler is returning as Stoke the Vast, but all the other roles will be played by new actors. Secondly, I think it'll rely more on practical effects than the Disney remakes. This picture helps. It doesn't look over CGI'd, but Gerard Butler complained his Stoic costume was too hot while filming on location in freezing Ireland. I won't get my hopes up too far. Minecraft was supposed to be practical too. The one thing we don't know yet is what Toothless will look like. He's the heart and soul of this franchise, so please don't give him the Minecraft treatment. My biggest concern is that this remake will fall into the same trap as most modern live-action adaptations. They always seem to suck the color and fun out in an effort to make it less cartoony, and they usually end up ruining the tone of the movie in the process. I don't think we needed this movie. The original cast is iconic and irreplaceable, and there's things in animation you don't have to do IRL. But this first look isn't horrible. We'll see where it goes. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Which Disney villain has the most Riz? Riz, short for charisma, is someone's ability to flirt with or attract a partner. Most Disney villains never attempted romance of any kind, so their Riz levels are unknown. Let's be honest though, it would not be that hard to figure out. But of the ones who did try, which one has the most Riz? Count Frollo and Jafar come in last place. Frollo obviously likes Esmeralda, but considers her a temptation from the devil and tries murdering her. Jafar, on the other hand, couldn't win over Jasmine, so he had to turn to magic and hypnosis. All things considered, these guys have negative Riz. Ursula used hypnosis as well, but she never liked Eric and just wanted to win her bet, so she stays in the first category. Surprisingly, King Magnifico is the first Disney villain with Riz. He's the only married villain I could find, and although their relationship doesn't quite hold, the fact that he was married at all means he has moderate Riz. Gaston easily takes second place. There's a whole song praising him for his talents and manliness, and it's clear he could win over any girl in the village, except Belle. Yeah, the fact that Belle doesn't fall for his flirting is the only thing keeping him from the top, which is taken by a man who could win over a main character, Frozen's Prince Hans. Sure, Anna was desperate, but this man rizzed his way into running the kingdom and being Anna's only hope as she lay dying, making him Disney's ultimate evil Rizzler. But those are just my thoughts. I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. Transformers 1 was really good. I'll be honest, I've barely seen worse trailers than the ones for Transformers 1. The humor was horrid, the animation looked cheap, and the plot seemed basic. Let me tell you, the trailers did this movie dirty. Transformers 1 is an origin story, following Optimus Prime and Megatron before they became enemies. And this film is awesome. It's one of those movies that knows it's cool and just keeps getting cooler. I ragged on the animation for feeling like a cheap Saturday morning show, but that's a strength rather than a weakness. That vibe fits Transformers perfectly. The story feels basic but fun for the first hour, but picks up near the end and goes places I didn't expect. My only plot issue is that one character is supposed to turn evil, but their transition from friend to horrible feels really rushed. It's also pretty violent for a kid's movie, but they're metal, so it just makes it cooler. And even though the humor feels a bit too, well, that just happened, there's several jokes that land well. Honestly, Transformers 1 feels like the perfect movie for 10-year-old boys. I would have loved it as a kid, but I never would have been able to see it as a kid because this movie has way too much cursing for a kid's film. Seriously, I get it for Marvel films, but back off on the kid stuff. That's my biggest complaint though. Otherwise, this is a great film that proved me wrong again and again. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Just hit 90k subscribers. It's time for another milestone commenter Q&A. Favorite fast food place? It depends. For taste and service, it's Chick-fil-A, but for price, it's gotta be Taco Bell. Arby's is also super underrated. I don't get why people hate on it. What's the highest amount of subscribers I think I'll get? Great question. Every channel has their threshold, or around where they stop growing much. Channels similar to mine range from 200k to 3 million subs, so honestly, who knows? How long do these videos take to make? About an hour and a half. It depends on the amount of pictures and videos I add. If it's mostly about one trailer, I can make it in an hour, but if I'm doing a tier list, it can take over 2. An hour and a half is about average though. What's my favorite Mario Kart track? Waluigi Pinball has my favorite design. You're literally inside a freaking pinball machine. But the Wii ones are my favorite to play, so I'll say Wii Rainbow Road. It's tough, but so good. Why don't I pin comments? Too often people beg or fight to be the coveted pinned comment, but I don't want to do that. I'll like and reply to comments, but I'll save the pinning for my comments if I need to correct something. Will I review books? Fun fact, one of my earliest shorts was actually a review of a new Percy Jackson book, and it did well for its time. I just don't read enough new books to do reviews, but you never know, it could happen again someday. Would I rather delete my channel or have to reveal my face? Easy. The Dragons remake trailer is out and it looks wild. We just got our first video footage of the live-action How to Train Your Dragon remake, and I'm torn. On one hand, every part about this trailer is spot on. Every location, every set. Throughout the whole minute of footage, I recognized everything and it all looked accurate. It doesn't feel like they're going in a weird direction. It doesn't feel like they're trying to outdo the original. It just feels like if Dragons was live action. My biggest question about this film was whether Toothless would look like an eldritch nightmare, but again, he just looks like if Toothless was live action. It's so refreshing to see a studio actually care about the source material, because dang it, Disney ain't trying. But the biggest problem with this film is it never needed to happen. This remake comes out only 6 years after the series ended. That's barely anything. The nostalgia in me loves it, and I especially hope we get great new versions of the iconic songs, but it's just too soon. How to Train Your Dragon is the closest DreamWorks has ever come to a perfect movie, so trying to recapture that, whether that's the feeling of magic and wonder, the iconic performances of the original actors, or just the incredible story, it just feels wrong. I like what I've seen, but at its best, this movie can only be a less great version of a timeless classic. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Will the Minecraft movie actually be good? When the first Minecraft movie trailer launched, everyone made fun of how bad it was. But we've had some time to get used to the somewhat questionable designs and gotten a few new trailers and clips to watch. And the general vibe seems to be shifting to, hey, that looks okay. And I think that's because what this film is makes a bit more sense now. One of the original trailer's biggest questions was, there's no way Jack Black can act like that all movie, right? But then we got the crafting table clip, and yeah, not only is he way overacting everything, but Jason Momoa seems to also be competing for who can overact more. Comedies usually have the straight man. There's typically kooky characters, but one main character is more normal to hold the film together. The Minecraft movie looks more imbalanced. The straight man seems to be on the side, whereas the two main characters are just absurdly weird. I must admit, watching them overact is so obscenely stupid it's funny. I still think the Minecraft movie will be bad. While the new trailer was definitely better, the CGI monstrosities and humans in video game plot still looks horrible. It just looks less awful bad and more dumb funny bad, which isn't what I wanted out of this film, but it is a step up. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments.
What's each studio's cheapest animated movie? Movie budgets are skyrocketing today, with many movies costing way more than they have any right to. But every once in a while, a studio puts out a really cheap movie, so which animation studio has the cheapest film?
To keep things simple, I'll be looking at theatrical films made by the big studios, because if I included streaming or straight to DVD movies, we'd be here all day.
Illumination surprisingly comes in last place with The Lorax, which cost $67 million to make. It's followed closely by the deceased Blue Sky's original Ice Age at $65 million, which proves that while both of these companies overall make cheap movies, neither has any cheap standouts. Pixar's up next. The original Toy Story cost $30 million to make, but since then, Pixar's budgets have skyrocketed,
and their cheapest movie since 2000 was the $92 million Incredibles.
They're quickly followed by DreamWorks, whose cheapest film, 2020 Spirit Untamed, also cost $30 million. I gotta give DreamWorks bonus points though. Captain Underpants only cost $38 million, which is incredibly cheap for such a good art style. Disney's tough to rank. They should be in first place since Bambi cost less than $1 million to make, but that was in 1942. So if we look at them since their competition's been around, 2011's Winnie the Pooh joins the three-way tie with yet another $30 million budget. But the clear winner of the cheapskate contest is Sony Animation, who not only makes consistently cheap films, but only spent $20 million in 2017's The Star. With most of these cheaper films, you can kinda tell they cut some corners in animation, but it's still cool how cheap these movies can be. But anyways, those are just my thoughts. What are yours? Tell me in the comments.
The Bad Guys 2 had the best trailer in ages. We just got our first look at the upcoming sequel to The Bad Guys, and I like what I've seen. It follows the bad guys who have now gone good, but when a female villain squad pretty much kidnaps them, they get roped back into their wily ways. The animation is still incredible. The action is still flashy. So far, it looks great. My biggest concern was about the all-female squad. Hollywood has a nasty habit of making those kinds of characters toxic or wooden, but these bad girls look like they fit the universe perfectly. But the biggest takeaway is that this trailer is exactly how other studios need to market their movies. First off, tons of trailers use songs that just don't work, but Billie Eilish's Bad Guy fits the film's name and tone well. This trailer also showed off just enough story to sell the film, but not too much, giving people a reason to still go and watch the movie. But the biggest issue with modern trailers is humor. Sometimes they show the worst jokes of the movie, or the humor just doesn't land. But I laughed at this trailer several times. First impressions are everything. Films have been doomed by a bad first trailer, but The Bad Guys 2 looks like a solid sequel so far. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Elio looks completely different. Pixar just released a trailer for next year's space adventure Elio, and it looks wildly different from the original teaser. For those that don't know, Elio got a trailer over a year ago and was set to release last March, but then got pushed all the way to next summer. Apparently Pixar has completely reworked this movie during the delay, including switching directors. It's now being run by the lady behind Turning Red, so take that as you will. But the biggest differences can be seen by comparing the two teasers. In the original trailer, Elio was scared when the aliens stole him, but in the new trailer, he's actively trying to get abducted by aliens, and he's wonderstruck and excited the whole time. I gotta say, the new trailer is a huge improvement. The original had a dark tone and horribly cringy humor, but the new one feels much more like a Pixar movie. All that said though, does Elio look good? I did like the new trailer better, but some of the cringy humor is definitely still there, and there's no telling if these last minute changes to the main character will make the film feel a bit messy. I'm glad they took a step back and reworked this movie, but I'll need a better look before I'm fully on board. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Is The Rock actually worth hiring? Dwayne The Rock Johnson has a nice guy persona, but negative stories about him keep piling up. He plays the same character in every movie, which you either love or you hate. But behind the scenes, it sounds like The Rock has been the downfall for multiple movies. I've already talked about how Red One somehow had a $250 million budget, making it one of the most expensive movies of the year, but we might know why now. $50 million obviously went to Dwayne himself, but apparently he would regularly show up 7 to 8 hours late to the set, which added an extra unnecessary $50 million to production costs. Now that is only alleged, but this claim isn't new. He's been called out for his tardiness on the sets of several movies, but I think his handling of Black Adam was worse. He was cast as Shazam's nemesis early on, but Dwayne thought his character was too important to fight Shazam. The Rock vetoed every opportunity for the two characters to meet, greatly impacting Shazam 2's quality, and instead bringing Superman back for a cameo DC had never planned on. The DCU was already a dumpster fire, but Dwayne's egotistical meddling definitely didn't help. When he makes these stories with a clause in his contract that apparently says his characters can never lose a fight, The Rock seems to be one of the worst actors you can possibly hire right now. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments. Which animated sequel took the longest to release? We get sequels all the time nowadays, but while some series release new movies extremely quickly, other movies take years before their stories get continued. But which one took the longest? Blue Sky comes in last, with none of their sequels taking more than 4 years to release, unless Ice Age 6 counts as a Blue Sky movie, because it's currently set to release 10 years after 5. Illumination also puts out sequels quickly. Their longest break was 7 years between Despicable Me 3 and 4, but if you rightfully count Minions 2 as part of the series, Sing's 5-year wait for a sequel wins. We're finally in double digits with Sony Animation, whose longest break was 10 years in between Surf's Up 1 and 2. I'm just hoping Spider-Verse 3 comes out faster. Disney takes 3rd place, but not for their newer sequels or even their unreleased ones. That honor actually goes to Rescuers Down Under, which released 13 years after the original. Pixar's 14-year wait for Incredibles 2 takes second place, but Pixar's habit for releasing sequels decades later means they probably have the highest average wait time. Now, I had this video wrapped up with DreamWorks' 19-year wait for Spirit Untamed taking first place, but remembered a dark horse competitor at the last minute, Aardman Animation. 2023's Chicken Run 2 released 23 years after the original, which makes Aardman the winner. But those are just the facts. Tell me your thoughts in the comments. This isn't my first channel. Today's the 1-year mark of me starting Bacon Guy, and I thought it would be a good time to mention this isn't my first attempt at being a YouTuber. Years ago, when I was but a lad, I had a YouTube channel, and it was horrible. I played Minecraft, the old Xbox version of Star Wars Battlefront 2, and Super Smash Bros. Brawl, using a garbage mic and a pretty bad computer. After years of posting, I had an incredible 40 subscribers, half of which were people I was related to. My best videos had 60 or 70 views. You could call that channel a failure, but I look at it a different way. Making that channel taught me how to do YouTube in the first place. I learned how to edit videos. I figured out how Adobe Photoshop worked and gained some experience making thumbnails. I learned how to post videos, how to react to commenters, and was able to get an idea of what doing YouTube is like. None of my videos did well because they were horrible videos, but if I hadn't made those bad videos, I never would have had the skills to start Bacon Guy. There's probably a lesson there about how to learn from failure or something, but I'd probably make it cheesy. So instead, let me thank you for watching my content. This has been a crazy year, but it's been a good one, and I can't wait to see what next year holds. But those are just my thoughts. Tell me yours in the comments.
Hello guys, I've successfully put together something really fun and really weird.
You're still here? Well, you just sat through about 6 hours worth of opinions. Or you skipped to the end because you saw this section in a comment. You know who you are. So I'll do something a little bit different. Let me go over all the stats from 1 year of Bacon Guy. Now, one quick note. I'm writing the script 10 days before this video is set to come out, so I don't even know what my last 10 year 1 shorts are or how they did. Barring something crazy happening in the next week, these stats and records should be about right. So how well did I do in 1 year of making shorts? If you look at this graph, you can see there's pretty much 5 different eras for my channel's views. From November to mid-March, I gained about 2,000 subscribers and 500,000 views. Honestly, that's pretty great for less than 5 months on the platform. My biggest videos were about Smash Bros. Marketing, Orion in the Dark, Ruby Gilman, and Leo, with the best gaining 25,000 views. Most of my shorts around that time definitely feel like they're from a different era. The editing is slower, the backgrounds are weirder, and the music was all over the place. But the ones that did super well feel more like my modern style in topic and editing, so you can see how I adapted around what people obviously liked more. We'll say the next era started on March 10th, which was the beginning of my first real spike, and this era continued until mid-June. All of the shorts I just mentioned took off, with Leo spiking to 250,000 views in just 2 weeks. Listen, before this, 25k was a good day, so 10 times that was almost unimaginable. During this 3-month stretch of time, I got 12 million views, 34,000 subscribers, released 3 of my 4 long-form videos, and got monetized. Don't worry, I'll talk about money at the end. I think this era was where I really figured out what style of content I wanted to make. Barely any of these stand out as aging poorly, and the view numbers were insane. Raya, Disney Villain Girls, and the Willoughbys all skyrocketed to 500,000 or more, but Leo became my first video to hit that 1 million mark. It was a really great time, but all eras must come to an end. Era 3 is technically my shortest. From mid-June to early July, my channel found itself in kind of a bad rut. Views died off, returning to what I was getting months earlier. It was frustrating at the time, but I'm glad it happened. This little break in spikes was what it took for me to figure out what people actually wanted to watch. Most of the shorts I released around this time, whether it was about Half-Life, Narnia, Lord of the Rings, Fantastic Beasts, or even Toongus of all things, they all flopped pretty badly. I took a good long look at my content and noticed something valuable. All of my biggest shorts were about animated movies, and very few videos during this time covered that topic. Sure, most of them were fun ideas, but they just weren't what most people wanted to watch. I took a step back and decided, you know what? Let me make a bunch of animation-related shorts and see what happens. I engineered it so that 60 to 70% of my shorts for the next 2 weeks were about animation, and I hoped that would help. Which leads directly into the next era. Yeah, animation was the trick, and within 2 weeks, my channel wasn't just back, it was rocking it. With videos about Disney twist villains, Disney romance, The Last Wish, and Inside Out all soaring, my main channel hit its best day yet, scoring 70,000 views and 1,300 subs in 24 hours. I'd say this era ran from early July to late October, and I gained 27 million views and 37,000 subscribers. What's funny to me though is that if you look at my subscriber stats, I was gaining more before the dead era, and I still can't figure out why that stat went down. I don't really mind it, it's just kind of funny. The biggest detail to mention about era 4, or whatever the heck I'm calling this, is that I took Matt Pat's advice. I remember a while back, he was talking about how he schedules his videos, and he'd always make sure riskier topics were surrounded by videos that were surefire successes. That's exactly what I changed. I kept making those riskier, more out of left field videos that sent my channel into that view drop, but I made sure to sandwich them between concepts I thought would perform better. That's some of the best advice I can give anyone wanting to try out content creation. Keep taking risks. Just plan those risks around things that you think will succeed. And then you come to the current era. I put out a little short ranking the most gruesome Pixar villain deaths, and it skyrocketed, becoming my first 2 million view video in a matter of weeks. It also sent all the shorts around it into a frenzy, giving me 3 back-to-back days of 800,000 views. views, each of which broke a record from before. And since then, things have been pretty different from before. Typically, I'd have moderate spikes and moderate drops week by week, but views have been much more consistently good. I've gained 13 million views and 15,000 subs, which is just insane. So overall, in 1 year of content creation, I have gotten 53 million views and 90,000 subscribers. But I promised you guys I'd talk about the money, which is the craziest part to me. Back before I got monetized, I estimated I would make an okay amount of money. Every channel said YouTube pays pennies for shorts views, and the best estimates said I'd get about $62 for every million views, or about $6 to $12 a day. That sounded amazing. Again, I've gotten 42 million views since I got monetized in June, which I estimated would make me about $2,600. $2,000 for making 1-minute shorts? Sign me up. All of those estimates were wrong. They were all way too low. I have currently made $9,225. The highest I ever made in a day was 210, right around the Pixar villain death video. I estimate that by the time I publish this video, I may have hit the 10 grand mark, which is just unimaginable. For shorts, 1-minute YouTube videos about a piece of meat talking about movies? What in the heck? It is absurd. So in total, in 1 year of YouTube, I have gotten 53 million views, 90,000 subs, and nearly 10 grand. And you know what? I owe every bit of that. Every single view, every single penny, and especially every single sub to you. Sure, you think you've just been watching a PNG give hot takes and make bad jokes, but you have made this entire channel possible. I always hoped I'd be able to do something like this with my free time, but I never imagined it could be a reality. You helped to make it happen. And for that, I say thank you. For every comment, every time someone interacted with a video or a post, thank you. It has been a wild journey so far, but I have loved it, and I am excited to keep going. Hopefully I'll even be able to post more long forms in the future. I've got some fun ideas, but those are just my thoughts. Please, tell me yours in the comments.